You don't know these streets like we do. 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 You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do.
We're ready for the first game. Wherever we go. Nice.
Half the day is coming in.
It's gonna bring chaos and havoc for sure.
Complete final party rollout, and then we
For him had to back off and continues.
Good God, have they prepared for this?
Oh my lord,
that they just might seal the
Great
We
play.
do have one guy down.
Job done.
Couple marking your face. You gotta get the fight the first time. Find the second.
Don't miss the stream starting April 10th. Follow ESL PUBG on social media for updates.
Welcome to the America's Roadmap for Competitive PUBG 2021. Here's just a taste of what you can expect this year. Americas Unite. Starting this year, teams from both Americas will be competing together in the PCS and other major PUBG events. Things kick off in April with our first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event. The NA and LATAM subregions will each have their own open qualifiers, which lead into a 24-team group stage in each region. Then it's on to the grand final, where the top 8 teams from North America and the top 8 teams from Latin America will battle it out to determine who is the best of the Americas and claim a piece of the $50,000 prize pool. After the first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, we drop back into the action-packed PUBG Continental Series with PCS 4. As with the Masters Americas event, there are 2 open qualifiers, one for North America and one for Latin America, which lead into the 24-team group stages for each region. The top 6 teams from NA and LATAM move directly on to the PCS 4 Grand Final. The bottom 10 from each region are eliminated, and the 8 teams in the middle go to the last chance qualifier to frag it out for the 4 remaining spots in the Grand Final, and a chance to compete for the title and a piece of the $200,000 in prize money. After PCS 4, we'll have a second ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, followed up by PCS 5. This year, teams will be gunning for more than just prize money. Squads will also be fighting to earn PGC qualification points based on their placement in both ESL PUBG Masters Americas events and both PCS Grand Finals. And what do these points get them? Well, as long as the Blue Zone keeps slowly and steadily sanitizing the world, they'll get an opportunity to compete in person for the World Championship title in November's PUBG Global Championship. We'll also be debuting more of that fresh PUBG esports content in 2021 that you crave, so make sure you don't miss a minute of PUBG esports on YouTube. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year of PUBG esports in the Americas.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone. It's finally time. We had a couple delays yesterday, but it is finally time for round 3 of the ESL Masters. My name is Chunks, and look at these beautiful people on the desk with me. I got the one and only Span Cargo, and of course, Rude Dude. We're also going to be joined by yet another guest later on this evening. It's an exciting one, am I right, Span?
Yes, later on we will be with King Big Dip as well, and I am so excited to be here on the analyst desk today. Excuse me, just starting out, I already can't speak, but yeah, there's so many teams that I can't wait to finally start. We had a little bit of a trick for us yesterday. I was so excited, but now we're finally here and doing it. So
yeah, and I mean. Yeah, for anyone who was wondering, by the way, we did have some server issues yesterday, which means that the entire event is pretty much going to be delayed by a day, well, at least this round. So, day 1 today, day 2 tomorrow. I believe, Span, is that going to be over on your channel, or is that on King Big Dip's channel?
it'll be on King Big Dip's channel, and my stream will be the map stream.
Awesome. So guys, remember, do ! casters in chat. Go and check out all of the other wonderful casters, because hey, this round is going to be so exciting, especially, you know, today's and tomorrow's matches. Rude, predictions coming into tonight though?
Oh, okay. So this is a difficult one here because we've obviously got from two lobbies that we've all previously cast some very front-running teams. I know that me and you, Chunks, got to cover Spicy Fish, and they were very dominant in the group that they managed to win out on. But what we've got tonight is obviously some invited teams, some newly introduced squads as well that haven't had to play through the opening rounds, but are still very daunting. And it's going to be interesting to see here how those other teams and how those other rosters manage to stack up against one another. See if maybe there's a squad that is above that threshold of needing that invite, and you know, maybe some of those teams that got that invite aren't quite warmed up, aren't quite ready, and aren't quite adapted to ESL, or maybe the sort of comp settings as we are right now. They could potentially have a bit of a flop, and obviously with just 12 games, they're going to need to adapt pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, Span, all right? Me and Rude had the pleasure of casting group number 1. You and King took group number 1. We took group number 2. Fill us in on what we maybe missed over in group 1. Any real standouts in that lobby? Or from what I saw on the leaderboard, things were pretty tightly matched.
Yeah, no, everybody at the end really had a chance all the way into the last game to get into the top 4, and I even chose as one of my underdog teams, Lost Reality. They were at first, actually, through all the games until like the last 2, I believe, so they're definitely somebody I want to keep an eye on to see how well they do in this game. And of course, our top 2 teams, Quick Turtles and Inquisition, I mean, they're nuts as well, so I'm really interested to see how they do specifically against all these invited teams as well.
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing to remember. Look, a lot of the teams, you know, you both mentioned it, they are actually invited into this round because of their performance in previous, you know, open qualifier events. What I want to wonder, Rude, and this is something that you spoke about a second ago, are these guys going to be adapted? Are they ready for this lobby? Or have they maybe had a bit too much downtime since they last competed?
Well, that is something that we're going to find out in the beginning of game 1. I think that coming on in, all of these guys, right, with the practice, they've not stopped playing PUBG. They might not have had as much experience in this particular lobby, where a few of the teams maybe might have felt out how another team gets to play and how they're looking to play out their games, you know, with rotations and pathing and whatever. So they will have a little bit more information available to them, just, you know, if they've gone back, done VOD reviews of the previous groups. These invited teams can have a few little surprise secrets off in store. I don't imagine that, you know, the micro intensities of being able to spray an M4 will have left these players overnight. So I definitely think that they've got a distinct advantage coming in, but whether or not they're able to capitalize on that will remain to be seen.
Definitely going to be an interesting one. And that's kind of, you know, an interesting point to touch on here, Span. Look, we're over on the event server right now. Are we still going to see that barrel meta in play, or are we going to see more of a switch to the M4 like we saw kind of in the first round of qualifiers?
I don't know, you know, I've even seen a lot of people using the Scar, so I do feel like now, because of these changes, a lot of these guys are starting to play with the different weapons now that most of them are more viable. It just kind of depends on your own playstyle at this point, so I've definitely been seeing a lot of people pick up more M4s, more Scars, and I'm excited to see how that influences the game.
The Scars finally being buffed. It feels like in the past, you know, if you use the Scar, you were kind of trolling. But you know what gun that I saw used a surprising amount, Rude? Has to be the VSS in the first round. Do you reckon we're going to see it busted out at all tonight?
You know, I hope so, and I think we will. A couple of the teams that we saw busting it out have made it through as well, so I would like to see some sort of surprise element here with that VSS. It's not only incredibly annoying at anything over about that 150 meter mark, but also does a surprising amount of quick fire damage. If you're able to land all of those bullets in a very tight spray, the VSS can be a bit of a nuisance up close and personal, and obviously does have that 4 times on it, so it comes with the caveat of if they're quite too close, it's probably not going to be all that easy to find the success with that ADS, but there's a nice little sweet spot past about 20 meters up to about 50 where you're able to get that VSS spray down. You can very easily take somebody down pretty much before they've even recognized where the shots are coming from.
Yeah, and I mean, the VSS being a bit of a hot drop gun to a certain extent. You know, Span, a lot of these teams, they haven't played against each other yet. I know that you have been covering a bunch of scrims recently. Any teams that have been hot dropping a little bit that we might want to keep an eye out for in this lobby?
You know, I think I might have an answer for that. I think a bunch of these guys have been kind of scrapping it out in scrims every once in a while. I definitely know like 300 and Spicy Fish have been going at each other quite frequently.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys just keep running into each other, honestly.
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe we should talk about that for a second, Rude, because look, Spicy Fish, those guys in 300, round 1, they had a little bit of a rivalry. Now, I haven't received any DMs to confirm that this is going to carry on. Now, my question is for you, Rude. Going into another round, does this rivalry immediately kick off? Or does Spicy Fish need to, you know, kind of focus on getting into those top couple placements before they start thinking about going for hot drops again?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the latter option on that one, right? The reason Spicy Fish could go into day 2 pretty carefree and trying to hot drop 300 is because they had a massive point buffer. Coming into a fresh new stage, they don't have that. They're going to need to accumulate their points, accumulate their lead before they're able to start taking liberties with their drops and taking fights with teams somewhat unwarrantedly. And if they're looking to try and take out 300, we might see a little bit more aggression if they're monitoring kill feed and see some knocks nearby, but I doubt it's going to go to the same extremities that we saw in round 2 where they were just hot dropping them. They were more than happy to try and find their loot spot, try and take them down, and they even got a successful run at it as well. There was a San Martin hot drop on the second day in Miramar where they just absolutely annihilated 300.
I mean, you know what? You spoke about it just there. Kill feed awareness. It's a big thing, you know, especially now that, look, the first 2 rounds, they were over on the live servers, so that was kind of up in the air. A lot of unknown players. The kill feed awareness, sure, it's useful if you're trying to take a fight against a top-level team where you know all the players, but the vast majority of the time, it's not too helpful. Now, however, though, Span, we're over on event server. All of these players are going to be playing with team tags. How important is the kill feed awareness coming into this round in terms of taking fights onto different teams?
A lot. You know, it actually blows my mind every once in a while jumping into people's comms and other sorts of tournaments. Like, they can remember from, like, Circle 1 even, oh, we know that this team is only 3 or 2 up because they took an early fight, and taking that knowledge and being able to use it. So I don't even understand how it works. Their brains are just insane in their memory and that kind of thing. So now that it's more helpful with the tags, it's going to be helping them a lot in these rounds.
It will help indeed, but the question is, Rude, when it comes to fighting against one of these, you know, top-tier teams, now that it's safe to say there are some really strong teams in this lobby, sure, we had strong teams in the previous round, now we're coming against these invited teams that they've proven themselves in the past, Rude. How will these team fights play out? Are you expecting to see these teams that, you know, maybe aren't as experienced in comp have worked their way through the open qualifiers, playing aggressively, trying to take fights? Or do they maybe play a bit more reserved and go for that, you know, circle positioning and try to get those placement points and take late game fights against potentially damaged teams?
I think that one of the most important points that you hit on right there was we've got these experienced teams, right? And we're getting to the point where if you're trying to match unexperienced teams versus these experienced teams, It's not going to be too easy here. There are a lot of top-level teams that have been invited here that have made their way through the open qualifiers, and the instance of a team that might not be wanting to take those fights coming into a sort of full-on 4 versus 4 engagement probably isn't all that common with just the severe lack of inexperienced teams that we've got. And I think that another point to that there, that if you are coming in and you're one of these more inexperienced teams, you need to have confidence. The second you start playing and thinking, oh, these guys are going to beat us, they're better than us regardless of however we play, it's the second that you've already lost the mental battle. You need to go in there, strong head, strong mental, and thinking and believing that you can take a fight with these guys regardless of previous standings.
Previous standings, it makes all the difference because, you know, previous results have led to teams getting invited to this round. Let's take a look over at the team list. Span, maybe give us an idea of any teams that really stand out to you as, you know, big names ones to watch.
Big names, you know, I actually had a little bit of trouble choosing one for like the top teams when King and I were kind of playing around with that the other day. But I think Spicy Fish, Slappers, Sandy Guerrero, like those three, I know all three of them are invited. They're definitely big names to keep an eye on. Ascendance Esports. I'm interested to see how they interact with each other in there, honestly. I think Slappers and Spicy Fish are definitely going to be duking it out for that top spot.
If you know, I had to cast dispersions, I'm also going to quite heavily back Spicy Fish, to be honest. You know, we saw them dominate in the first round and cut off the first group stage that we were able to cover this round number 3 as well. Definitely, I'm expecting that same sort of trend to occur. I want to throw out a little shout out here to Inquisition as well. I feel like their newly reformed roster could definitely give a few teams a run for their money.
Yeah, and definitely a few of these other teams here. Definitely can't count out teams such as 300 as well. Lethal Association, I know I recognize a lot of good team members in that team as well. Sociopath and the likes. So as all these guys start making these games, it'll be interesting to see how they decide to play this game and interact. And just based off of their first playing path and their first drops, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they just decide to interact all together, honestly.
Yeah, and I think that with that, then that first playing path, it's almost in the air. What we're going to do is thank you, Span, for joining me on the analyst desk. Myself and Chunks going to take it through into game number 1. Chunks, have you got the playing path ready? What are we looking at?
I mean, just take a look at it, man. This is not going to be, you know, a horrible circle off of game 1. Everyone should be able to get exactly where they need to go, but I do have a bit of a concern here, Rude, and that's going to be where the hell are these teams going to drop? It's the first time a lot of these squads have played against each other. There's the potential here we could see some really big early game fights. As, you know, we spoke about Milta as an area to watch, and we already see Inquisition and Spicy Fish going to be heading down towards that position.
We did see Spicy Fish. They took themselves a bit of a 2-2 around Milta. Had 2 people going in there, and then another one heading out toward the farm. Somebody else just lurking around that crossroads area. So if they're contested on Milta, then there's a very real possibility that they have to back away or reconsolidate their position here. You can see that Roth, going to be that farm looting member, should be able to pick himself up a vehicle. Looks like he's maybe getting a little bit contested with that vehicle spawn, but all in all, is going to be able to get there faster, and looks as though there's not any interest in this contest at all.
But the real question for me is Roth. Does he give chase? And you know what? I think we might just find the answer, because look at him. He is sending it straight in towards TRX here. Is Keenan actually going to be doing the same here? It looks like Keenan might be the one to run over the vehicle. But look at it. He lands in the vehicle. He manages to get inside just in time. Roth going to be picking himself up an SLR now. Tries to land a couple shots. Let's see if he can finish off the job. It's not looking too likely. TRX, he was just about able to get away. And you got to feel for Keenan right there. If he was somehow able to, you know, flip that vehicle completely, Spicy Fish would have been picking themselves up a nice early game kill.
And already you can just see the aggression coming out of these teams, right? We're in the game for 1 minute 50. We've already seen shots fired. We've already seen attempted vehicles destroyed and taken a little bit further down in their health pool. Circle 1 has shown, though, we have got ourselves a little bit of an eastern circle, fairly central generally in and around that shelter area. Up nearby that little hillside as well, we've got 2 double 2-story compounds fairly close to the center. But as you're seeing as well on your mini-map, this northwestern side of the map, fairly sort of populated here. We've got 3 teams in and around. It's KEKW Kias, Rise Esports, and Gravity, all within very close proximity of one another. And rotations, when you've got 3 teams quite so close, can get very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one here for a lot of these squads. Gravity, opting to go very, very, grouped up in terms of their split. I think they're aware that players could be around here from, Rise Esports and Keck WKers. They do have to be a little bit careful, but at least for the time being, I think these teams are going to be relatively safe. I don't see anyone, intentionally taking any early game fights right here. I think most people just going to play it kind of slowly and go for the late game because, it's game 1. As much as you kind of want to assert your dominance here, taking an early game fight and losing it is a really, really bad way to start off your day. So my real question, though, is going to be Rise versus Gravity. Both teams right next to each other right now. Could we maybe see these teams engaging a little bit later on in the evening?
I think we could see these teams engaging pretty early on as well here, Chunks. I think later on it's almost a given here, but in terms of just making their rotations out, at least for Gravity, it will be pretty difficult. I know that Chaudhry here on the top of Hospital will have some fairly decent sightlines as Gravity try to leave South Georgia. You can already see him teasing it, having a little bit of a look, trying to make sure that he's got all of that information available to himself and making sure that the rest of the team are aware, hey, this team's leaving now, we want to be ahead of them, or, quite the opposite, that they've not left yet. Let's get going. Let's get a better position here because remember, circle off on the eastern side does mean that all of these guys have got themselves a fairly difficult rotate in. They're going to have to make a lot of moves, going to have to do a lot of stopping and a lot of scouting so long as they want to make it in safely. And obviously, they've got themselves a fair distance to go before they even get to that white zone.
What I'm finding kind of interesting here, Rude, is the fact that no one really going to be hot dropping too early. Sure, we do have mixed results and Ad Astra over on the northern side here up towards Rosot. Could potentially cause some problems. Sarta's going to be looking out. And as we all know by now, J compound is literally the strongest compound in the entire game. Whoever grabs it wins it. Let's see if they're going to be able to grab it as Darth's going to be looking out. He's got himself a suppressed SLR, but only a 2x on it, unfortunately. Not going to be able to find the shots on towards Acro or on towards Sartas that he was maybe looking for. So for the time being, Ad Astra sending it over to the east, but now mixed results. Look, their position's being given away. Darth's going to be looking to try and find some shots over on towards Real. They will come through, but unfortunately not connecting. Ad Astra going to be safe for the time being, but just take a look at this. Cozy Crew, they're going to be starting their rotate through as well. A little bit further to the south. Not sure whether Darth's going to be looking to try and land anything on towards this. If he does, it's probably going to be long range shots towards the end, but not going to be the case for the time being. Cozy Crew getting away. There we go. Mixed results. They took a lot of shots, but no shots really landing onto the targets they were looking for here.
And, they're sort of sitting on their edge right now, to be honest. They landed in and around this school apartments area, and they've not actually made too much of a move for center. So they're very heavily either banking on an edge shift coming toward them, or they're just going to be quite happy sitting on that edge and then playing their way in a little bit later, which is a little bit weird for a team that are looting so central to the map. Typically, if you want to play an edge game, you just loot somewhere off on the far distance, and you find some sort of success through coming in late here. But it's not all that important as they'll be able to make it in regardless, right? They've already got themselves a spot to be working from. Now, as we do see Morns here, just holding out on looking at this garage building, trying to keep the shots and maybe see if Elusive can find themselves a little bit of a home. He's looking down toward Keenan, who, quite respectfully, fires a cheeky shot back, and now it does force Morns to take a little bit of a retreat. Elusive, though, they have been able to find themselves a little bit of a home just further to the north.
Let's not forget, though, look at this. Inquisition, they hear the shots. They're going to be moving in towards this position already. Soup going to be getting kind of aggressive, catching in a little bit of fire from Jail Day. Is going to be able to get himself down behind the rock for the time being. Shouldn't have to worry too much, but still has to be cautious up to the north. Nothing going to come of it for the time being, though. And you got to wonder right now, with Elusive posted up over in this compound, is this going to cause some issues? Because, look, we got Spicy Fish down the hill, Inquisition up to the north, and Vox all the way over on the west going to be opening up with the bolt here, landing the headshot on towards Hoshi.
Yeah, that was a really big knock coming through, actually. 300 were looking for a crash. Hoshi was holding point, but Vox, holding anchor with the bolt action, did give rise to that free knock and that free flush that does come through right there. So 300 found themselves a way into Snake Compound. They've got Cozy Crew in and around this dirt road here. They've got themselves a fairly central spot, but it's not all that easy to hold. Obviously, the north side can be very easily snuck up upon, and toward the east, there's a couple of nice little bowls right there just above their position, and obviously above where Spicy Fish are holding. And, to touch on Spicy Fish quickly, a very greedy split they've got going. The 2-1-1 distributing themselves nicely between a lot of high priority compounds, but if anybody tries to go in and tries to get themselves those positions, it could very well be taken away from Spicy Fish. Just one member holding 2 spots is sometimes very risky.
Just look at this right here on Civil, kind of getting gifted with a crate right there. He's got himself the 3 gear, but he's also got the Groza now. Rude, we saw in round 2 just how strong Spicy Fish can be when it comes to the crate drops. Are we expecting to see some big things out of Keenum with the Groza here?
Well, I think the rule number 1 would be getting yourself a decent position in the circle. They've done that in this first game. They have indeed been gifted by the crate gods that have landed one pretty much just outside their door. And I think that when you're looking at Uncivil here, he's got a Groza. I think with any weapon, we know that this man is going to be an absolute machine trying to get those spray battles. So I don't doubt that we will see some big things out of this Groza, especially with this very central position that they've got for themselves. You can imagine that they're going to be more than happy to take all the pot shots in the world at just trying to dissuade people from making their way forward. And if there's one person that you'd want to be putting the pressure on with a Groza, it's definitely in Uncivil's hands.
Yeah, but you know who else is putting the pressure on? Up on the northern side, Ascendants. They're able to spot out Slappers, only making a rotate through over on the northern side. Working out of Yasnaya, Hambino going to be getting spotted out. Raven, I'm not sure what exactly he was doing there, but he certainly wasn't hitting any shots. Got himself the mini. That is unfortunate. Hey, it's first game of the day. It's just a warm-up game. It doesn't count. Am I right?
You are right, and I'll also give him that 4x mini is a very sort of obnoxious scope. It's a personal hatred of mine having to use a 4x mini when I'm in my ranked games, but if you've got a 6x on there, that'll be much better. Doesn't, and you can see that Slappers, they're moving their way further east on that northern side, no longer bothered, and they've scouted their way in, recognized, hey, we can't go this way, let's just go round.
All right, Rude. 15 seconds till the circle pops. Quick predictions, go.
It's coming north, hard north. There's not too many teams here, which might actually give rise to a decent circle for Ascendants, for Ad Astra, and for mixed results. But I can definitely see something heading up toward those Yasnaya fields in and around Old Spawn. I can't remember what you guys call it in NA, but hey, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, you called it right up to the north. Not going to be horrible for a lot of these teams, but honestly not ideal, because look at all of this open terrain up towards Yaz. You mentioned it already. It's going to be rough for a lot of these squads, and Inquisition, Caden just giving his teammate a little bit of a love tap here.
Yep, I think actually looking at it that Tommel has been stuck in some terrain and had to do it to get him out. Unfortunately, it's not going to work either way. As you can see, Tommel is very much stuck inside these 2 little poles here. The rest can come through, but I don't think it's going to prevent him from being stuck inside this little area of terrain. I think he's in this perpetual falling motion we see a couple of times in the PUBG area.
Ooh. Should we maybe hop on board with SDR though? Because look over at this right now. They're going to be popping off. Voxing going to be able to find the knock on towards one as Neff caught out in the trade. It's going to be Deadeye and Ilgs. Both left standing. Ilgs cleans it up. Down goes Vox and 300. Look, they were one of our picks coming into tonight. Just absolutely torn apart. But the same might just be said for SDR, because sure, they managed to get themselves 4 kills, but they're just getting third-partied all over the place by Quick Turtles. Deadeye now going to try and make a run. No way of him getting the res on towards Lucid Freak. You got to worry though, are Quick Turtles going to be able to find this, finish off the job, or is it just going to be kind of a snake game here for Deadeye?
Looks as though he's going to be the last remaining member, obviously, but I think that he'll be quite safe unless Quick Turtles are definitely so set on finding this 1 extra kill point. I can imagine this one goes begging for a little bit here. We do, of course, have a lot more fighting about to occur with such a hard shift. A lot of teams going to be making their rotates come on through, and you can see it's Ascendants in Heaven that did get gifted really with this circle that are trying to make the most of it. Sat in that Heaven area. Worth noting, they've also got Zealot in the Alamo just to the south, who's firing off pot shots to try and dissuade people from making their way to him as well. But obviously there's a lot of teams that have to make their way in, move their way forward, and so far a lot of teams been successful with that.
credit to Slappers only. They managed to get control of the mansion. They are going to be taking some shots out of it over towards Ascendants. After Ascendants, I mean, they tried to take shots over towards Slappers. It didn't work out. They managed to get in towards safety. Now grabbing control of the mansion. It's going to be a very strong position. But let's not forget Gravity here. Look, they've already started a bit of a rotate through. And with Roth moving in from the south over on towards Zovran's position, you got to be a little bit concerned. Roth doesn't seem aware that there are going to be players around here just yet. But as Zov hops in towards that vehicle, he is going to be made aware now. Looking to try and find an angle. The 3x spray comes through. And that is just a textbook spray coming out there from Roth. Perfect tracking on towards the vehicle. This is why this man is one of the strongest mechanical skills in the entire game right now.
Showing it to a T right there. Perfect execution as they try and make their way out of that vehicle. Unable to get away from the shelter area and do make a quick little kill there, Spicy Fish. Once again, with a very greedy split going on. They've got two people just on the shelter. Keenan occupying the Wizard Tower just west of prison. And then obviously Roth, as we've just seen, hunkering down in those bunkers, picking up kills as well. This is Zealot still lurking in that Alamo compound. And so long as the circle sort of keeps himself fairly central, I don't anticipate that he leaves this one. Is going to update, is going to shift, and does go right onto Ad Astra here. Ascendants as well with this anchoring point of Zealot very well could make their way in and become 4 people strong inside this little one compound.
So Ad Astra, they're looking strong inside this circle, but the question is how much of a target has just been painted on their back, as we already see Ascendants going to be starting their rotate down to this position. Zealot sticking with where he is. The rest of the squad are going to move down towards to group up. But the number of times I've seen like 4 or 5 different teams crash on towards Ascendants' compound here, you got to be a little bit nervous for them.
Going here early, you know, it's a bit of a risk because obviously it is pretty exposed from most angles. You know, there's no secret that they've taken this location, but you do have a decent cover from all sides. Obviously, that sort of perimeter wall doing its job. You now have a little bit of a fight between Inquisition and Elusive. Shots starting to come on through left, right, and center. This is a fight outside of the circle, just around that lumberyard area. First knock goes over to Fudge. That's going to be You So Ugly that is going to go down, and Fudge gets himself a little bit of a tap as well right there, as we actually see mixed results managing to take the fight onto Rise Esports there. One of our first teams to go down.
All right, I know you said it's why you so ugly, but come on, it's Yasugu. Come on, man.
Yasugu? Oh, well, you know what?
You know, I know his name might be Why You So Ugly, but come on, it's Yasugu. No other way about it. Jail Day. There it is. Going to be able to pick up one. Takes down Soup. Now, however, down to a 3 versus 4. What are you going to do right here if you're Elusive, man? You've got to try and take this fight, but Fizzle has been caught out pretty much in the open right now. Caden from the side angle is going to be able to land a couple shots through, but he is still behind that wall. He has to be a little bit cautious right here. Fudge doing what he can to try and move around to the side. I'm not sure whether he spotted out the movement from Fizzle there. No, he doesn't. Keenan going to be able to get the knock over on towards Stone Storm. Fudge, he's keeping an eye out. He knows that Fizzle's going to be over here somewhere, as Caden going to be getting caught with a couple shots. Morn's position is going to be given away as Fudge looking to try and find an angle here. The wall going to be in between him. He's safe for now. But you got to wonder, look, Jail Day is making a push on towards Caden as well, as shots will open up. It's Keck W Keys over from the north that starts to get involved. Caden goes down. Fudge finds Jay in the trade, however. Still knows that Fizzle's going to be around. It's Morn that finds the kill, but look at this. Keck W Keys, no surprises here. Coming for the third party and very quickly eliminated. Keck W Keys taken down Elusive. Down in 13th position, Rude.
Yeah, and it might not even be the end of that fight down on the southeast side. Lethal Association have also sort of made themselves a little bit present in the area. Looks as though Keck W Keys do know that they're nearby, so we could once again see even more fighting, as it's actually just Nitrogen holding point. The rest of Keck W are moving their way a little bit further back, trying to find their vehicles, making a different approach into this circle, as Nitrogen just get a little bit opened up on, but going to be absolutely fine. Has the Dacia and is going to retreat.
So what about that circle pop? Hey, all the way over to the northeast. I mean, you know what? Ascendants, we knew they were taking a strong compound, but this is why you see it getting crashed so much. It is just such a strong position to play out of. Nitrogen here going to be going and getting himself the drop. Of course, he will happily take that. The real question is, how effective is it going to be, though? There's Lost Reality here, going to be going for the drive-by over on towards Quick Turtles. Maro going to be able to return the fire as Teoriques pulls up. Now, not in an ideal position, however. Ripper out in the open, opens up on towards Mitchie. The headshot has been found, but is it going to be enough as the nade going to be following through quickly? Teoric still laying low, not wanting to give any audio cues away just yet. Knows that Ripper's going to be over up here, but I mean, there are just so many teams around this position. Cozy Crew, they have Vahio nearby, and he's going to be looking to try and find an angle. So I gotta say, as much as you want to feel for Lost Reality in this position, yeah, they're going to have a very rough time.
There's a lot of teams that are going to have a rough time. This circle is so brutal for so many teams. There's really not all that much to be playing, and that you can play has already been taken. Spicy Fish have taken themselves a nice little dip on the southeast side. Cozy Crew have got the single compound, really, the single bunker locked on down on that north side, and they've even got control over the compound just that is inside that circle there that they can play from for the next couple of zones. But T-Rex looking for the push. Now he's got taken over the top, but doesn't go down. Nice little hold right there as Ripper with the flashbang. He's looking to try and convert on this flush. Not able to get it. That's going to be a big knock coming through. Lost Reality keeping themselves strong here. Only 2 members alive, but standing strong when necessary. Teorics here could very well look to try and find that flush. And honestly, in a 2 versus 4 situation, very worthwhile to be picking up any point you can get.
Spicy Fish gonna be taking down Lethal Association as Mitchie wants to get a little bit more aggressive over on towards this fight. Lost Reality only too strong in this current position. You gotta feel for him a little, because getting third party this much is not ideal for any squad, especially with teams like Cozy Crew, who is such a strong squad. They're looking to do a lot of damage over on towards this. Is Pankill that opens up on towards Mitchie, however, as he might be able to find an angle on towards the second, but realistically, in this position, you know it's a max of 3 players strong. You want to start moving in towards this. JR going to be going down as Gravity eliminated out in 11th. And honestly, a surprising number of teams going out early this game. Tio, he pops up over the top, takes down Pankill as Deadeye goes down to zone. SDR going to be out as well. 9 teams remaining. And look, it's only phase 4. Poro would be checking off a box on scrims at this rate. 2 more players left to go. As Lost Reality, they need to start making a move. But I mean, Cozy are going to be posted and they are ready to take this engagement.
Flying off the hillside there, they're just going to go into another 2 members of Cozy. Delta sat with waiting, open arms, takes down Mitchie. 1 left to go into the compound. Will they be able to clutch it up? Now, just sort of sat here waiting, not willing to take the peak just yet. Underarm flashbang, smoke comes out, and now Teoric speaks out on the right-hand side, but does get dealt death as Delta, with a nice little 2-piece, picks himself up a double kill.
Yep, I mean, he got dealt death, but now his teammates are getting dealt it as well. Look at this Cozy Crew. They're taking this engagement up against Quick Turtles. As the nades are going to be coming in, they are a little bit wide for the time being. They know Zuki's up top, as the Molotov just going to be a little bit far. Zuki going to be able to land the angle on towards 1, as Ice Tech now, as the solo player left up, does have to be a little bit cautious. He wants to take this fight. He wants to pick up the kills. Hey, he's already picked up a placement point, which I'm sure he won't be expecting. But you know what? With a player like Ice Tech, he wants to go for the kills, and you can't blame him. Shots will open up from Zuki, as now Nade's going to start coming through. He's in a 1 versus 4. It's not ideal. Can he take down Vahio? Yes, he finds the headshot. Second player going down as well as Tetra eliminated, but 32 HP. Is it going to be enough? It's not looking like it. Runs out of ammo, and it's Cozy Crew that clean up the fight. Down go Quick Turtles out in 8th, and you got to be happy they picked up a placement point, but you got to feel right now, Ice Tech, you couldn't have gone for the flushes.
He might have been able to there, Chunks. I mean, you go for the highlight reel plays in certain situations, and he almost managed to pick that one up. Able to just clutch up there, though. Cozy Crew do keep themselves 3 people strong on the edge of the circle. The hard work for them not yet finished. They've got to make their way forward, but look at this. This is Mixed Reality with a full-on crash onto the Alamo. Spicy Fish are getting crashed as well, and that's not gone too well for the Spicy Fish squad, as it's going to be this drive-by meta absolutely ripping through them. Just Roth remaining now. What can he do? It's absolutely nothing. Shuru comes up clutch, and that is going to be Spicy Fish just taken out.
Yeah, let's not forget about mixed results as well. They went down on the crash over towards Ascendance here, and look at this, Keck W Keys, they're just sending it in as well now. They know that Slappers only are over in this position. They know they've been weakened. They saw the push come out. Now is the time for them to try and capitalize. Shuru gonna be posted up, does try to make the most out of it, but it's Nitrogen that finds the angle on towards it. Shuru goes down, it's up to Gortak and Hambino. Ham's gonna be tagged up as the flush comes out here from Nitrogen, connecting on towards Shuru. Retaliative alive. He's also going to be taken low as now KW Gears are going to do what they can to try and heal up. Hambino with the SLR finds the angle. Nade's going to be coming through though as he's taken down to just 10 HP. He has to go down to try and get the heal, but it's not going to be enough. Fry's able to land the angle with the grenade. Down he goes. Corsac looking out, wants to find an angle over on towards Retaliative, but it's not going to be enough. He denies the points to Zone. There it is. Slapper's down in 5th. And Rude, is this scrims right here? Because we got 5. We're in phase 5, and we've only got 4 teams remaining.
Chunks, you would be forgiven for thinking so, but this circle, it's absolutely brutal. Yes, there's some sort of forest theory that teams can be playing from, but there's just so much open terrain. Anywhere around Ascendants, you just can't play. And honestly, the teams that have died, they've died for the winning play, so to speak here. They're looking to try and find themselves a spot, and it's this southeast side has become sort of the death corner right now. Spicy Fish were there to begin with. They got sent in on by Slappers only. They then died to the KW Kias, who unfortunately look to be the next team who are going to go down. Look at that circle that we've got right now. Cozy Crew also having to make their way in. They're probably going to have to try and take the south side of Ad Astra's compound here because there's just nothing. That field is entirely exposed, and if you try and play out in there, you're going to need either one heck of a vehicle fort, or you're just going to get taken out because there's a crossfire from Ascendant, a crossfire from Ad Astra, and if either of these 2 teams with 3 people strong manage to make it anywhere near this zone, I will be incredibly surprised.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is going to have really a good position right here, because just look at all this open terrain. Cozy Crew going to do what they can over on this ridge, but KW is going to be very quickly looking to find an angle on towards it. Fry's opening up here with the SLR. We got Crate Gun versus Crate Gun, though, because take a look over at this. Fry's has himself the Grocery picked up off of Uncivil, as Vahio has himself the... Oh, is it going to be enough, however? I mean, we'll have to see. I've definitely got Vahio as one to watch, a very strong player from Cozy Crew, but for the time being, KW is going to be focusing on their rotation and getting punished by Ascendants because of it. It's going to be a Crew from a side angle, though, that finds it on towards Zealot at Astra. They haven't picked up a kill yet this game, but honestly, this is just such a strong position to work with. I mean, are you surprised to see them in the late game here, Rude?
No, this is Ad Astra's playstyle to a T. We saw them in the qualifying stages play more so toward placement than they did toward the kills, and honestly, this position as well, it can lend itself toward kill points, but if they're not looking for them, and Ad Astra typically aren't the team that go for those kill points so early on, they're going to be quite happy that they've posted themselves up. They've got 4 people strong, and this is where they start to come alive here in these endgame circles. Kind of when they need to take these fights, it's sort of their comfort zone. But somebody who is not in that comfortable zone, it is going to be the KW Kias here. Zealot, with this nice little cover built by the Dacia, is just trying to blow up the UAS, destroy some of the cover that KW have got, because they have managed to find themselves something. They're using smokes, they're using cars to build that terrain, but overall it is not going to be too pleasant at all.
I like what Zealot's doing right there. Look, he had himself the Mini. He farmed out a bunch of damage with it. He realized, look, I don't need this 5.56. Let's just burn through it, try and blow up a vehicle. And hey, credit to him, it works. He picks up the SLR, now going to try and finish the job. We'll be able to spot out Fry's over on the side angle, but Tetral with a really nice angle on towards it. Catches Zraven with the headshot. Ascendants, look, they don't have to move for the time being, but as Circle closes and pops into the next phase, they're still not going to have to move. Cozy Crew have to start that rotation, as do Ad Astra, and you got to worry right now. Look, Ad Astra, they scraped through to qualify by the skin of their teeth. They haven't picked themselves up any kill points yet. Is this going to be a 0-point game? Because realistically, there is such an open area next to them. They don't have much to play with. It might just come down to a compound crash here with the vehicles.
It could very well be one of those 0-kill games. Obviously going to get themselves a few placement points here, and honestly they're sort of one defilade, one plateau on the south side, the very south side of the circle that teams can be playing from. But other than that, it is going to be either a full crash into the compound or just take yourself a vehicle fort on some trees once again. And with 14 players still alive, trying to play vehicle forts, it's pretty difficult because there's just so many angles to be covering here. We've seen KW and Cozy make it work for this circle, but obviously as the circle closes, we get even shorter on space, much less landmass available, and those angles, they start to get tighter, they start to get easier for teams. And if they're able to find those shots, you know that they're going to be starting to take them.
There it is. Zella opens up on towards Shooter right there. Going to be able to take down the first player from Ad Astra. And it looks like they might be losing a couple more. Sarta's going to be getting absolutely torn apart by Zray as he lands the shot with the Mini 14. Zella going to be looking to find an angle over on towards him as well, but unfortunately not able to finish out the job. Or is he, as the vehicle tire going to be getting caught? He spins out. Magi lands the shot. Acro going to be going down as Tetra opening up down on the southern side. Cozy Crew, they managed to just about make it into zone here, and now they're looking to find this final player of Ad Astra. Going to be playing over the ridge, has spotted out Zuki. It's deciding to adjust his rotate in return, but I mean, Ascendants, they're already going to be absolutely trained down on towards this position. As soon as Real starts to make a move, he's going to be getting spotted out, and look, that's already going to be the case now. Sure, Ascendants don't have an angle just yet. Real still not inside the circle, though. He has to try and focus his fire over on towards Cozy Crew right now, as Nitrogen, he isn't going to be able to spot out that player just yet, but Retaliative opens up on towards Real as he's going to be pinned down towards the tree. Real safe for the time being as Ascendants returning fire over on towards Keck W Gears, as I wouldn't be surprised to see teams just end up denying to zone. Not going to be the case for Real, though. He tries to go for the extra placement point. Not going to work out. Magi finds that one. Now the question is, Rude, how is this going to wrap up? Because look, we're in phase 8. The circle is completely out in the open. Ascendants have to move last, but they also have the downside of having all the attention of both teams on towards them.
They do, but they have got this entire timing of the circle to fire off shots. They've got themselves about 2 minutes to mop up everybody on the south side. Keck WKers have got to try and make their way in from the southeast side. They've done a pretty good job at making it a very good sort of hold that they've got for themselves. Cozy Crew, though, they've not really got a position to play from. They're on this south Deathblade right here. They're proned up, just waiting and biding their time, trying to maybe find any cheeky little shots. What I love that we're seeing coming out right now is Ascendants taking the initiative, pushing out, and they're sending Zella into what is going to be a very high priority position. That is now going to be matched, actually, by Vohio, who is looking to go a little bit further, trying to make these rotates, but he's gone to a tree here that's not even inside the zone. The entirety of Ascendants trained on the south side right now. Mahi has also made it down towards Zella, and with this positioning, Ascendants, they're looking to take some shots. T-Sock manages to find Nitrogen. He is going to be flushed out instantly, but it is not without a response right here. Ascendants, they're losing people. A couple have gone down. Vohio with that Orm, able to take down Zella. Fortunately, the reses, though, they can come through in time. Draven already here on this res. Odds of a med coming through, not all that high, but Cozy, they've taken the initiative on this one as well. They're looking to try and find some shots, but Magi rips Zuki Boy out of that UAZ, and he has gone down as well. Ascendants, they do lose one, but it is for the greater good as the Cozy Crew have been taken down, and Keck W Keys are down to just 2 players.
Keck W Keys, let's be real here. They've got a rough time ahead of them. Let's see if they can maybe make something happen. It's going to be a rough fought final stand as Retaliative getting taken down low. It's Ascendants doing the damage on towards it. Fries doing what he can to hold the side angle, but it's not really looking ideal in this current position. We'll see how it ends up going. We are into phase 9. 5 seconds till the zone starts moving, but realistically, it is all about some of these players trying their best to make a final stand, and I'm not sure how promising that's going to be looking right now in this position.
You got to look for those peaks, looks for those shots. I mean, he gets his tag on one person. It's good initiative from Retaliative, but there are 2 other players that can pin you down, and on a single tree, Fry's unable to make anything happen. Ascendants Esports there. They get themselves 10 kills and a chicken dinner.
10 kills and a chicken dinner. It's got to be an impressive one, but let's take a look down at Spicy Fish. No surprises there. An insane amount of kills. They only get themselves 1 placement point, but in a zone like that, can you ask for anything more?
8 kills is really, really solid regardless of where you end up. And, you know, going out in that 7th position, they're going to be happy that they've been able to pick themselves up so many kills in the early stages of the game right there. We saw them with a couple of very greedy splits that obviously paid off there. They weren't able to make it all the way into that late game there. Really rough, hard shifts coming northeast time and time again actually do end up paying off for Ascendants more so than for any other team. But, you know, looking across the board, there's a lot of teams with some kills in there, and they're all going to be happy that they've been able to pick up something out of a pretty rough game.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, that's it for game number 1. We're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes with a kind of wrap-up from our analysts.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ESL PUBG Masters Open Qualifiers. My name's King Big Dip on the analyst desk with Span Cargo. Miss Span, how you doing today?
I am good. How about yourself, King?
I'm doing pretty great. Just got finished and taking some notes here on
Same.
game number 1 of today. And what a game that was, Span. Going into that game, you and we talked about this a little bit yesterday on our cast, our top pick and our underdog pick. Can you just quickly refresh everyone watching who your top pick and underdog pick were?
My top pick was Slappers. My underdog pick was Lost Reality.
So Slappers only, they ended up finding themselves a 5th place spot after game number 1. They picked up 6 kills with 5th place. That's going to give them a few positional points going into game number 2. So they're going to be feeling pretty good about that. And Lost Reality, they found themselves a 9th place finish in game number 1 with 2 kill points added to their tally. Actually, quickly, before I talk about my teams, I want to talk about Lost Reality and the game that they had. They opted to go for a shelter send, and they got stuck. I think they fought Cozy Crew along with another team down to the south of them. Can you expand upon that and what happened?
Well, what it looked like to me is that they got stuck underneath shelter with a team above them, and then when they tried to come out of it, a bunch of them just got to wait at the entrances and take them out. So that was a quite short game for them being held out there. And then even at the very end, when they still had a few left alive, they got in that last fight with Cozy, who ended up, as we know, getting up into the top 4. So
yeah, I believe it was one of the Lost Reality members who ended up sending it to the compound just northwest of a shelter. It got themselves into a 1v1, and unfortunately it just it didn't work out for them. Cozy Crew ended up winning that fight and moving on to the next circle. My top picks going into this round were Spicy Fish, and my underdog pick is Rise Esports. But quickly, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboards going into the next game. It looks like Ascendance Esports are going to be on top. It's going to be 20 total points for them. Tech W Kiers find themselves in 2nd with 13 total points, and Cozy Crew in 3rd with 11. Spicy Fish find themselves in 4th. This is the team that I picked as my top team. They got 7th place positionally, Span, but they picked up 8 kills in doing so. That really demonstrates the importance of kill points. Do you think they are the kind of team that can win this tournament based on kill points alone, or do you think they really need to start getting to the end of some of these games?
I mean, just any team really needs to definitely keep track of both, but I do believe Spicy Fish is one of the teams that aggression is a lot to them. They do pick up a lot of kills with their rosters, so they do need to get both, but I'm sure that kills will definitely be a lot of their points.
And then, like I said, my underdog pick coming in today was Rise Esports. Rise, they really surprised me in round number 2. Coming into round 3, they took a Western drop spot early on and then moved their way east. They got stuck on zone when they came in. They ended up crashing one of the teams on the west side of Circle and going down to them. But let's talk about this team that ended up winning the game, Ascendance Esports. They started out dropping, where did they drop? I think it was around Yasnaya, somewhere around there, and they ended up grabbing Alamo at the end of the game and barely had to push out the entire time. What was the idea going on there positionally? Did they not want to be super aggressive?
Well, they actually had one person Alamo for a while, and then the other 3 were in Heaven and Hell, and then right when the circle popped, they're able to drive right down. They had that since circle 3, actually. And then from there, yeah, they just got to stay in there and push out only when they needed to, and that won them the game. So very nicely played by them, but we're getting into our second game. Let's throw it back over to Chunks and Rude Dude for game 2.
Thank you so much for that, Span and King. I want to apologize to everyone for the horrible video quality right there, though. We're trying to level up the production, and it seems like my PC doesn't want us to do it. So apologies for the really laggy video. We'll try and get that fixed for next game. But Rude, it's game number 2. What about this playing path, eh?
You know, it's actually pretty similar, right? The drop spots that we're going to be seeing, I don't anticipate will be all that different. That being said, we have seen a small adaptation come on through already with Rise Esports making their way not into military base but over the island. They're going to be taking a little bit of a south and western Sosnovka split, and they're going to be making themselves feel quite at home down on the south side of the Sosnovka island with slappers only as well. From game 1, they looted Zaki. Game number 2, they're going to adapt it, come down to Novorepnoy. We do see, though, two teams coming very close toward one another. This is Cozy Crew and Mixed Reality. Both could very well make themselves a little bit of a fight right here, and Mixed Results, rather, I should say, as that's their actual team name.
It happens, dude. It happens. Mixed Results, they are going to be landing through. Looks like they're going for a vehicle, though. Going to hop into the US and try to get away. But let's see if Cozy Crew are going to be able to punish it. Azuki, he's already got himself an M4. You hear the shots starting to rain through from his teammates. Let's see if maybe he can finish the job. There it is. Delta going to be able to land one with the M16. No real point in Mixed Results going for the revive there. It would have done more harm than good. There it is. You know, they've got themselves an early game kill. Mixed Results, maybe not so much, but Rude. Let's take a look over at this map real quick. What are we thinking? Millie game for game number 2?
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're thinking here. There's a very small chance that this one comes back up to the north, but honestly, you're not anticipating that. It would take several hard shifts, and I don't think any of the teams are going to be banking on that, especially when the entirety of Sosnovka is encompassed in this first circle here. So all of the teams that are on Sosnovka Island are going to have themselves a fairly easy time. Rise Esports are sort of in the most extreme sort of position relative to where the other squads on Sosnovka are. Anticipate that Slappers probably take somebody at least up to that observatory to get themselves some good scouting down. Lethal Association as well. They can get themselves a really decent spread in and around this Sosnovka Island, potentially take themselves ATC down on the south side of the base, potentially take themselves Nursery just on the northeastern side. There's a lot of terrain to be covered, and honestly, before Circle 2 or 3, you don't know what kind of military island circle this one be. We've seen many end just to the west of Novorepnoy. We've seen many end in and around that military base here, Chunks. Just our final game of round number 2, we did see one just to the north of that military base itself. So a lot of stuff still up for grabs, and a couple of teams already sort of chancing their arms with the bridge, as we can see both 300 and Salty Fish here going nearby both west and east bridges respectively, trying to make themselves a little bit of a way across.
Salty Fish. Come on, man. Our top team in the lobby. I understand you're getting Mixed Results name wrong, but come on. You got it. You got to remember, it's the Spicy Fish.
Spicy Fish. That's okay.
They got to bring the spice, you know. Come on, dude.
Well, after a 7th place position in a top run,
they might be salty fish now.
Game.
Yeah, fair point.
That's all it is.
I mean, you know what? I think one team that might just be pivotal in these milli circles, might just end up being Inquisition here, because, I mean, look, in this playing path, not a lot of teams did drop onto the East Coast, but if the fact was that, you know, more teams maybe landed up over towards Lip, up towards Yaz, Inquisition could have been pivotal right here. They could very easily set up a bit of a camp down on that southern side over towards the boats, you know, try and hold out a lot of teams. As much so as, you know, those like Milta teams can be, where they land over towards the bridge kind of area, set themselves up a bit of a camp. And speaking of which, 300, I've seen them bust out this before. They don't appear to be rocking the M249s this time, Rude, but I mean, still 300 on a bridge camp. It's not a team that you want to run into with realistically what is going to be the very beginning of the game.
Supposedly a lot of these teams will be trying to make their way over onto the Sosnovka Island very early on. So 300 not going to spend too much time sitting, waiting at that bridge for the teams to come across. They do take the initiative there. So they're playing this one pretty slowly here, and you should definitely try and do that here with a military circle like this. When you're trying to cross a bridge, just having somebody potentially holding that anchor point always going to work out pretty well for you. They're going to be able to get across that bridge fairly unsuccessfully. Now we're here on board with Uncivil, as they're just sort of getting themselves the final few bits of loot. They did go for a bit of an early rotate here, so anything that they can pick up on these small little one stories will be greatly appreciated. And overall, setting themselves up for a zone just to the north, really. Very central of Circle 1, but really pretty northern on Sosnovka.
So this is one of those things I find really interesting here because, you know, Spicy Fish, they typically go for that radio tower very early on. We saw that last round, but now with Slappers only going to be going for it, the question is, are they going to, you know, play as well as we maybe saw in, you know, the last round where Spicy Fish were just able to grab control of that radio tower and just do so much damage out of it. And, you know, speaking of doing damage, Sociopath, is he going to hear this crate? Is he going to be able to pick it up? Yes, he will. He might just be able to grab himself an AWM right here, Rude.
Yeah, the sort of one-shot potential of an Orm sort of overpowers the sort of general rule of thumb that we have that DMRs tend to outweigh those bolt actions. And even so, if you're able to just pick it up, give it to your preferred team bolter, it's also a good method for success, though. Spicy Fish, they are going to spot out Lost Reality. They, remember, did make their way in via the boat and Uncivil, just with some free shots as you like. He's going to get clapped on back, though. Mitchy boy defends his teammate and Uncivil with no Spicy Fish members nearby, surely going to fall.
Bitchy boy, you can't do that. Uncivil, he's one of the top players in the lobby. You can't just style on him like that, dude. But hey, he's going to be able to. Keenan doing what he can to try and open up, as is Sharpshot here. But Lost Reality here, look, we knew they were a strong squad coming into it. I don't really think anyone was expecting them to put up a fight in the way that they just did. What an amazing bolt shot. Uncivil is going to be one very salty fish this game, Rude.
It's catching on. I can feel the rebrand already. They've got themselves obviously 3 members going forward, and now we've got the others trying to make their way in. Inquisition, though, they've posted themselves up just on the southeast side of Milter Power. They have gone for some full-on rotation camp right here. Someone does receive a shot for good measure, but honestly, they should be more than able to, at the very least, blow up this boat. They've even got Fudge even holding even further south there. All not going to be too easy with some very long-range shots needing to come on through. Inquisition, they pick themselves up. I think that's 2 kills onto S1 right there.
Yep, 2 kills. The vehicle's gone. Morns and Yasugo, they've got a bit of a way to go, so not ideal for them. I mean, I think they might be able to make it in. Honestly, in this position, it wouldn't surprise me to see them just drown right here. Honestly, in a zone like this, that is rough to say the least. Yeah, that is it over. For some reason I thought they were down at Millie Island. Then no, they are over at Milter. Yeah, S1 are. Yeah, they're dead. There's no other way to put it. Let's be real here.
It's the Dunzo Manifesto, unfortunately, for Elusive. They're going to have to try and brush themselves off, dust themselves down, and pick themselves up a bit more success in the future games, because this one, it's not for them, unfortunately. We do now see San Diego Rarity here pushing on in, one of our invited teams to this round, looking to try and find a shot here with that Car 98 Deadeye, looking to sort of give a bit of a repeat back onto Lost Reality, unable to find those connections, and now opening up, recognizing that there's now a player nearby. Lost Reality should be able to sort of formulate a plan and try and hold out SDR from a bit further south.
The problem with Deadeye is he always rocks the bolt, but that's also the reason you love to watch him, because when he hits those shots, they are just so satisfying. You thought Mitchie's shot with the bolt was insane. Wait until you see Deadeye bust those out. I think it's only really a matter of time. As I mean, Rude, we're about to hit the 10-minute mark. Any predictions on what you're thinking here with maybe how this next zone could go? Or is this just one of those that it's still completely up in the air?
Yeah, until Circle 2 comes on through, the orientation of where these teams need to start going, very much all up in the air right now. What I think that we could also see potential really hard north shift, which sort of centers itself on that northern side of Sosnovka, and could aid into another potential second hard shift up to the north, and a sort of reverse Gen G style, where we think it's going to go on to the Sosnovka island and then hard yoinking back over to the main island. That being said, obviously, about 4 seconds left before this one pops itself. Let's see what we get. It's a fairly northern shift there, so there's the chance here, Chunks. We could very well see it.
I mean, it doesn't matter how you put it. This is not a good circle for these teams, just because let's be real here. About a third of this circle is completely unplayable, and if you count, you know, crossing that bridge as unplayable, then you know, going into this next phase, all these northern teams are going to have to make a cross. So realistically, I wouldn't be surprised to see them start to make a move now, you know, and head down towards the south. But I mean, there's the potential here. Look, Water Shift doesn't come in until phase number 4. We could end up seeing this, you know, be a 50-50 circle and potentially even, you know, ending up on the Northern Island. Even though, I mean, the chances are slim, it could happen.
Yeah, and you know, I'm going to preface this by saying this is all entirely luck, but 2 out of 2 games, I'm on fire with my Circle 2 shift predictions right here. They've gone very much in the orientation we'll say said, as we are seeing a couple of fights start to break out. That's down on that far southwestern side of the circle between KEKW Kias and Quick Turtles. Not able to really find all that much, just a quick knock and flush, but it looks like they're actually trying to push on to Quick Turtle here. Pankill retreating off of this hillside as KEKW, they are just fully sending it, and Shift W action in motion, trying to make their way up this hillside.
Hey, you gotta worry though. KEKW Keys, I don't think they have the info of how many players are up here, which now is going to be 0. Quick Turtles pan kill. He decided to get the hell out of there, because you get caught with damage like that, you immediately start the rotate. Speaking of rotates, at Astra, they're going to be getting crashed in towards as Gravity tried to make their rotate. JR going to be able to find Acros Artus. It's one of the final players left standing, caught out from the side angle. Not going to be expecting JR there. Baddie goes down, but quickly taken down in the trade, as I mean, at Astra out in 15th. That is not ideal for them right there. Really, you know, perfect push coming out there from Gravity. But I mean, they've drawn the attention of Ascendant, so we'll see how things end up going here. And you got to worry right now, right? These teams that are banking on the north, what are they going to do when this pulls down to the south? Or if it pulls down to the south, I should say, because SDR are just absolutely posted up around this cliffside.
Well, Ascendants, they've got the small opportunity to take themselves either the ferry or just a quick swim. Mixed results have got first access at least, to that bridge. And for Cozy Crew and Gravity, it's all up in the air. They might have to dip into that blue once again, take themselves a little bit of damage, go over to the west potentially. It's going to be difficult to try and see which way they move their way forward from us. We do see D-Rich there, able to take down Zealot. The res should be able to come on through without too much difficulty. And it's not just SDR, right, posted up. There's obviously all of the angles that they can see along the entire coastline, and even as far over to that western side of the circle as well. 300 are looking for people moving off of those hillsides and looking to see if they can maybe try and find themselves a couple knocks, a couple kills inside that water, as teams maybe try and take this a little bit of a swim tate into our new circle.
Yeah, I mean, swimming, it's really not ideal for any of these teams here, and I guess we're about to find out exactly how things are going to go, as JR going to be opening up, D-Rich looking to find an angle as well. But let's take a look over at this now, Rude. Circle about to pop as these teams engage on towards each other. Let's see how it ends up going.
Comes back south, everyone's going to be happy. Well, I'll say everyone's going to be happy. The teams on the south side of the island have less of a chance at dying in this circle. There's a lot of teams out on the east, out on the south, that have still got to make their way in. There's a lot of teams on the north that also have to do something. Maybe not necessarily this circle, but next circle, when we get that water shift coming on in, we know it's going to bank hard south, come right back on to pretty much where Neff and Spicy Fish are, somewhere in the region that they've got for themselves is that sort of area we're expecting. And 300, they've got themselves a real good opportunity to reconsolidate in a very fine position, but you can see that kill feed already lighting up right here. We've got Vox taking a couple shots onto, is that just Quick Turtles knocking around in those bunkers? It is. They're not in the best position themselves, but with those Dacias are able to make themselves a little bit of distance and buy themselves a bit of time here. Vox should hop back into his Dacia, recombine with the team, and now looking at it, Rise taking unfortunate fights up against KEKW Kias, and as well as that, mixed results, they've also made their way across the bridge. And is this just Winnie here? He's out in the blue. The rest of the team taking a bit of damage inside the circle that's just up against Rise. Looking to make that push on forward, and it's not really going all that well here for Rise Esports.
Winnie, you're looking the wrong way. Moratorium's completely out in the open. Look over to your right. No, don't look at Wazuppy. He's looking the wrong way. War's been able to get behind the rock, but it's actually going to be the Socio from behind coming in that gets the knock on towards it. He tries to take down some from mixed results as well. With the barrel, it's not really going to work out too well. But I got to say, an interesting start coming out for them as all the fights starting to pop off now. The circle continues to close. Gravity have made the push over on towards Ascendant. chance here as only 2 players going to be left up for them. It's Zealot and Magi. Zealot going to be opening up a couple big shots on towards Zov. Never mind, Magi going to be going down. JR going to be the one to find on towards that one. As I mean, look, we've got a minute until this zone is completely closed in, and it looks like we're going to have constant fighting until then. Cozy Crew moving in from the northern side as JR going to be looking to try and find an angle. He should have heard these players moving in just now. Svahio going to be over on the left. He should see a bit of the movement potentially if Vahio tries to hop up on towards this rock. We'll have to see though. JR, you can tell he's going to be locked in on this position. He knows that someone's around here, but Vahio has been able to move away for the time being. Cozy Crew might just want to disengage and retaliative with the run over on towards mixed results now.
Oh, mixed results have been on an absolute journey this rotation. They've gone from, they were on Sharkfin, and they've moved all the way around into just, I think it's just Darth remaining in that spot in the circle that he's got for himself. But we do see JR able to finally open up that Zuki boy that goes down. The rest of Cozy Crew looking for the response, not quite able to find it as JR hits the deck. Does go down to Vahio there, does manage to get picked up. Sovereign now the last remaining member alive for Gravity. Zealot, the last one for Ascendance. They're going to be having themselves a little bit of an Olympic battle right here as they try and do their long-distance swimming.
Zealot just taking a little dip as, I mean, phase 4's popped. Goes hard down to the south. I don't think any real surprises there as it was that water shift, but now Ascendance and Gravity, they each have a player that needs to make it across. Zuki actually going to be getting re-knocked to zone here on his way in. Cozy Crew going to be looking to try and find the revive on towards that, but I mean, phase 4, no one is looking in a really good position right now as it looks like Zuki... Oh no, is Zuki disconnected? He kept moving when Vahio was trying to res. I think he might have DC'd right there.
You do hate to see it. We had one of those in our round qualifiers, but it happens, unfortunately. Such as online qualifiers. You have to sort of get over that one and adapt. And well, not adapt. There's not really much you can do about internet issues. But you know, dust yourself off. Get ready for the next one. As Zealot, unfortunately, does drown there in the ocean, probably receiving some fair amount of shots from San Diego Rarity, and that's exactly what's going on. Zovrin now meeting pretty much the exact same fate. Have to see whether or not Cozy have themselves a similar issue as well, as they have to make their way across the river here. Obviously, with this shift, a lot of the teams were anticipating a hard south shift. They got it. It's only the teams on the very east and the very west that have to try and make their way in. You're looking toward Lost Reality and you're looking toward Inquisition to see how they push their way forward.
Yeah, SDR here, they're keeping an eye out. Look, Innate has moved so aggressively here, but he hasn't spotted out a single player from Cozy Crew, even though they're over, you know, jumping down the cliff. Now Zovrin going to get aggressive on towards this. It might allow Delta start getting involved. A Spicy Fish, they're going to be taking engagement up against Lost Reality. There's only one player left up, and right as I was about to switch to it, Roth cleans up beautifully with the nade. Keenan doing some work as well. Spicy Fish, they clean up the fight. Mixed results going down as well. Darth going to be getting eliminated by Wazupi, the final player left up from Rise Esports, but honestly, he is just absolutely pinned right here. Shuru going to be up over on the east, as are Lethal Association and Quick Turtles over on the west. Yeah, they are going to have a very rough time right here. Wazupi, the nade will land through. Might just be a little bit far, but hey, now the vehicles come out. Ripper's going to be looking to try and find an angle on towards this. Morrow opening up, as does Ripper. The headshot comes through. Rise Esports down 11th, but Ripper ain't relenting right here. He sees Lethal Association over on the east, and that is his cue to start shooting. Cozy Crew, they tried to make a cross. Vahio, Tetra, both going to be going down. Delta eliminated as well. Out go Cozy Crew, and Zovrin has somehow just managed to completely run away out of this. Slappers out in 9th, 8 teams remaining. What are these circles today, Rude? Everyone is going down just so early.
Incredibly crazy right here. You know, military circles sometimes can be pretty nice. This one, not so. There is a lot of open terrain in this. There's a couple hillsides, a couple of little forests on the northern side, and then just these small little one-story buildings that teams have got for cover. And when you have to move from one to the other, it can be incredibly difficult here. Vehicles are going to be king in this zone. As we see, KekWK is actually making their way into a very decent position right now. It's Fries who's made his way into the central spot, but 300, they're under a lot of fire from Winnie, from the teammates here. They're all sort of pincered out along this ridgeline, and they've got themselves so much control over this western side of the circle. 300 are just getting battered.
Neff taken down low as well behind the vehicle, but he finds the angle. The AK coming out big with the headshot. Nitrogen up the hill is going to try and land a bit of util. It's certainly looking close, and it will connect. Down goes Neff. Head kick also eliminated. Later, as the final player left up is going to be trying to return fire over on towards one, but he can't quite find it just yet. WK is opening up down from the southern side as Lethal Association getting torn apart by Quick Turtles. Maro able to find the flushes on towards two. Socio as the final player left up, running the gauntlet, torn apart as Maro peeks up over the top, finishes the job. Down go Lethal Association out in 8th. Inquisition going to be losing one as well as Tomil and Fudge both going to be eliminated. Soup looking like he's quickly going to follow. Caden over on the edge, just keeping an eye out through the window, wants to try and find something. Actually going to opt to go for the revive on towards Soup here, but if SDR realize this, they're going to start quickly making the push, and honestly, with a player like Innate, it wouldn't surprise me to see him just absolutely W key on towards this.
There is that sort of tempered aggression that they're feeling right here. You know, not going to go for the push 2 just yet. Caden actually takes down Deadeye right there. That's a pretty big opening. SDR, they've taken another casualty, and that Molotov is actually going to flush out Innate right here. Does go on to Inquisition. They pick themselves up that one despite the attempted third party. Soup just pushes on in. That's going to be another flush coming on through. The rest of San Diego, they are up on the hill to the west of them right here. And against all odds, Inquisition, they found a way in.
You know who else is trying to find a way in, though? Look at this. Over on the east, Roth working in. He takes the vehicle, does get pushed away by Caden, who is extremely low. Only bandages to work with. Needs Soup to try and drop him a first aid or something here, which appears to be the case. But look, phase 5 is closing in. 25 seconds left. What are we saying here, Rude?
I think KEKWK has got themselves such a good spot, provided that they don't lose one to Zov here inside this building. They should be in a brilliant position to try and take this game. That's going to be retaliative, able to take down the remaining members of Gravity. They've got themselves, obviously, a little bit of something to do here with the majority of this circle. Quick Turtles, they do take a single casualty. Morrow gets knocked, but isn't going to be flushed out with the circle. Forgiving here, they should be able to pick up that res. And just as I say, the circle is fairly favoured for KEKW. It's sort of hard shifts away from them here. These late game hard shifts can be brutal. And they've only got Fries KK in a decent position in at least some sort of hard cover inside this new zone. And just look at who is favoured here. We've got Spicy Fish. They've got themselves a little bit of a building, a little bit of a hillside to be trying to work with as well. And they've got Inquisition firmly in their sights.
Yep, Spicy Fish. They're looking to try and find an angle right here, but I mean, Inquisition, they might just end up denying to zone in a position like this. Never mind, Inquisition. Not one's known for running away from the fight. So now, shots will be opening up from Roth here. Trying to find a headshot on towards Caden, but he can't quite finish off the job. Keenan can be forced to kind of lay down low for a minute. Goes for the boosts. So now, Spicy Fish over on the southeastern side. Sharpshot still playing anchor as Keenan and Roth. They want to try and find an angle, but it's just not ideal right now. The smoke wall coming out for Inquisition. The Soup going to do what he can to try and survive, but now, yeah, the smokes only last so long. Keenan gets the kill, but it's Caden that's taken down by Lucid Freak, so SDR going to be picking up a point out of it, and, I mean, taking a look over at this kind of circle now, it's going to continue to close. Quick Turtles have a bit of a way to go, and you got to feel like, you know, SDR, even though they have to work down this ridge, are going to be looking in a pretty strong position to maybe pick up a couple frags here.
Need to try and find these rotation kills if at all possible. That's a kill that's just gone begging that they've not been able to pick up. Sat on the roof, back to 2 members. You hate to see those ones disappointingly missed out on. They've got themselves just a little bit of terrain to continue to work with. This circle, they've probably got some sort of landmass that they can use. The next one, it's going to be pretty difficult here. They have got a fair few smokes, though, a lot of utility in their back pocket to try and make their way potentially to a shack, potentially to another sort of rock or tree that they can be using for their benefit. They have, of course, got to contend with Keenan, who's just sat here watching, waiting eagerly with the Mini 14 to try and find some shots and spraying into the smoke right there. He doesn't have the most amount of bullets, so does need to be cognizant of that, recognizing that, hey, I can try and take shots, but not all that many. As finally, we do see Lucid Freak falling. That's going to be at the hands of Nitrogen, but KEKWK as they're getting sieged upon from other directions right here. This is Quick Turtles, who made a push in from a very far western position. Nitrogen able to take down the rest of San Diego Rarity. They all fall down. A nice, valiant 4th place fight from them. These Quick Turtles, the way they've made their way in and on this western side, they've had themselves a fairly decent game.
Yeah, this is a rough one here for Quick Turtles now, though, because look at this. Keg W Keys are already trained on towards this position. They were doing a lot of damage. Ripper is up the hill, trying his best to survive, but it's retaliative and Fries open up. It's going to leave only one player left up. It's Ripper. He's going to do what he can to make a final stand, but 32 bullets left in his barrel. Nothing left to pick up. It's not going to be ideal. Rhett makes a push. He is taken from the side, drops down prone. Ripper finds it, secures the point as well. One more will get him another point if he's able to finish off the job. And a bit of respite here because Fries is going to be all the way down the ridge. There it is. The shots do come out. Down he goes. Now Ripper making a final stand. 16 HP, 16 bullets, but there it is. No real surprises there. It's going to be Roth that peeks up over the top. Spicy Fish now with pretty much complete zone control. It's a 1 versus 3, and I'm not sure how much longer that's really going to last for right here.
Pretty much impending doom coming on right now for Fries. Short of an absolute mad mode clutch. It will be a very succinct victory here for confirmed Spicy Fish this game. They will not be salty about taking 10 points for a first place. The shots coming through from Keenan now officially out of those mini 14 bullets, and Roth, you can see there with the Molotov, picks up the win. Only 6 kills here for Spicy Fish, not quite as many as we maybe have come to expect from them, but they do, of course, get themselves that chicken dinner.
Just look at that. Keg W Key is pretty much getting the clean sweep on the leaderboard. 13 kills, 2,000 damage. You gotta say, I don't think any team really had a horrible game right there. I feel like everyone, sure it was rough. Most teams able to pick up at least 1 point. It's good, but at the same time, in a zone like that, it isn't all about, just being able to have a heavy fragging game no matter what. It really does come down to, look, sometimes you get a rough zone, you have a rough time to make it in, and I think that's demonstrated. So considering how the circle was, I think all teams did a relatively good job right there, Rude.
Yeah, I think that save for Elusive and Adastri are teams that are going down 16th and 15th. Elusive, that's one to forget, one to sort of forget that ever happened, really. Sort of awkward boat death on the edge of Milta, something that you can sometimes not really bank on when there's a team trying to bridge camp you quite like, or rotate camp you quite like that. But you're quite right, with a circle that was quite so disgusting as that one, with several hard shifts coming through, and especially on a military island as well, always pretty difficult to be playing out. So for the majority of these teams, kudos, well played, getting yourself some either kills or placement points. You have to give them credit.
But Rude, that's going to be it for us right now. We've got 2 wonderful guests over on the desk, though. It's King, Big Dip, and Span. Guys, what are we making of that game?
Yeah, thank you for that, Chunks. Span, that game with Spicy Fish ending up taking the victory, it was pretty obvious. You were just talking about how this is a pretty run-of-the-mill military game, but we saw a circle shift head up north, I think around, I want to say that was Circle 3 that had a circle shift that had both the main island and military island in there. And for a moment, it seemed like it could have gone up north. Tell me about what happened around then.
Yeah, both Circle 2 and 3 both had the possibility of looking like it could go to the northern side, but really once it moved to Circle 3, where the majority of it was to the southern side, that phase 3 to 4 is going to move to the southern side. But still, because there was a possibility, there are actually a lot of teams still up on the northern side, and we ended up seeing a fight between a lot of those teams. I mean, Ascendance was up there clearly trying to hold all those rocks for an easy move over, but we saw that at Ash got crashed there from another team as well, so they ended up having to get in a fight with those guys, and Cozy was also up there to then come and third party it. So it was just a big mess up there that just resulted in everybody jumping in the water, trying to swim for it, and then being held out by SDR.
Speaking of being held out, I actually want to talk about a boatation that we saw early game. Elusive grabbing a boat from Lipovka, but little did they know Inquisition were on the eastern side waiting for them. Is that because Inquisition saw them on the drop? What was the play there? Did they know they were there?
I would assume usually teams that go on ahead and hold those rocks all the way on the eastern side have some sort of knowledge of a team going Lipovka, and with it going military, there's usually a strong chance that Lipovka is going to go on ahead and take their hard spawn, the boat spawn there, and just make a botation. And you can't go far enough at that one point to quite get away from any shots coming from those rocks. So Inquisition took full chances on it, waited for Lipovka to make the rotation. They ended up killing 2 out of the boat and a boat vehicle explosion, and then the zone was there. So the other 2 ended up dying to zone because they were both half HP. So those are some really nice early kill pickups that then they just got into their own boat and finished their own rotation quite easily and alone.
And if you're elusive right now, how are you feeling? Are you absolutely infuriated?
Yes.
I mean, okay. So from a personal perspective, I know Fizzle, I know Jay all day, I know you Sugal. Those guys definitely take this game super seriously. Is that one of those situations where they're going to be in Gen chat ready to go to flame Inquisition, or are they just going to take it on the chin, be angry about it, and then try something new next time?
You know, I'm not quite sure. I think a lot of these guys can differ a lot depending on the player or who does it to them and so on. But I think that they now know that they probably can't go on ahead and get away with that. At least expect a little bit more. Maybe they need to go with an early rotation, maybe use vehicles instead. But I'm sure that they're not going to let that happen again now that we're going into game 3. Maybe they don't want to mess with that anymore. They know what kind of lobby that they're playing in now at this point.
Yeah, 100%. We have one more Erangel game before we move on to 3 Miramar games. So if we see another military circle, I'm sure Elusive are not going to go for a botation this time around. May want to risk it on bridge. But I want to take it to the end of the game. We saw a really, really good play from Spicy Fish to kind of gain that awareness of Keck W on the western side and Quick Turtles down to the southwest, getting into a fight, losing one on either side, and then pushing. Describe to me what the comms would maybe sound like in that team chat and how they knew really to make that push.
At the very end there?
Yeah.
Well, I am sure that paying attention to how many people are alive, usually in a situation like that, at the very, very end, when you see people fighting, you want to go on ahead and make a push onto it. Because if there's anybody that gets downed, you want to go and capitalize off of it to make sure that none of the reses come into play. So I'm sure right when they saw the fighting start, they're just like, oh, here's our chance. Go on ahead and push that, third party it, and win the game. And I mean, that's exactly what happened. Really, they went third party it, made sure that no reses could happen. And then there's only one person left inside the compound. So it was an easy 3v1 at the end.
Yeah, Spicy Fish end up with the 6-kill victory in that game. So it's going to bring them 16 points going into game number 3. But I do also want to point out, Chunks and Rude Dude also talked about it a little bit with Keck W picking up 13 kills in game number 2 and over 2,000 damage in game 2 alone. Are they feeling pretty good about that game? You know, talk about their game a little bit.
I am sure that they are. You know, they weren't any of the 4 or 3 teams that originally dropped military base. So when they started making all their initial rotations and playing to get inside zone, it's usually military where you do see a lot of guys fighting for their spot. And it looks like HectorBQs are definitely one of those teams able to pick up 13 of those kills. And
so let's go ahead and... Sorry to cut you off. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the scoreboard span. Talk a little bit about that if you have that pulled up.
I definitely can. Excuse me. Well, because of KekDWQers and their 13 kills there in second place, 6 points. It looks like they're now in first place with a total of 32 points, 20 kills on the board for them. And second is now Spicy Fish with 25 total points. Ascendance Esports now in third with 23. Quick Turtles in fourth with 17. Cozy Crew in 5th, 14, Inquisition with 11, Sandy Rarity with 11, Slappers with 10, Mixed Results with 7, and Gravity with 6. And I went on ahead and read all top 10 there because it is top 10 that all these teams want to be at by the end of these qualifying games tomorrow.
Yeah, just a reminder for those of you watching, like she just said, the top 10 move on to the next round, which isn't necessarily a round. It's actually group stages where they're going to compete against 16 other invited teams in a group stage of 24. Where the top 8 from the group stages will move on to the ESL PUBG Masters Finals, where they will compete for a prize of $50,000. A lot of moolah on the line, but ladies and gentlemen, it's time to find out who's going to be the winner of game number 3 today, as it is time now to send it back over to our casters, Chunks and Rudude, as we head on in to game number 3.
They really are, you know, some sort of pride maybe needing to be a little bit restored after some rogue military shenanigans, and something that I sort of noticed from that leaderboard right there. We touched on Ad Astra in game number 1 with their sort of low kill gameplay. They've actually not been able to pick up a kill just yet, and granted, we're only 2 games in, but you really need to be picking those ones up pretty soon here. Yes, it is top 10 that go through, and yes, that creates a little bit more leeway with the amount of points that you need to be generating here. It's not quite as unforgiving as the top 4 format that we had in the previous round, but I'm looking toward Ad Astra to maybe start picking themselves up, because going into Miramar, right, changing the map, getting yourself a bit of a shake-up, and still not having a kill, as a player, feels pretty bad, let alone for an entire team. We got ourselves, again, just a very simple playing path that goes and pretty much cuts everybody into a position they might like, you know, save for Lethal Association, who we know opt into that military island. Looks like they could even try and go there anyway, but they've got themselves, obviously, for the rest of the teams, a fairly decent playing path. They should be able to stretch to wherever they so desire. Could very well see a lot of inhabitants in and around that northwestern side, you know, Hospital, Georgia Pole, again, if that so begins to be the case. And looking at, you know, no teams will be going to Primorsk, Ferry Pier, stuff like that. So we might see an alternate drop coming through from the likes of 300, who like to be going down on the Ferry Pier area. For the most part, though, teams should be fairly well situated and should be able to get themselves into a good spot. The Circle, very unlikely to be down on that military island this game.
You know what would be really cool this game, Rude, is if I had a game where I didn't have technical issues. I just realized my mic has been muted this entire time, so very cool.
Lovely.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Hey, I'm a professional, all right? Hey,
happens to the best of us. We're spectating salty fish now, right?
Yeah, salty fish. Yeah, obviously, down on the southern side. They are going to be a little salty, though, because take a look over at this. Their drop spot, it's kind of being contested here. Lethal Association are going to be moving down to the south, but yeah, you gotta be a little upset right there. I mean, let's take a look over at the Circle, though. Pretty hard to the east. What are your thoughts on this one, Rude?
We're looking like it could very well be a carbon copy of game number 1 right here. It's a little bit over to the east relative to the first Circle we had for game 1 of the evening, but overall it's very, very similar here. There's a little bit more cadence toward Lumberyard, toward Mill to Power, and if we get ourselves one of those southeast shifts very early on, we could see a lot of teams sort of hard done by here, obviously with loads of teams making their way in on the northwestern side of this Circle. You anticipate that that is going to be the more congested side, especially since if we go to the, you know, far south, far east side of the Circles, this is just water. This is unplayable terrain right here. So you've effectively got, we'll be generous, 85% of a Circle that you can be playing in here. But obviously, teams would much rather have that full 100%, would obviously be liking to take as much terrain as possible. And in a Circle quite like this, there are a lot of hills, right? That center Circle position can hold a lot of teams in it, with that Lumberyard being so very wavy in its terrain, a lot of defilade dotted around. Can get a lot of teams in and around those areas. So I don't anticipate there'll be too much issue with finding 64 players inside our first Circle. The only real issue will become when we see those rotations start to come on through, and already you can see Elusive, they've taken themselves that nice little compound, that old spawn where we saw Ad Astra have a decent placement in game number 1, making their way over there very early doors and taking this one a little bit away from Ascendants, who are all the way up in Severny here.
Yeah, and I mean, you know what? You've got to feel for these teams over on the northern side. Look, Slappers, all the way in Zaki, and they're not really one of those edge teams that we talk about a lot either. They kind of tend to prefer to go a bit more central in a Circle like this, so it's going to be an interesting one to see how they end up playing it, because it feels like, you know, even though they tend to drop really far away, when the time comes around, they actually, you know, like playing fairly central. They want to play for those positions a lot of the time and, you know, send compounds rather than being one of those teams that, you know, sweeps edge a lot. So I think that's going to be a really interesting one, honestly, to see, you know, how things are going to be looking for Slappers, because sure, they've had big games off of Circles very similar to this, but it's just it's not ideal for them suiting their play style.
I think that's very safe to say, right? With a team that doesn't favour this edge style or that is just so far away from circle number one, right? It doesn't really matter at a certain toward this prison shelter area. You're spending so much time looting, then rotating. They're probably not going to be able to get into this circle before, 7 or 8 minutes has started to show, and you're beginning to lose a lot of track on where teams can go because you're just having to move so far away here. Elusive doing their due diligence with shifting Ad Astra away from their position, but it looks like it's actually going to be J All Day that's forced on out, respecting the pull-up from Ad Astra and moving back towards safety. Using Fizzle there as an anchor point will be able to get a nice little safe haven for the time being, and we are starting to see a lot of teams start to contest spots already. Once again, we see Spicy Fish down just a little bit further south with that 1-2-1 split. We've got Lost Reality as well, taking the shelter very early on, and a lot of committal onto these positions right here. Shelter, you can leave. These little compounds are fairly straightforward in their, we'll say, holding angles, but also trying to get out of there. You sometimes can be fairly exposed if teams begin to close themselves in around you.
Yeah, and you know what? In a circle like this, there is going to be a decent chunk of water over on the eastern side, which could end up causing some issues for a lot of these players because, it does reduce the amount of playable terrain. Now, I got to ask you, Rude, in a circle like this, there's the potential here of it, pulling down towards Milta or something like that. How do you think these teams are going to adapt in that kind of scenario?
You just have to be the first ones on the rotate, it feels like, to try and make something happen. But I think that a lot of these teams could very well struggle with a southeastern shift here, given that there's only really 2 roads in. You have to take either very dodgy terrain into the circle, or you have to take those very funneled in roads either through Milta or through Lipovka. We have a lot of teams driving past Rise Esports as well right here. They opted to loot in the Yasnaya Polyana area, looking to post themselves up on those yellow buildings, take a couple of rotation pot shots, but because they don't find any, they're now going to be behind 300, who have continued to make their rotate happen, and we'll have to see where they end up here, because they could very well come in between an elusive sandwich.
Yep, and you know what? 300, they just decide to send it in, because of course they do. It's 300. You wouldn't expect anything less from them. J All Day going to be able to open up over on towards Vox, as Vox and Neff moving in very aggressively. Headkick does throw in a nade as well. Shay does his best to try and return it. Later throws down a smoke to try and get some safety, but as the nade lands through from Voxic, this is going to be huge. The knocks come out over on towards J All Day right now. Fizzle doing what he can to try and defend. The flashbang lands through. Neff going to be able to get the knock and the flush over on towards him. Neff finds one more. There it is. 2 kills coming out from 300. And the rest of Elusive, they are just nowhere to be found right now.
No, they tried to get in their vehicles and help out the squad. They were unfortunately just too far removed. They have to try and get off of Mansion and off of Heaven there to make all that way, all that distance covered in the vehicle. Just too little, too late, unfortunately. And they're going to have to try and find themselves a new place to be calling home. As we do see Lost Reality, they've now got themselves some partners, some sort of neighbours now, more so than anything else, with mixed results, harbouring the southeastern side of this shelter area.
Yep, and you gotta worry, all right, this early into it, moving in towards shelter, this is it's a bit of a yikes, honestly, because, I mean, you know that teams are going to be fighting, and you know whenever you see one of these shelter fights, they never end up with just, a clean fight for one team. There's always one team that loses, 1 or 2 players right here, so it's going to be an interesting one here, and I think, realistically, if this zone moves away, which, I mean, the chances of getting the correct zone guess in Phase 1 is very slim, then we're going to see a lot of deaths coming out right here. As, I mean, up on the northern side, look over towards this. Keenan going to be opening up on towards SDR, but it's actually Gravity that go for the cross on towards Slappers. There's 2 players going to be going down. Oh, no. Corsac eliminated, as is Nick. Hambino and Shuru gonna try and move in to get the help on towards their team, but I'm not sure whether it's gonna be enough right now, as the roadkill looking like it could just come out on towards Corsac. Batty not gonna stick with it for the time being, though, as Gravity looking like they want to try and move on with the rotate, maybe just taking this fight until those players have bled out for the time being.
Yeah, they want to ensure that these kill points do go in their favor. Obviously, this has gone catastrophically wrong for Slappers. They had themselves a decent 2-2 distribution. Corsac and Nick were on this side of the bridge at gas station, camping, waiting for Gravity, knowing that they were coming due to the information fed by the other team members. And they unfortunately just aren't able to find the shots through the car. The drive-by meta, again, too strong right here. He was able to seat swap, find themselves a quick little kill in response, and Gravity able to, not only fend off against the bridge camp, but put up 2 extra frags. And as you can see, they are just lurking around, making sure that those kill points come through. Because for Slappers, it's not as easy as just walking to get the reses here. Yes, there's a fair distance between Gravity and Slappers, but they've got to try and swim under the bridge to go for it. And it looks like one of the members has actually been able to get there and go for it. Shuru has gone underneath the bridge to try and pick this one up. With the blue beginning to wash over them, it may have just been a little too late.
Yeah, Corsac, Nick, both going to be bleeding out. Sharu doing what he can to try and get over on towards this. I'm not sure whether it was Casey just trying to get the res or trying to get some loot, but he's got himself some loot out of it. Phase 3, it's Pop. Let's take a look over at it, Rude. What are we thinking here? It's fairly central. I don't think any team's going to have any major problems off of this, but let's be real. There's very few compounds inside a circle like this.
No, I mean, not in high priority positions at least. There's a lot of southeastern positions that teams can take, but you don't really want to be banking on, a shift going so far that southeast at this sort of phase would very much indicate a little bit of desperation coming on out. And this is the area that I was talking about, having a lot of hills and ridges and things that you can use. There are a fair few central sort of dips that you can be playing in quite nicely. A lot of these teams already in a fairly decent position. You'll notice Inquisition have got themselves a very good spot to constantly just be holding out teams rotating in on the east side. They are spread pretty thin right now, but they're obviously trying to make the most of it, and unfortunately it does end up costing them one, as Winnie is able to find Fudge, who almost certainly gonna go get knocked and flush here. I'm just looking here on the map feed that we've got, but look at this nade through. Lotta, no, he's just gone down. Hoshi with a beautiful banger there. Just knocks him out on the northern ridge of Shelter.
Later just got absolutely torn apart there by the frag. Beautifully played here from Lost Reality, but they are quickly dipping out of this. They want to get to the other side of Shelter. I'm not sure how aware they are of mixed results over on the west, but they got to be cautious. Neff going to be moving in to try and group up with the rest of the team, but just look at this. Darth with the third party. In he comes, the headshot followed by the body. Vox going to be going down now as he's quickly flushed out by Crazy. Later, inside the buggy, wants to try and get into a better position as the smokes come out, third parties come in as well. And Astra all the way down the hill trying to find an angle, but the trees, the smokes, they're going to make it a little bit tricky. But honestly, as soon as Lost Reality peek out of this tunnel, their heads are going to be absolutely torn apart.
Oh, for sure. And Astra looking to try and find any sort of kills that they can pick up right here. Still sat with that donut in terms of the kill points so far. But you mentioned it earlier on, Chunks, that Shelter fights are never clean. They're never simple. And there's already 3 teams lurking around there, with 2 of them for certain haven't already lost a couple of members. It is going to be pretty darn impossible for any team to make it out of there 4 members strong. Very well be finding a little bit of a fight on the northern side as well here. Shuru with his back almost up against the blue. This is that continuation of the fight off against it on that West Yasnaya bridge right here. D-Rich now looking for a bit of a drive-by effort as well. Shuru tries to take him out of the car but can't manage it here. D-Rich with that drive-by able to take him out. And Slappers only, they're down to just Hambino, and he's really not looking in a great position himself.
Yeah, and you know what? He's a strong fragger, but with gravity moving through, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a rough one. Batty is a solo, though, so there is the potential he might just be able to sneak up on towards this, but it looks like Batty's going to be out on foot. Hambino going to be hopping in towards the Dacia, wants to try and disengage from this, so we'll see how it ends up going. Batty tries to pop up over the ridge. Mini 14 shots coming through, but not quite connecting. Hambino going to be safe for the time being, but he is going to have to move somewhere inside this circle, and it's looking pretty congested already right now. So I've got to say, Rise Esports with a really confident split right here.
They've taken themselves a fair portion of prison right there. They've got obviously the top rocks and also that wizard tower with Waratorium just lurking in that bunker. The circle, unfortunately, not favouring such a shift. They're now occupying the edge, but Shelter, it could very well start kicking off here very soon, Chunks. There's 3 teams knocking around, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see that become a 4th, as there are, 4 bunkers that you can try and play in from. very easy for another team to maybe try and slot themselves in. I believe it's the southwestern one that is currently unoccupied. The rest of Rise trying to recombine their efforts. We've got a couple of teams out on the east that also have to try and make their way forward. But as we can see here, as if they didn't need any more help, Spicy Fish, they have themselves a very good spot in the center, bang splat in the middle of this new zone.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't think Spicy Fish are going to be, too surprised about this, because there's a reason. We saw these guys play this position, and I believe it was game number 1. It worked out pretty well for them. They managed to pick up some points out of it, but unfortunately, now with a circle like this, it is going to make it a high priority position, which sure, for a team like Spicy Fish, it could work out pretty well. Look, they're able to defend against these crashes, but they are also playing a little bit split here. Roth all the way up the hill. But I gotta say, Spicy Fish, they're aware that this has become a high priority compound, which is why they're grouped up. Typically, when you see players play this compound, they'll do a 2-2 split either side of the road. But hey, they were able to group up. It worked out well for them. What can you say other than Spicy Fish? You got a good position. Let's see what you can make happen out of it now.
Yeah, they did have themselves a separate 2-2. It's currently the position that Lethal Association have moved their way into. Unfortunately, they obviously want to hold this more central position. And San Diego Rarity also have got themselves a very good 2-2 location as well, as we do see Rise now trying to take a couple of shots, and they are able to find Hambino elsewhere. That is going to be the Slappers only. Our first team taken down right here, and now shots coming through. Chaudhry gets absolutely beamed by Zealot. That is going to be the Mini 14 taking him down. The response not really there just yet, and the res going to be pretty darn difficult. But we do see there in the kill. That's going to be Shelter kicking off. Lost Reality. They're actually 4 people strong, and they're able to take down mixed results very handily.
Wow, Lost Reality just really good defense there. You know how earlier I was saying, look, when you take a shelter fight, you usually lose a couple players. I mean, Lost Reality absolutely proving me wrong. Really well played for them right there. 4 kills, not losing a single player, but I mean, now 300 are going to have themselves a little bit of info to work with us later. I like what he's done here. He's used the vehicle to try and block off, so he has a bit of an entry angle on towards this, but the time being, he is going to be relatively okay. Rise Esports was up. He's going to be getting getting knocked. Sorry, Chaudhry getting knocked. My mistake, because it's Wazupi that gets the knock on towards Stone Storm. The nade does land through as Lost Reality. Finally going to be losing a player over inside of the shelter. But as the circle, it's pulled hard over to the west. Rude. How many teams are we going to be down to when this circle closes?
Well, I'm going to go conservative estimate 10. I think that a lot of these teams can have solos that'll make their way into farm here at an absolute worst case situation. We might even see 11 here. There's still a deceptive amount of space to be playing from right here. We've got 2 teams fighting on the south side here. This is Quick Turtles up against KEKW Kias. One of these teams almost certainly going to fall right here, and it looks like might just be Quick Turtles sacrificing Pankill for the rest of the squad being able to move their way up to the north, as Inquisition are just taking chunks out of the Gravity squad right there, down to, I believe, just Baddie and another member waiting to see if they can get their smokes on in, move on forward. The res actually even going to be able to come through, so Gravity not out of the woods just yet. They have got themselves obviously a pretty decent distance to go, because not only do they have to take this fight up against Inquisition, Ascendants are pushing in from the north, and even if they make it through all of that, Elusive are waiting in the zone.
Yeah, but let's not forget here, look, Ascendants, they're moving in from the north. They want to go for the third party on towards this right here. So they want to try and move down. Baddie's still going to be down behind the ridge. Ascendants just absolutely flexing out in this current position. Zealot going to try and move around over to the east. Knows that there are going to be players down here. So the shots will be opening up. It's T-Sox that finds the opening knockover on towards Sovereign. Soup going to be looking to try and find a second on towards Ascendants, but it doesn't quite work out. Magi with the knock. Caden now is the solo here for Inquisition, trying his best to make a final stand. Magi going to be going down to the blue JR. Following a similar fate, down go Inquisition in 14th, but now it's only Battle left up from Gravity, looking to try and make his way in over on the east, but I think Ascendant's going to be pretty posted here. There it is. Zealot with the Mini 14. One more bullet will do the trick, but he can't quite find it. The third party coming in from Why You So Ugly. T-Sock, he needs to try and find something now, and he will find one, but he can't quite connect with the shot. Gravity, they go down to blue. Out they are in 12th. Lost Reality going to be losing a couple players too up on the northern side, as Hoshi going to be the solo player left up here. see a Rise getting involved on towards that. T-Sock going to try and run the gauntlet. Mords and Yatsugal both going to be looking in towards this. Chiller and Chaudru, they get the knockover on towards Head Kick. Can they find Later as well? Not looking like it is. He should be able to get away inside that UAS, but the Spicy Fish all trailed onto him. You got to wonder how long he's really going to be able to survive for in this position.
The answer, you would imagine, not too long right here, as Roth just trained in, honed in, looking to try and find these connections. Unable to do so just yet, actually gets shot in the back. That's Chiller. To find another one there for Rise, as Neff now getting absolutely destroyed by the shots coming on through right here. Rise having themselves a really decent game so far, and Neff just about in on that northern side of the circle. Circle locks here, and we do have 10 teams remaining. And as it goes with the circle shifting again, very far south farm, still a position to be played from. But all of these teams, Cozy, Rise, 300, Elusive, and even Ascendants, they've got to make their way off of this hillside here, and it's not going to be all that easy at all.
Speaking of making your way off the hillside, Rise having a pretty rough time right now. Neff, even as a solo, doing a lot of damage here, will be able to take down Chiller, looking to try and find Chaudru as the smoke is up. He's going to start to prep the nade. Is it going to be close enough, though? Rise going to be pinned down. Wazupi goes down to Mords as well. As Elusive starts to get involved, the nade's looking close. It's going to be a little bit too far. I don't think Neff's going to be expecting this play here. The suppressed AK, it's not going to be enough. Chaudru going to be able to take down Neffahor, but now he has to start making the run to revive his teammate. He's low HP, and it looks like Elusive might just decide to make a push over and towards this position now, Rude.
Yeah, with the blue on the back, Rise not going to be able to pick up that res. It is going to be Chaudru, a solo, making his way forward. We've got a lot of sense coming on through right here. Quick Turtles are 3 people strong. Cozy Crew, they've made their way off the hillside and into those double little shacks. They do lose Zuki, and that's going to be Ad Astra picking up a second knock as well. Vohio does go down. Only, I believe, 1 or 2 remaining members possibly lurking inside that shack, and they might well be able to pick up all of these reses here. Obviously, a lot of safety inbuilt in these shacks because you have to get very close to fire off that lethal in terms of those Molotovs or grenades. T-Sock takes a little bit of something back right there. Lethal Association getting complacent on their edge with just slapped holding this little garage building. It does go down, and Ascendance Esports not out of the running just yet here, as T-Sock could very well make a bit of a meal out of this game.
Yep, it's not going to be ideal for a lot of these teams, as I mean, there's just so much open terrain. Taking a look over at things, we do see Lethal Association. They will start to kick off over on the southern side. Quick Turtles start to get involved, but it looks like for the time being, Lethal Association going to be pretty happy with this roadblock. Ripper still inside the compound, maybe thinking these guys are a lot closer than they actually are, but not going to be the case just yet. Chaudru going to be going down as Rise eliminated in 9th. Now, at least every player has been able to pick themselves up a placement point for the squad. There's only 8 teams remain, Rude. 25 seconds till phase 6 pops. If this thing's open, a lot of players going to be in trouble. T-Sock, though, with the SLR, beautiful on towards Socio. He's almost taken low, but hey, it worked out for him. He managed to take down one on his way.
Very little cheeky headshots there. Nice little quick peeks coming on through. Is going to now be in danger using this Dacia to try and make a send happen. We'll have to see where he ends up as the drive-by effort comes on through. You have to respect it, but Sneaky Ninja besting him there in the caught jousting session. Now, Quick Turtles, they've got themselves a little bit of a split along this southern side, and Cozy, they've just been taking batterings. North, south, to the west as well. Everybody's been trying to take a chunk out of them inside this little shack, and finally they go down. It's Ad Astra picking up one with San Diego Rarity able to net themselves 2 of the 3 kills. First kill on the board for Ad Astra. Finally get that one in their back pocket. But with this circle showing itself here, Chunks, Spicy Fish, they've got themselves a 2-2 split over the road, and that could very well be very important. It might look like at first glance Keenan and Uncivil are in a bit of a bad spot, but Roth just doesn't even make a difference here. He's just finding another one. Is he going to get the second 2 here? He's got just the smallest angle to work with. He's looking for it, trying desperately to find Yusufli there underneath the car. Unable to get it just yet, but my oh my.
I I can't believe that. Wow, that was absolutely huge. Speaking of huge, look at this crash coming out here at Astra. They tried to survive. They lose 2 on the way. San Diego Rarity going to be surviving. Real going for the res on towards Shooter, but it's Uncivil from above. Starting to get involved on towards this. Absolutely tearing SDR apart as the barrel spray will be coming out over on towards Innate. There it is. Job's going to be finished. San Diego Rarity out in 6th. There's Spicy Fish. It took them a little bit, but now they're starting to come alive right here. Lethal Association want to start making their push. As Elusive, they need to try and third party on towards this because they have a big gauntlet to run. They want to at least pick themselves up a couple kills off of this.
Sharp shot with the bolt there, able to take down Socio. Isugli has been rezzed up, and it looks like the 2-man band of Elusive are trying to make their way forward, but it looks as though Spicy Fish are not going to be happy to let that happen. Ross and Sharp Shot driving up close and personal on Civil. Only has the 3 times here, but it just doesn't matter. This man is connecting time and time again. Isugli does manage to make his way down, but does get knocked. Morns as well with a response. Roth getting knocked himself. With the blue up against its back, Morns going to be trying his hardest to try and fight his way forward, but it's probably not even going to be the biggest worry here, as it's a nade from Sharp that finishes off the job, and once again, Spicy Fish taking out team after team, getting themselves the res and keeping themselves 4 members strong.
Yeah, it feels like it's just the Spicy Fish show at this point, honestly. Ice Tech going to be getting torn apart now by Lethal Association over on the east, but should be okay for the time being as Quick Turtles, they have themselves a decent position to hold out at Astra. If they don't have any vehicles to work with here, they're going to have a rough time ahead of them in terms of making it in. Sure, they got themselves a UAS, they got themselves a bit of a dip, but I mean, nobody really has, you know, a strong position in a circle like this. You never get a strong position. Fingers crossed right now that, you know, one of these teams is going to get themselves a good zone, because Spicy Fish, they should be pretty confident, even off a rough one. Sharp Shot here with the bolt takes down Dielift, but there it is. Quick Turtles quickly cleaning up at Astra, going down in 4th, followed quickly by Lethal Association. Now, Quick Turtles, 3 versus 4 right here. You got to feel for them, but Spicy Fish, they're a confident team. Let's see if they can do the job.
Sharp has just been taking names with this bolt action so far this game. Even picks himself up an upgraded AWM there to get that bolt action shot even more lethal. The barrel shots aren't able to come through just in time, but a good response there. Maro finds Roth in exchange for Ripper, who is immediately flushed on out, and even this res. You can see Spicy prioritizing 4 above all else. The SLR from Uncivil manages to find 1. We're down to just Ice here, trying to find this 1 versus 4 clutch. With 11 kills already in the bags, they're going to look to try and make it 12. Ice uses here that flashbang, but almost gets caught out by throwing it. Roth has just a slither of health right here. Peeking does not care. Keenan comes on through. It's Roth actually that finishes off the job, and Spicy Fish with 12 kills this time, doubling their tally and still getting that chicken dinner.
12 kills, 1,700 damage, and a chicken dinner. Spicy Fish no longer salty after a very impressive game. What a big one for them, I gotta say. But I mean, yet again, there are teams, you know, all the way down the leaderboard that have been able to pick up some serious points. I gotta say, Rise Esports, a team that have kind of surprised me here. 8 kills in a 9th. We knew this is a team that has potential. Can they keep up that momentum, though, Root?
Yeah, and this was, you know, KBD's underdog for a reason. The reason that he wanted to, you know, sort of draw attention to them, because these guys can frag out. They got themselves 8 kills here, coming down in 9th place. You know, an 8-point game is pretty decent regardless here. You're looking across the rest of the teams, and there's not really too many that are besting that. And I love the point as well. Gravity, they were able to pick themselves up 5 kills, even though they go down in 12th position. It just goes to show, if you're finding those kill points, you're going to be getting yourself some sorts of success in these games, and might not come from placement, but if it comes from raw fragging, then we love to see it.
Yep, raw fragging is the name of the game in this rule set. I gotta ask, King, Span, raw fragging, Spicy Fish, is it gonna carry on for the rest of the evening?
Well, Chunks, I think it is. They picked up game number 2, and now they've picked up the victory in game number 3 as well. We were talking about how they didn't get as many kills going into game number 3, with game 2 picking up only 6, and they probably listened to the cast and went, well, you guys, we got something else for you here. Game number 3, 12 kills with Uncivil on his own, picking up 5. Span, walk me through that game for them.
For Spicy Fish, well, they usually go on ahead and drop around the Farm Milta area to go on ahead and loot up, and because of that, the zone instantly went on ahead and pulled over there, so they did a little bit of a split with this compounds near this crossroads. So they were in that compound at the end that they had since Circle 3 all the way until Circle 6. So they were in that circle for a long time, and I mean, they didn't stay inside that circle that one compound the entire time either. They ended up towards the end branching out and being involved in a lot of the fighting around there, especially on the northeastern side, and because of that, they were able to pick a lot of kills up. But that means that right in Circle 6, when it was just the last 3 teams left, they owned basically the entire northern half of the zone, and they just have to make the rotation in to get in on that fight with the last 2 remaining teams alive.
Yeah, and that I think is going to be enough to get them first place going into game number 4. Just a reminder to everyone, once again, we are now heading into 3 games of Miramar following those 3 games of Erangel to finish out the day. Another storyline we had going into game number 3, Keck W Kiers found themselves on top of the lobby. They didn't exactly have a great game number 3. What exactly happened to them, Span, and why did they go out so early?
Honestly, they got into a fight with QT on the southern side, all the way by Milta, and they got taken out there. It looks like they actually kind of got smushed by QT. Like, there are some members of Quick Turtles above them on the northern side, and 1 member still on the southern side inside of the compounds in Milta. And I think because of that, Keck W Kiers were trying to play on the ridge there, but they ended up just being taken out from both sides. So Quick Turtles ended up winning that fight against them.
Yeah, they did. They ended up winning. They end up winning that fight, and they also had some assistance from another team up to the north. Span, another one, Rise Esports. Rudu did mention that, yeah, they were my underdog pick, and they were my underdog pick for a reason. You know, they surprised us all in round number 2, and they continue to do so, picking up 8 kills here in game number 3 on the day. They seem to be a strong bunch of fraggers. They got caught out. They got stuck in a fight on the north side. Ended up being down 1. Wasapi got fragged out by a member of Elusive. Brought it down to just how do you pronounce his name?
Shadru.
Shadru. Goodness gracious. You know, you leave PUBG Esports for a little while, you come back, and it feels like everyone's names just got even harder to pronounce, man. It's insane to me, but I'm working through it. Chadru ended up being a solo player, tried to push on the north side from Shelter, and it all went bad. Span, were there any other cool storylines in that game for you?
I mean, from what I watched, I did like what Rise did, to go off a little bit more on that. They ran straight into prison, and from there they actually pushed Elusive out of their 2-person hold on that wizard tower over there, and then from there they just got immediately up on top of the Shelter fight between Lost Reality and Mixed Results, and third-partied that, and also killed the last member of 300 inside Shelter as well. So they just got to basically farm everybody around the Shelter area, and that's where they picked up a lot of their kills. And other than that, other than that, I think an interesting play that I also saw was Cozy at the very end there ended up taking a drive all the way from the northern side. They had nowhere else to go and sent it straight towards the center shack. And 2 of them were downed in there, but they got the reses. But then, of course, Ad Astra immediately came out of farm and crashed onto it, and Cozy lost it there. But that was a really good play by them. They actually got themselves inside center zone there for a bit.
Yeah, that was super unfortunate, though, how it ended up with them getting crashed as well, and then they ended up dying. Didn't make it as far in the game as they would have hoped, but that's the way Battle Royale works. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But let's quickly go ahead and take a look at the overall leaderboards following game number 3. And as you can see here, Spicy Fish, like I said, they find themselves on top with 47 total points. Keck W Kiers do still find themselves towards the top at 34 points total in second place. Ascendance Esports in third with 28. Quick Turtles not far behind, just 1 point off from Ascendance, being in 4th place. San Diego Rarity in 5th with 19 points. Cozy Crew in 6th with 15. Inquisition with 12. Lethal Association off by Tiebreaker in 8th with 12 as well. Gravity in 9th with 11. And Slappers in 10th with 10 points, ironically. Anything on that leaderboard that jumps out to you, Span?
Not entirely, no. I am actually interested about how many points our first place team does in fact have. Already almost at 50 points and then 10th place with 10. Like a lot of these guys, I mean, luckily it's up to 10 places that they need to qualify, but there's already a huge jump here from that first and end spot.
One of the things that kind of jumped out of me right away is that underdog pick of mine, Rise Esports. They didn't exactly have a great game 1 and 2. They picked up 8 kills last game, and as you can see on your screen, they're in 11th with 9. So they only picked up 1 point over 2 games and then picked up another 8. So I'm curious to see how they're going to perform going into Miramar today. Round number 2, they had 2 victories out of the 12, and they found themselves at the top quite often. Rude Dude and Chunks can probably elaborate further once we're in game, but they're certainly an underdog team. I'm curious to see what they can do going into the next couple of games. But Span, the fragging power of Spicy Fish, these guys are absolutely nuts. We kept talking about it when we were watching the games ourselves as well here in game number 3, and those guys absolutely can frag out. Can we talk about some of those players a little bit, Span?
I mean, we sure can. Spicy Fish, as we know, he has Keenan and Uncivil. Just even those two, we could just stop at those two for a second. You can do the other two, but just Keenan and Uncivil themselves, we know that they have huge fragging potential with the teams that they've previously been on, Veritas and STK, and it looks like so far from here they're just going on ahead and grabbing a ton more. But the other two that you can go on ahead and touch on, they're also massive killing forces here. They have 26 kills. 26 of their 47 points are kills, so that's, you know, very close to half of their points there. But you can go on ahead and finish off the rest of that team there, King.
Yeah, Roth and Sharpshot also on Spicy Fish. Those two are not only fraggers, but really nice guys. I have the privilege of having the privilege to get to know Sharpshot way back when he was on Wildcard. And then Roth I've known for quite some time, and those guys are classy fellows, and they are crazy competitors as well, and they really show it on the battlefield in this wonderful battle royale. But we were also talking about another team, 300 Esports. Headkick, Neferor, Leda, and Vox. They kind of had a little bit of headbutting going on with Spicy Fish last round. I haven't really seen that as much. Do you think we're going to see some of that going into these last 3 games, or maybe even tomorrow, Span?
You know, yeah, I hadn't seen it myself, but I did in fact hear of it. We heard that our casters, Chunks and Rude, did even touch on it, that maybe it was because Spicy Fish ended up having a huge lead, so they could go on ahead and chase 300. I was wondering if it was just a tactic, like maybe they didn't want 300 to qualify because they know that 300 is a really good team, so they wanted to try and get them out at the end there because they could with the points they had. But 300 did in fact scrape in 3rd place for the qualifiers, so now they are in fact in the game. And as of right now, I mean, I don't know if that would continue because Spice Fish, they're in 1st, and 300 are fighting themselves in 16th place on the leaderboard so far. So I mean, if Spicy Fish decide that they really want to, they potentially could, but we might need to see 300 being the one that aggresses on this next few games.
I was gonna say 300 finding themselves in 16th place after 3 games. They have to be very upset with that performance so far, and I'm definitely thinking that they're going to be looking for opportunities to take some fights early on going on into Miramar for game number 4, 5, or 6. We'll have to wait and see what happens, but Span, I think it's time. I think it's time for game number 4. Chunks and Rude Dude, you guys take it away. Game number 4, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me remember to unmute this time. Yep, that's gonna be the one. It's the first of 3 Miramar games for the evening, but don't forget we still have 6 more games tomorrow not to forget about here, because let's remember here. Look, there's 12 games in this round of qualifiers. Tomorrow's games are going to be over at King Big Dip's channel, so make sure you do exclamation point casters. Go and drop those guys a follow, because it is going to be an awesome set of games. But before we get into it, 3 Miramar games, Rude. What are your expectations coming into this?
honestly, I want to touch quickly back on what King Big Dip and Spankarga were just talking about here with the Spicy Fish 300 potential headbutting that we saw. Now, the beauty of a top 10 qualification system going through for Spicy Fish here is that now they've got themselves 2 wins. Honestly, they've pretty much secured it, right? Like, they can get themselves much more in terms of their freedom in how they want to play out these games. And if they now see 300 in that kill feed, I can definitely anticipate them to be going much faster, much harder on these kills, trying to make this squad potentially just removed from contention for the remainder of ESL right here before they even get through to that group stage. There's obviously maybe bigger teams that they wish to fry. I know that during our round 2 stage they were targeting 300 because maybe they felt they were the second best team in that group, but coming through into this group stage, or into this 3rd round rather, they do need to maybe prioritize a little bit more, so maybe they've got their eyes set on other people to try and target.
You know what? Let's find out. Game number 4. It's time for it to start. And I kind of want to know here. Look, you mentioned 300 Spicy Fish. Are, 300 going to be able to fry those bigger fish? Or Spicy Fish just going to be a little too hot to handle?
At the minute, the streak that these guys are on, I don't think that anybody's going to be looking to try and challenge Spicy Fish in their sort of dominant form they're in right now. Teams that are looking, though, to challenge one another, this battle for Valdemar, is going to be between Gravity and Cozy Crew. And at the minute, a lot of contention on this south side here, and it looks like Cozy, they've got themselves just about the numbers advantage in and around the close extremities, with Gravity actually splitting Badilol up to the church and Zov down a little bit further on the south side of the map right there. Cozy could very well turn this into a 4v2 here in these sort of tight hot drop situations. It's all about isolating people and getting yourselves a numbers advantage. Cozy, at least at the very opening, have got that opportunity to do that here.
The worry for me, though, personally, has to be that loot situation. You can tell that Cozy maybe weren't expecting Gravity to be this aggressive right here. So you got to be a little bit nervous for them. Look, Zov, JR, and D-Rich, all very, very capable players. We've seen these guys, they've been around the block a few times. They know what they're doing. The question is, though, can they really, group up and back out of this? Because the worst thing you could do in a situation like this is taking a fight at a man disadvantage, because it is going to be heavily RNG focused what kind of loot you're going to be working with.
Yeah, obviously with these super settings, right, vests and helmets should be pretty much a standard, but it's things like scopes, things like your ARs that you're looking at. Players may not have their, most comfortable loadout right here in terms of trying to find that loot and pick up what they want to try and take these fights. And even if you're just looting a single building, an AR isn't guaranteed here. It could very well be SMG warfare, potentially shotgun DMR combos being set up right there. And JR, he's looking to try and punish out here, looking to try and make sure that Cozy have kept themselves quite down. And honestly, they've spent too long right here, Cozy. They've sort of kept themselves holed up in their little corner, and now Gravity have been able to reconsolidate. They've got 3 people close together on the south side, and they've also got Baddy potentially looking to flex out on the north, sort of converging and making this little pincer maneuver, make it very difficult for Cozy to try and make their way out of this one, because I don't think they've got any vehicle spawns on that side either.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough one to say the least. You got to feel for Zov right there. You saw him, take the shots with the SLR, but only having a 2x on it, he wasn't able to find the head of Delta, even without a helmet. But I'll tell you what, Delta can find his head, no problem. It comes through, headshot lands. The Molotov, it's going to start spreading. Zov going to be safe for the time being, but you got to be a little bit concerned, because look at this. Delta is just absolutely posted up over here. The 6x AK, if that is an ego play if I have ever seen one right now. We'll see how it ends up working out, as Tetra going to be able to land the nade over on towards Zovran. He's going to be going out. It's JR and D-Rich, the 2 remaining players realistically in this position. Zovran going to be getting flushed out, as Baddy's still a little bit far, but this could end up being the turning point now, as he just kind of sneaks in behind a little. Delta, however, going to be able to spot him out. Big damage coming through. 6x AK, Rude. Really, man? Really?
Hey, if you can control it, Chunks, then why the heck not? Looking for these sprays through the little nooks and crannies. It's obviously just got this little Winchester to try and maybe make something happen with that little quick tap. But, you know, if you've got yourself a 6x and you want to use it, it's very worthwhile sticking it on that AK if you can control it. And, you know, evidence has shown that he can. Baddy has had to now pop a first aid for himself. They've already taken down Zovran, you know, and it looks as though Gravity may be looking to try and push back a little bit here. Cozy actually getting pretty aggressive onto Badilul's position right here. And if they go too far forward, they might well be able to catch him out here, just sat behind this truck right now. The steps will be heard. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a spray off in this situation. 75 HP, a load of utility to use, but not all that many teammates nearby.
Yeah, when you say not many, there's going to be none. They are all the way down to the south. They're distracted by a solo right now. Baddy doing what he can to try and survive, but he's been spotted out. Look, Tetra and Vohio, they saw him just a second ago. Now that the shots come out and they don't connect, his position completely given away. It's Zuki from the side angle that opens up some shots as Baddy doing what he can to try and disengage. Vohio, he spotted him. There's the kill. Out it comes. The knock, and no real way Gravity get the revive on towards this JR. And D-Rich going to do what they can to try and survive, but I think right now their best bet is put the gun away and just run for the hills.
Yeah, you remember that one from our very in-depth analysis that we were giving in round number 2 of just leave. Sometimes that's the best way forward, and in a 4 versus 2 here, Gravity, they're going to look to prove us wrong here, that this is the type of fight that they can try to take here. With JR Head and D-Rich still looking around here, trying to snoop out, try and find a couple of kills. It's important to see here, you've got Delta, who's got himself still that Winchester AK combo. Looking to try and spot out D-Rich as he moves back down the south side of this town. Does opt into a little bit of an eastern trajectory as well. And for the time being, at least, looks like JR Head is just pretty much keeping himself without movement at all, right? Just the level 1 helmet here. Has got a couple of meds and plenty of ammo to try and take these shots off with. So often you'll see a sort of knock with the AR and then a lethal to try and finish it off. This time round, that won't be available to JR Head. So even if he goes in for a bit of a spray, he's going to have to commit to it here. And that's sort of enough time generally to try and find a response, try and find a trade, and for the rest here of Cozy to try and stop that flush from coming on through, if we ever even see that chance arise.
See, the problem is now, Rude, is that the fact that Phase 1 is closing in. It's 3 minutes till it closes, and these players aren't going to be inside. Sure, they're relatively close, but in a comp game, you want to be getting in as early as possible, which is why we see Tetra already going to be making a move. D-Rich looting up as best he can, but right now it's just about JR and D surviving, and Cozy Crew actually looking like they might just want to commit onto this a little bit longer.
It's to their own disadvantage right here. I mean, Cozy have got themselves, I believe, a car spawn on that northern side of Cruz if they have been lucky enough to get it. There's also, I believe, a hard spawn nearby as well. Whether that's on the north or south side remains to be seen here. Looks like there we go. That is the Mirado that is in at least in Cozy's possession. But all of this time that they've spent fighting, right, coming out of Kruth in a circle like this would have been good had they not been harbored by another team landing there, and they would have been able to get themselves a decent rotation into this circle. Fortunately enough, you know, the northeast side still very much available in circle 1 right here, so they're not going to be disparaged too much by this fight that they've had to take. But overall, it's still costing them a lot by the opportunity that they've not been able to loot, not been able to rotate, not really been able to get themselves all what they would like.
Yeah. We saw Nick actually going to be opening up here. Roth going to be going down. So Spicy Fish losing 1. Of course, as soon as I switch away, the fight starts to kick off. D-Rich with the 2K over on towards Cozy Crew. Sure, he's not washed up just yet. He may be a retired player, but he is still absolutely fragging out. He's looking to try and find an angle. As Cozy now, I have no idea what's going on with with the audio right there. Cozy, 2 players left up, and how the tables have turned. Gravity have just done such a good job right here of cleaning up. Sharp Shot going to be able to pick up a couple shots on towards Slappers only as they try to make the vehicle rotate through. I'm not sure how promising it's going to be looking, though, as Ambino going to be going down. Spicy Fish, they are fighting back, but at what cost here? This is not the early game fight you want to be taking, especially against a squad as strong as Slappers only.
Now, these are one of our supposed top 2 teams here coming on through. At least in terms of fragging potential, we know everybody on this roster can try and pump out the damage left, right, and center here. And the way that Spicy Fish have been playing, we know that they are on fire tonight. But Slappers only, they're looking to clap back, say, hey, we can also put a little bit down, as it's actually going to be Cozy Crew finally coming out on top of that fight in Crew Divaye. Should be able to make their way into the circle now. But 3 versus 3 on these hillsides to the northwestern side of the circle. Very adverse terrain right here. A lot of smokes needing to be used, it would appear, and that's going to be, I believe, Nick knocking around in that shack a little bit surrounded. But now they're looking to try and take shots onto Uncivil, who has also got a bit of a treacherous run ahead of him. Looks as though they've been able to make it out to safety, and Spicy Fish looking now to try and support. That's Keenan over the top. Churu goes down. Looks like Nick trying to respond, just unable to find it here. You can see the way the lay of this land works and this terrain itself, lending itself to some very nice little peaks that can come through, and a lot of really weird safe spaces as well.
This is Korzak's opportunity to start doing some damage. The nade is going to come out. It's a little bit wide, but it does the damage all the same. Uncivil still taking the engagement up against Nick right now. Knows there's going to be a player over at this shack as the flashbang will land through. His focus for the time being is going to be on Korzak. We'll see how that ends up working out. So he wants to start making a push in. Keenan still going to be up the hill. 3x Org, it comes out. Korzak finds the trade. Now he can refocus his attention. You got to be worried right here if you are Spicy Fish. Keenan's down. Sharp shot, sure. Still standing, but as Nick lands the nade, he's going to be taken low as well. Korzak sticking the res as now for the time being. Nick going to be in a 1v2. He takes down Uncivil, but the pre-nade comes out, and there it is. Slappers only taking down Spicy Fish. Sure, they're only going to be a 2-man, but you got to be happy taking down, realistically, the #1 team in the lobby right now.
And every other team now just sees that in the kill feed, and their eyes are going to light up. The first place slot is now, sort of up for grabs a little bit here. A team in that top half can start to make an effort, start to really try and close that gap into that top spot. Obviously, it's top 10 that go through first place, unfortunately, inconsequential in the way that it plays out, but it is always a confidence booster to top a lobby here. So any team that can manage that, definitely going to be looking very, very confident. We do see our second circle here on screen. It did go a little bit to the northeast here, so again, favoring Cozy and their voyage out of Crew Divaye, but you can see the length of time it's taken them to move their way out. They're so tentative, so cautious about moving anywhere into this circle just because they don't know where anybody is ahead of them.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the case for a lot of these teams here, just because, there are some huge hills that you have to take into account that break the line of sight. You might be able to get 1 or 2 positions ahead, but realistically, being able to scout out properly, the chances of that happening are very, very slim. Speaking of which, let's take a look over on board with SDR as Ascendants. They didn't really get the chance to scout, but they're still going to be sending it. Elusive Freak doing some big damage as ILGS also looking to try and find something. Deadeye just watching out to the south ever so carefully, as SDR for the time being are going to be grouped up. Ascendants moving into the south a little. Zealot has grabbed himself the dip, but yeah, I'm not sure about this. Sure, the warehouse is going to be strong, but when the time comes to rotate, you've got SDR on one side, Lethal Association on the other. I mean, Rude, I gotta ask, does this feel like it was, their primary push, this what they were aiming for, or is this just a case of they know that they can't scout anything, we just have to send something?
I have to imagine this was their primary location here. I mean, they've got themselves a fairly decent workout onto that eastern hillside, provided they can give some overwatch to SDR on the south. I mean, it's obviously not the best position, as you talked about. They are very much penned in by those 2 teams you just highlighted, but it is a fairly decent position sort of inside the circle, and you can hunker down in there quite easily, and the circle comes back towards you, which is probably what they're banking on. You can definitely get yourself a couple of circles there and make yourself quite nice, quite safely tucked away inside that warehouse. Currently on board with Caden here from Inquisition, as they've got themselves a decent 2-2 distribution as well, with I think that's Tommel and Soup just to the northwest of the 2-man of Caden and Fudge that we've got right now. We do even see that kill feed knock is way out in the blue, way west of San Martin here. There's some sort of rotation shenanigans going on. And we do have that new circle here, Chunks, and it does indeed opt toward that Ascendant's warehouse that they did just try to take.
I want to see a Hacienda circle. I don't care.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care what everyone has to say. If there's a way to really test teams, you give them a Hacienda circle. Inquisition, yeah, just Kaden having some vehicle trouble. It happens, you know. Everyone drives with the map open sometimes. You end up crashing into a tractor. Unfortunate for them, but hey, they're going to get themselves a position inside zone right now. As I mean, we did see it pop off. Mixed results over on the south. Now I'm going to be looking to try and hold out some teams and prevent themselves any rotates coming in. Patron here with the M4. Big damage coming through on towards the vehicles, but he can't quite connect with the players. As Quick Turtles, they are going to play these ridges, work with these dips, but they have to be cautious because you can see from range, Keck WKers have the high ground, and they're not inside circles. They have a bit of a way to go.
No, this is a very much stop-off location. From these hillsides, you can see pretty much the entirety of this circle, or at least the entirety of it that you want to be playing here. Neff just giving a little bit of what for right there. That is a very long-range shot to be connecting. But, you know, it's not really going to mean all that much. He has got the information down, recognizing, hey, this isn't free, this isn't free, this isn't free. Where can we go and where can we take? The answer, unfortunately, there's not all that much. There's a dip just to the west of where Rise Esports are, south of 300. That they can try and go into, but there's really not all that much there, and once you go into that dip, getting on out is very, very dangerous, very difficult indeed. So for the time being, they're probably just going to try and opt in to play the edge here. If they can take the fight up against Quick Turtles, they set themselves up for some sort of success for pushing in on the southeastern side.
Yep. Pushing in as they do. Retaliative opens up a couple shots, does some damage, but maybe a little bit preoccupied, not really in a position to have to worry about mixed results right now. As I mean, they have to work down this ridge sooner or later. The real question is, how are they going to do it? In terms of the dips around, it's not ideal. They have some really big dips a little bit further in, but with SDR up on the high ground, they could absolutely punish them out of it. It looks like KW, they are just going to move in for whatever they can get, but with this eastern side just so kind of clustered right now with Rise, Inquisition, and to a certain extent 300, I don't think any teams are going to have an easy one, which we're already seeing. KWKs, they want to go and send it in. The pre-nade does come out here from Moratorium. Lands over on towards Fries, takes him down low as he drops down behind the ridge. Using that fence for cover. Chaudhry going to be opening up on towards Winnie right here as was up. He doing what he can with the Mini 14. Inquisition from the northern side also starting to get involved. Fudge and Caden here doing some big damage, but they've not made the cross just yet. Moratorium going to be tagged down low as Retaliative also going to be going down. Fries throws down the smoke to try and get the heal off, but I think realistically, if you catch WKs right now, you just need to commit on towards this fight. They hesitated a little, and they're definitely getting punished for it. Fries going to try and move in towards this angle as Chiller still going to be up inside of the concrete. Fries has spotted it, but he can't quite find an angle just yet. Rise seeming a little bit clustered up right now. I'm not sure what the aim is here for them, but it ain't going too well for the time being. Chaudhry going to be able to open up over on towards one. Landing shots through the window on towards the second as Rise Esports, they're doing what they can to try and get angles, but it feels like it's just so messy. There's now even more squads going to be moving in. Quick Turtles might just have themselves a bit of an angle, but they are just going to be chilling for the time being. They don't want to overextend on towards this. Chiller going to be keeping an eye out, and look, Fries, he's taken down by Caden.
Yeah, Inquisition have got a nice northern flank. Quick Turtles firing in shots from the south right here. All of these teams vying for kills that aren't inside the new circle. Looks like it's going to be sort of 4 squads, really, trying to battle it out to make their way into the southeast right here, with Inquisition actually have a fairly decent anchor point up to the top side with Soup and Tommel not really a part of this fight. It's going to be Rise, Keck W, Kias, and Quick Turtles, who are actually looking to try and take themselves a little bit of a disengage from this situation. Rise, though, pushing on through. Chaudhry finds the opening onto Winnie. Keck W is down to just 2 members here. Nitrogen and Fries have to try and push forward. Up against 4 members here, and it's not going to be all that easy. Fries does find the opening onto Moratorium. That's going to give him access into the warehouse at the very least. Looks like, though, for the time being, Nitrogen falling. Fries, the only member left up and alive here. Probably here's the med on the other side of that wall. Does Moratorium doesn't quite give the information over, but Quick Turtles are pushing in. They're swarming on the western side of this compound. Now in the blue, Fries just tanking it up right here, and what was that in the wrong zone? He just walks out into the circle, almost gets taken down, and Fries, he just about manages to salvage that one. Oh my word, those were some Very close shots to not coming on through. The push on through doesn't come out in time to get the res, but Chiller does find Fries here. Now with Quick Turtles holding anchor just to the western side. Rise, they spent so long trying to deal with one squad that another one's probably just going to mop them up.
Might just be the case, but Quick Turtles, we mentioned how they could get damage from range, and that appears to be the case as 300 get involved on towards it. Darth here, the solo player left up from mixed results, absolutely tearing apart SDR. There's now only one player going to be left up from them, and it ain't looking too promising. Slapper's also going to be taking an engagement, don't have to worry too much. Wazupi doing what he can to make a final stand. He does take down 2. Chiller watching over towards the wall, does go for the spray on towards the vehicle, but it's 300 from all the way over on the west. Vox going to be able to find that one down. Go Rise. Nefahor, he wants to try and peek up. He spotted out Quick Turtles for the time being. As Later trying his best to find an angle, but Quick Turtles for the time being just going to be chilling down in their compound. They got something to work with. 2 players bled out to zone. As Ascendant's going to be bleeding out to the Molotov. Zealot and Magi going to be going down as T-Sock looking to hold the side angle. Big spray comes out over on towards Michi. As the second player going to peek, it's going to be Tio Reeks. He returns some fire, but not going to really be too much for the time being. 2 versus 2. Potentially even a 2v1 as Ray gets absolutely tagged up, but yeah, Tio Reeks just going to be opting in towards the truck, relying on the smoke for cover. And I'd be surprised if Ascendants are even going to be prepared for this now.
Hoshi obviously now moving into the eastern side of this little warehouse. Gonna make it quite difficult for Ascendants to make any sort of moves outside of it right here. They are picking up the reses, but Hoshi actually gives away his position. The game is now open. The position very much documented here, with one on one side, one on the other him. Lost Reality playing this essentially as 2 solos right now, with Teorix in that little truck off to the north. He's even getting slammed by Lethal Association in San Martin here. Pushing out on the south side, it looks like it's not going to be all that long left for the world as T-Sock takes down one side, Draven takes down the other. Now there's going to be Ascendants moving their way forward. They all immediately hop into the Marauder. They're going to try and make a send here. And Chunks, we haven't really had time to touch on it, but your prayers have been answered. You wanted these teams challenged. You wanted a Hacienda circle, and that's exactly what we've got.
I made a bit of a mistake asking for this right now, Rude, because I have to observe this. It's going to be a rough one right here. We will have to see. As Dialiv going to be opening up, getting taken down right now. T-Sock doing a lot of big damage. 2 players left up here for Lethal Association. Make it 1. A slap still standing. Lands the headshot on towards T-Sock. The flush coming out as well as Ray goes down to the nave, down to just 12 HP remaining. Flashbang coming over the top, but it's one of those that we see so often at the moment where teams will throw down a load of flashes and they won't even bother with the push. Long range shots coming in from the north as well now. As Ray going to be getting flushed out. It's a 1 versus 1 slapped up against Magi. And they're on the very edge. They don't have to move just yet, but it looks like Slap gonna do it anyway.
Oh, lovely little angle underneath the car, and the feats come on through. Magi there, able to pick up the kill. Ascendants, they managed to claw their way out of that warehouse here. 5 kills strong, still not inside the placement points. You can see the difference between teams and players. Not something we see so often here with 9 teams alive, 19 players themselves. On average, 2 players per team right here. And we've got 2 strong formans. Inquisition on the north side, they've kept 4 people alive pretty much throughout. Elusive as well, commanding the Hacienda location. And then just scatterings of duos and solos in and around Hacienda to try and take this game. You have to imagine that in the central position, so long as Elusive don't lose out on a couple of members before those final circles start to close, they will have a very good game as well. Inquisition, they get themselves a little bit of a circle on the northern side as well. And honestly, it's all of these fights on the south that are about to kick off.
Yep, speaking of kick, head kick going to be going down. Nefahor now does manage to return the fire as the headshot comes through over on towards Pankill. That leaves Ripper now as the solo left up from Quick Turtles. And Neff, when it comes to that DMR, oh my, that is absolutely huge right there. Taking Ripper down low as well as, I mean, the smokes are up, but Neff has a bit of a run to make. Ripper, I'm not sure how likely the revive's going to be on towards Pankill. I think right now his focus is just going to be taking down Nefahor as body shot lands through. Neff gets the flush on towards Pankill. So 1 versus 1, but you can tell Ripper still a little bit cautious right here of those players that could potentially move in from the northeast.
And at this rate, for the full formats, this is going to become like a zombies horde mode where there's just time and time again, a solo starts coming at you, 2 duos start flying at you. There's a lot of teams still knocking about here with very few members up and alive here. This fight on the southeastern side of the circle, going to be the fight for not only a single kill point, but the placement point that comes with it as well, pushing you into the top 8. So a fairly high priority kill here. Very rare that you tend to see just, 2 kills in or 1 kill worth 2 points, as finally, it's actually going to be Mahi that does go down to the blue zone, so making everything I said completely redundant here, battling for 7th and 8th, both giving over 1 themselves. This is a flashbang going over. Is Ripper going to choose to peek? But it does, and it's actually never gets a quick tag, but goes down after the fact. Ripper, the quick peek is there. Wonderful stuff to net the team 7th at the very minimum.
Well played coming out there from Ripper. Beautiful headshots landing. As Darth looking like he could be in a rough position as well. Lucid Freak, he preps the nade. Oh no, that's unfortunate. He will manage to survive, but is going to be denied the kill. Corsac picks up that one. The AUG coming out big. Lucid Freak now as the solo player inside this long building. Needs to be aware of slappers, but right now, can't really make too much happen. Just has to lay low and hope that he can take slappers down in a couple of 1 versus 1 fights. As I mean, Rude. 6 teams remaining, 14 players alive, and Inquisition with pretty much complete zone dominance.
Yes, unless this circle goes back toward Hacienda here, Inquisition are going to be licking their lips at the way this circle is playing itself out. A pre-nade out of the south of that building there. Lucid Freak unable to quite find the marker. The smoke's beginning to go up. Slappers, they're getting hit from other sides right here. It's Ripper really causing them quite the few issues right there. And Lucid Freak, unfortunately, not going to be aware of these low health totals currently on the Slappers. He just peeked on out, 1 bullet into... one bullet into Shuru, 1 into Corsac would have pretty much done the job right there. Now going to continue to push their way forward here. Circle goes north. Inquisition very happy with that one. But down on the south side, they've all got to try and make their way through here. Just the smallest little ridge that Slappers have got to play with. Pushing their way in very, very slowly, using those smokes to their greatest extent. And might be trying to take a wrap right here, but where they're going to wrap to is just another solo that wants to kill them.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be too happy with this one. I think most players down on the southern side just going to try and get themselves a couple points out of it, as Ripper going to be opening up a couple. Slappers realizing now they are going to be in a little bit of trouble, as Lucid Freak appears to be prepping some Molotovs to try land them down below. Ripper opens up. This could be Lucid Freak's opportunity to strike. The smokes are still there, so he needs to be cautious, as Ripper from over the top starts engaging. Shuru gets tagged a little bit, but it's Corsac taken extremely low. Lucid Freak, he's got to use these shots as the cue that they are to start making a push through the smoke, but it's not ideal. The zone going to start moving in. Lucid has to realize soon enough that these players have moved, but I just don't think he has the audio cues just yet, as Slappers, they're going to be out of range, but not for long, because it's a Lucid that start to open up. Ripper going to be moving in. Lucid able to take down 1. Ripper takes down Corsac, but there it is, out from the blue. Lucid Freak, he makes a final stand, takes down Ripper. Quick turtles out in 5th, but not before Lucid Freak goes down to the blue. And that's not great here for Cozy Crew, because shots down on the south mean that Elusive are going to be paying a lot of attention down in this direction.
Going to be Fizzle almost taking down 1 on their approach there. Rohio does manage to make it back to safety. Yusufli is on fire right there. Morn's there as well. He's almost going to go down, but the spray from the M4 just good enough to pressure the first aid kit right now. For Cozy, they've got to take their time, start to group back up right here. It might seem pretty difficult in these tight pressure situations. You're going to have much better time trying to take these fights as a 2 versus X, 2 versus 4, whatever it may be here. But Elusive, they've got themselves 4 members strong. They have the ability to trade. And this entire time here, Inquisition just sat waiting, watching as Elusive, trying to get themselves some nice little parkour here, move onto the roof, and start to get themselves some nice off angles.
Elusive, they might just be able to make it happen, but that's easier said than done. Cozy Crew are moving up behind. Morn's going to be able to take down Deltas. Vahio's still standing, tanking a lot of blue damage. Goes for the spray on towards Fizzle. Will be able to get the knock. Tries to find a second, but J all day with the trade. There it is. Elusive going to be able to clean up that one, but Inquisition, they hear this. They're going to try and use this to their advantage. Yasugal and J all day still remaining. Jay going to be going for the revive on towards his teammate. It's down to Yasugal to make the final stand. The revives will be coming out, but Inquisition, they just have complete zone control. We might just see an Ink win coming out as Fizzle going for the heal. You gotta say, it's very rare to see a circle like this, and it might just work out in the favor of Elusive because of this high ground. But, I mean, if Ink are able to play a low enough angle, they're gonna be able to wait for Elusive to make the push and then just catch them off guard, because if you're down in those dips, it's near impossible to find an angle from the players up on the roof. As Yasugal, he realizes that he's gonna be making a push down now.
Yeah, and obviously, being on top of the roofs, you can't use smokes to the greatest extent right there. You have to either drop into smokes or drop off of them. Fudge manages to find the opening here. Jay now trying to find a response. Isn't quite able to do it as Tommel claps on back with another one. Morns goes down as well. Elusive down to just 2. Yasugal and Jay all day. They've got it all to do right now, and they're probably going to try and give this one up. Yasugal hopping back into the blue zone right here. He's just going to go down. Jay all day does the same. For Inquisition, they get themselves a chicken dinner. It's only the 2 kills here, a very quiet game, but they get what they needed.
Look at that right there from Quick Turtle. So aggressive. 1,400 damage in that one game, 11 kills out of it. And an absolutely huge performance. I gotta say, Elusive, look, they had the higher ground, but I think they realized that as soon as Inquisition got down in those dips, they were at the disadvantage. They didn't have any util, they didn't have any frags that they could possibly even throw down there. It's not ideal at all, but you know what? Very well cleaned up from Inquisition. But only a 2-kill chicken dinner. You kind of hope for more from them when they had that much zone control.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, right, they weren't able to capitalize on, picking up all of those sort of kills that they maybe could have got. They just had so much zone control, nobody even dared to challenge them. It got to the such extreme extent of them dominating the circle so well that nobody really cared to challenge them. And with a couple nice northern shifts in those couple end circles, it does go into their favor quite nicely. We talked about it for Cozy coming out of Valdemar. The amount of space that was actually on that northeastern side that Inquisition ended up taking was kind of insane there, and that sort of feeds into, once again, why they only had that couple of kill win.
Yeah, they got the zone, and they proved that they can win off those scenarios, but the real question is, are they going to be able to, get some more chicken dinners, get some bigger games? Span, King, do you think they will?
Yeah, you know what, Chunks? We were talking about Inquisition. They're getting absolutely gifted by that circle. To answer your question, Span, do you think Inquisition have it within them to pick up some more kills? Because they got a 2-kill victory here, 10 points added to their tally, plus the 2 kills, 12 total. They had 12 points going into this game. They have effectively doubled their score in game 4, but not by as much as they would have wanted. Do you think they have what it takes?
Yes. I mean, they're the team that went on ahead and popped over into here through last round qualifiers in 2nd place, I believe. So, and a lot of their points, I believe, were kills, actually. So just based off of what we've seen in the past 2 rounds, they should be able to go on ahead and do it again. I will say I'm a little bit surprised. They had 0 kills all the way until until that last circle. They had 0 kills.
Yeah, they had no kills until that last circle, and I want to ask you about that strategy that Elusive ended up taking at the end there. They denied kill points to Inquisition by allowing 2 of their teammates die to blue. Was that a smart play by them?
I mean, if you know that you're being held out, like there's that huge ridge to hold people coming out of Hossie out, and that's exactly where Inquisition was, and you already sent 2 people to try and do it, and you know it's a whole entire 4-man, it might be a good idea to deny points on day 1. Honestly, because every single point counts. So those 2 points that Inquisition could have picked up might influence their end scoring tomorrow.
Yeah, that every point counts when it comes to Battle Royale. And the top 10 move on to the group stages where they'll play against the 16 invited teams. We had 8 invited teams added to the lobby for round number 3. One of those being Keck W Kiers. We've talked about them a little bit. Going into game number 4, they end up going out 13th place with only 2 kills. They ended up being a part of that bloodbath we were talking about on the south side. Was that just a result of the absolute hard shift up to the north, or do you think they might have misplayed a little bit.
I think that was just a result of all the hardships to the northern side. Yeah, I mean, if you paid attention, the entire time, the northern side was the hottest in every single zone shift. So that means that that's where the zone was pulling everybody. I mean, at the very end, Inquisition, they had the complete northern control from Circle 6. So everybody on the southern side, they were the ones that were being pushed into each other and fighting. And I mean, those were also the teams, if we've already noticed, that were getting the kill points.
And how about that a little bit of Caster's Curse coming into game 4 span? Spicy Fish
Yeah.
got into an early fight with Slappers Only, and we were talking in our chat and we were like, man, Slappers Only, they have a bad split going on. There's no way they win this fight against Spicy Fish.
Yeah.
How did they win?
Yeah, well, I mean, we watched that. It was Keenan, it was him versus 2 other people above there, and right when he got downed, I mean, his 2 other teammates were trying to take out a solo in the shack, so he wasn't able to hold their northern side anymore, the upper ground, and that didn't even matter, honestly, because the other 2 ended up pushing into the shack to try and get the at least one members of Slappers down, and they got the trade, but he had tossed a nade.
The
And they're
martyrdom
both solo. Yep, they're both so low HP that nade that was underhanded, like right outside the door, took them both out. So I mean, Slappers, he got both those kills from the grave basically and eliminated out Spicy Fish.
That's so unfortunate to see. And you honestly, if you're a Spicy Fish, you probably a little frustrated because I think Sharpshot was just barely in the range of that grenade, and that was enough to take them down. So Slappers Only ended up with 2 up after that fight, moved on in. They end up getting gate kept, unfortunately, so they didn't really get the points that they were looking for that game. Unfortunately, for them. And Slappers were in 10th place going into that game, so picking up those 4 kill points are definitely going to be nice for them. But if you're Slappers, maybe what's the strategy change going into these 2 final Miramar games?
For Slappers or Space
Yeah.
Fish? Slappers? Okay.
Well, yeah.
I mean, just they haven't really been doing too well so far, but I don't know if they need to be changing anything up just yet. I think they need to figure out what they're doing really quickly into these last 2 games, and hopefully in these next 2 games they'll be ready for tomorrow. Every single game still matters. There's still a chance that they can get into the top 10.
Yeah, 100%. Every game does matter for sure. Let's quickly throw it over to the scoreboard and see how game number 4 reflects that total score tally for these teams. And as you can see here, Spicy Fish do still find themselves on top with 49 points total and a massive 28 kills. Going out early didn't seem to affect them too much. However, Quick Turtles, with a pretty solid game there, find themselves in 2nd place with 41 points total. Keck W Kiers fall down the leaderboards a little bit more. 3rd place with 36 points total. Ascendance Esports in 4th with 33. San Diego Rarity in 5th with 25. Cozy Crew just behind them in 6th place from the tiebreaker with 25 points as well. Inquisition in 7th with 24. Slappers in 8th with 20. So they move their way up into 8th place. Elusive in 9th with 18. Lethal Association in 10th with 16 span.
Yep, and based off of that, I mean, 10th place with 16 kills. I mean, 16 total points. A lot of these guys right underneath them still have a huge chance to be getting inside of this 10th place placement here. And man, a lot of these guys are going to have to change some stuff out, because I'm honestly surprised by this leaderboard a bit. Like, there's a few people that are not inside the top 10 right now that I feel like I expected them to be at this point. So I am hoping they go on ahead and change up some of their placements, honestly. And I mean, other than that, back to that past game, I'd also like to point out, I don't know if this is quite touched on, our team that got in 2nd place, S1, they dropped there. Their drop spot is Hasi Split. So they got to play inside of Hacienda the entire time. They only had 1 kill all the way up until Cozy ended up pushing into Hacienda, where they picked up their 2 others. So a little bit of Center Zone Curse coming into play for them, and Inquisition, really, if you think about it. It's Center Zone Curse, that means you get the zone coming to you. You don't have to worry about making those rotations or losing somebody on those rotations, but you don't quite get all of the kills all the time. Only some people are able to go on ahead and extend out of the center zone to get kills when needed, but I don't quite know how they would have unless they took control of those roofs, I guess. A bit better in Hacienda.
Yeah, elusive. They had two people up on top of those roofs. They had someone unfortunately go down to a nade, so they had to focus to get that revive on the roof. The other player had to come back and get the revive. And when they moved forward, because Inquisition were holding 2 up on the ridge and 2 back behind them, they were able to get shots up onto the roof. And then with elusive playing the smokes, it was just a matter of time before they were gate kept. Inquisition have shown to be masters of the 4-way split, and that was really shown last game with Caden down to the left, Fudge down to the right, the other 2 players back behind them covering, Tamil Soup. These guys know how to work together, and you can really see that cohesion coming out here. And I think maybe where they might be struggling, at least where they may have struggled in Erangel span, is perhaps those rotation strategies. These guys are huge fraggers, but I have been watching them a little bit, and it seems like the rotations have been getting them into trouble. On Erangel, they play off of farm a lot, and Circle even went there twice, but they still didn't pick up that many points. What do you think is the reason?
I mean, you might have hit the nail on the head, honestly. Haven't quite been keeping my eye on them, but they do definitely have a lot more placement points than kill points, so I guess they really do. There's a fine art, between putting yourselves in a good spot and putting yourself in a better spot. So like the difference there is like you can have the good spot where you're sitting there and you're in zone and you're alive and you're like all happy and like, yay, we can sit here and survive and good times. But the better spot, you can't just be safe. You need to be in a space where you can see everywhere, where you can scout and see other people inside the zone, and where you can third party a lot of other places where you can go ahead and get involved in other fights and pick up all those kills, so.
Yeah, you make a good point, and honestly, I think that point also kind of applies to elusive. Elusive oftentimes will make a good rotation into a good spot, but not necessarily into the better spot, and it feels like they don't always take the risks that maybe they should. Maybe Inquisition's kind of falling into that a little bit, at least on the Erangel games. They ended up getting zone gifted in Game 4, and that's what allowed them to get that victory. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head on in to game number 5. We go ahead and throw it over to our wonderful casters. Chunks, Rude Dude, take it away.
Well, Rude, you heard them. Time to take some gambles. I want to see some vehicle sends. I want to see some drive-bys. I want to see some just crashes. I want to see some mayhem right here. You know me well enough by now. Do we think that teams like Inquisition, like Elusive, are going to be able to switch up that strategy like, our desk mentioned, or whether it's going to be a case of, complacency to a certain extent?
I think for this is more so toward Inquisition. The fact that they got themselves a 2-kill win, yes, it's a win, but it probably feels pretty bad, right, that you get 2 kills. I can feel just the sort of frustration as well of getting 2 kills denied in an endgame situation. I can sort of sense that there's probably a little bit more kill hunger sort of reinstored, reinvigorated in their veins after that game in particular. So I would definitely like to see a little bit more aggression coming out. I mean, just as a caster, as a spectator, as anything here, we love to see those aggressive plays more so than anything else.
Well, Rude, it's time. Game number 5. It feels like the games have gone by so fast. We got 2 more this evening. Then we got 6 more games tomorrow. We got a Southern Playing Path. It's only our second Miramar game of the round. My question now is going to be, how many hot drops are we seeing now that teams are very limited in terms of the circle options?
Well, remember we had a hot drop on Cruz de Valle earlier this night already, and I don't know that we're going to get it this time around just because of how far away the playing path is. The question then becomes, where do these teams resort to, right? You can see Cozy, they dropped out very early. They've got 2 people heading as far down as Prison. So that's a very different sort of a strategy that they've gone for. And it looks as though Gravity are heading toward Puerto Paraiso on that southeastern side. So these two teams that hot dropped one another earlier on, not going to be doing the same thing. You might think, oh, there's a Los Leones hot drop, but I mean, traditionally, and I will say traditionally, and not at all times, you can loot quite happily with two teams in and around that Los Leones area. We have seen it proved not to be the case and to be the case as well. So, you have to play it by ear, see how each team decides to play it on out here. For the most part, though, everybody fairly happy. We see a couple of cheeky shots coming through on the southwestern side between
Oh,
Cozy
wow.
and Corsac, but Chunks, that's a circle, my guy.
That is a circle. I mean,
Yep.
look, this is I feel like, to anyone who doesn't, because I know a lot of people watch PUBG, but they also don't play it. I feel like anyone who doesn't play PUBG that is watching this is like, oh, it's just a standard circle. Nope, sorry chat, you're just wrong right there. This entire eastern side is all cliffs. It is completely unplayable, which means that, look, Inquisition and 300 are the only two teams inside of this circle. Every team is going to be scrambling for something, and now with probably about a quarter of the zone completely unplayable, is going to force teams on top of each other super early. So prepare for some absolutely insane phase 2, phase 3 crashes, fights, whatever you want to call them. It's going to be a rough one.
For a lot of these teams as well, remember that, traditionally, a lot of teams were, or rather, at least in this game, a lot of teams jumped out of the plane early, and a lot of the plane path was very southern. We've got ourselves a northeastern circle right here, and all of those teams that jumped early and went south have got probably the longest rotate that they will experience all night right here. Remember that the sort of difference between Erangel and Miramar here is that Erangel might appear like an 8x8 map, but generally plays as a 6x6 just because there's a lot of water surrounding it. Miramar, not that same feature here. Miramar has got compounds to the very end. Grufdeval in that bottom left corner, and even for Cozy, you can see down in prison, they are in that final little box on the far southeastern side, and they've got to make their way all the way over to the northeast. That is a long rotate. That is much more gas than you would normally anticipate for. And on Miramar, right, some of these things that you'll recognize, and if you've played, will sort to recognize as a trend here, is that going east to west on Miramar very easily. North to south, not so much here. There's not all that much terrain. There's not quite as many roads, making it as simple to go all the way from a north to a south side. And if you're looking at this from those teams down in Valdemar, down in and around Chumacera as well, it's going to be very difficult to make your way into this circle and do so anywhere soon before Circle 2 shows.
All right. Let's take a minute here, Rude. Inquisition, we spoke about them a little bit. They picked up a chicken dinner last game. They've also picked up Tomil going into this, It feels like the Soup, Fudge, Kadem roster. That's pretty familiar to anyone who's been around for a little bit as Inquisition. However, now with Honey Badger, obviously over on Gas Cans, they needed to find someone to fill that fourth slot. Tomil, a very, very experienced player, a seasoned veteran. Is he what Inquisition need here to be able to pick up some more frags and, go for those kill-heavy games? Because if it is, then what was he doing last game?
Yeah, so Tomil has sort of made a bit of a return to PUBG, was away, took a bit of a break over sort of the last year or so, and now starting to come back, starting to find his feet. He's published that frag movie quite recently as well. A couple of days ago, popped one of those out since his return to PUBG, and definitely showed that he's still got the mechanics there, and how he's meshing into the team remains to be seen, right? He's also playing on Tempest in EU, so there's a little bit here of potentially different styles of play coming on out, which could lend to a bit of confusion. But if you're just playing as a fragger, then you just do what your IGL tells you to. Yes, sir, thank you, I will shoot whoever I need to. And right now he's actually getting very, very close to Rise Esports, I believe, on that northeastern side, as him and Fudge have tried to sort of locate this compound and try and reprimand it for themselves. And you talked about these early Circle 2, Circle 3 crashes potentially coming out, and Inquisition and Rise could be looking for one in around Circle 1.
Yeah, we've seen, these compounds work out absolutely huge in the past. I'm trying to remember whether it was scrims or whether it was a different event I was cast in, but I distinctly remember, you know, gas cans absolutely sending it in towards this compound, being able to do some serious damage out of it, you know, towards the late game. So it is a powerful one to work with. And yeah, Chordrew not even got himself a vest yet. But you know what? When you've got your entire team to back you up, it sometimes makes you feel a little bit invincible, which is why, you know, he's not going for the wide peaks, just some little head peaks to try and get a little bit of info. The same, however, cannot be said for the rest of the team as mixed results. What is going on right now here? Crazy goes for the seat swap, lands one on towards Innate, but mixed results have already locked off. They're looking to try and find another as Crazy pops up, takes down ILGS. The flush going to be coming out as well. Ice Tech and Ripper from range with the third party looking for the flushes. Want to take down ILGS. Not really going to be working out there. Crazy goes down. Patron, the final player left up, as mixed results. I feel for them right here. Same with SDR, because that is not the early game fight you want to be taking here. And look at this. Inquisition, they're opening up on towards Rise as well.
Yeah, we do see there Quick Turtles able to finish off mixed results. They go down in 16th. It looks like Rise are the ones that are getting battered a little bit here as well, as they're now trying to push their way out to try and sort of salvage this fight more so than anything else. Tommel trying to push out on the south side, almost gets a little bit of something extra there onto. I believe it's Chiller just inside that long building there, as was up here, is completely disengaged from this situation. Chiller inside the long building, just sort of biding their time, kind of waiting, trying to do what they can to maybe try and hold off this onslaught that Inquisition are just pumping on through right here. And the Molotov going to cause them a little bit of issue. Again, Quick Turtles picking up yet another kill to finish off San Diego Rarity, so those Los Leones fights ceasing themselves pretty quickly here. Inquisition now pushing on through this long building, renownedly very difficult to try and push on in here, and the nades coming on out. Caden with the AK even able to get that kill before the lethals are used, and it's just Wazupi left remaining, and they've ran for the hills, my good sir.
Yeah, I mean, can you blame him though? Look, I mean, Inquisition, they just absolutely cleared through that as a unit, and considering that last game we were talking about them needing to pick up some more kills, they must have heard us, because very well played from them right there. Early game fight, and it pays off big, because right now they got themselves a really strong compound to work with. Obviously, you got to kind of pray for the zone in a circle like this, because there are so many ridges around you, it's hard to push up out of it. But they've got themselves some hard cover, and I have seen this zone as a bit of, this compound, I should say, as a bit of a zone magnet, you know, in the recent patch.
Yeah, and those sorts of trends do become pretty apparent, and all of these IGLs will know that. Obviously, they're just playing the game. They will have this information that, hey, this circle tends toward these compounds, tends toward this area, and everybody going to know pretty much what they're wanting in this circle and how they want to be playing it on out here. Still got a fair few teams outside of the zone right here, as we do see Lost Reality having a little bit of an issue with their own vehicles on the far western side, and Headkick with this iron-sighted SKS, not going to be all that great. You know, we talked about 2X's needing to be pressed up against your monitor. For an iron sight, you need to be playing the game physically with VR to try and get anywhere near the shots at this sort of range.
I'll tell you what you need to do. You got to drill a hole in your monitor for your nose to fit through. then you can hit these shots with the iron sights. But you know what? Headkick, he's still trying for it. You got to respect it there. He put in some work. Wasn't really enough to get any kills as Sociopath returning the fire. There's only so much you can do with an iron sight at that kind of range. So, I mean, credit to him for trying, but it's just, it's not going to be enough right there.
No, and you can see that the difference there, the 4X is able to very instantly try and put a little bit of damage back on down in response. And now, with a couple of our teams now moving their way in on the south side, this is Astra taking some shots up against the KW. He is here, Acro, looking for these shots here 3 times on the back of the mini, not the most ideal once again, and they're actually paying for it with their tires here. Acro just trying to now save one of these little Broncos as they're trying to move their way off this hillside. Because honestly, they're going to need it here for rotations to continue to come on through. You can see Circle 2 has shifted. They're no longer in this one. And that compound that Inquisition took, still inside the circle, but not quite as central as maybe they'd have hoped for.
I'm saying something that, you know, I feel like it's the worst thing to say as a caster, but it has to be said sometimes. The best compound, or the best position in the circle, it goes to 300 right here. And let me explain why. This high ground is just so powerful to work out of. The downside is Headkick, the guy who's playing the highest position, rocking the Iron Sights SKS. Not ideal, but hey, the rest of 300 are going to be pretty looted up, and they're going to be able to spot loot all of these smaller compounds and hopefully get their teammate, you know, a decent scope sooner or later. Vox scouting out, he knows how powerful the hard cover can be in terms of defending his teammate here, so 300, they are super split. My only concern is just how split they are, because we see Quick Turtles, we see Gravity, all these teams moving in from the south. They're going to be looking to try and retake this compound here and grab control, and as soon as they realize it's only a two-man, they are ready to absolutely send it.
Yeah, and of course, Headkick does have coverage there a little bit. We'll be able to see over, but as we've already alluded to, the Iron Sight not going to be able to really provide all that much support. Neff as well, with just a quick peek over, should be able to try and support the team. Should Quick Turtles try to push their way forward at all. Worth noting here that we have still got some far rotators making their way forward, with Slappers only still on the northern side, just making their way past Tierra Bronca here. And Spicy Fish have got themselves a very nice little setup, holding pretty much both of those roads in on the north side, with Keenan holding the western side, Roth holding the east. Not really too much for them to to say as they're trying to make their way forward. It's Ascendants that get past Keenan pretty much freely, and at the minute we can just see Headkick having a little bit of fun here.
Yeah, you know what though? Stone Storm taking some really long range shots here. This is about 600-700 meters. He must be taking them. He's trying to land something with the mini, but I think as soon as he saw those vehicles start moving, he decided to back off. My question is now, looking at this zone, how are these southern teams going to fare? KW gears Nitrogen. He's already been lit up by Maro, a top damage dealer so far this game, and he's not looking at relenting anytime soon. He does decide to back off as Quick Turtles want to group up a little bit further to the north, potentially grab Junkyard. It's not ideal in a circle like this and rude. We knew something like this would end up happening in this zone, but this is very rough. Usually when two teams send it into a city, they're at least playing different areas of the city.
Yeah, this is the pretty much solo north side of El Azahar. Currently, we have a 4v4 about to erupt in there with... Honestly, I say erupt, I feel like there's probably just going to be enough, and then the team's going to back off, and then they're going to recognize that there's not really all that much point fighting for it so early on. You know, if you lose even just 2 members here, even if you get 4 people, playing it out as 2, really not going to be all that powerful to you. And they've gone into Al Azahar so early on right here. There's so much potential for this circle to just shift away. There's potential for hard shifts. Even when we've got land ratio circle, not necessarily this one, but the one afterwards, it's a very dangerous idea to be going into city so early on. That's why we see teams not often opt into it. Fortunately, they've been kind of gifted a little bit here. They can move their way through a little bit further to the south if they want to keep themselves in Al Azahar, but we do see a little bit of a potential for an engagement between Spicy Fish and Slappers. Another one for the Bucks right here. Game number 3, game number 4, it went the way of Slappers only. This time around, Spicy Fish, at the minute, not giving them the satisfaction with the circle shifting away. They want to get themselves a position before they begin to take some shots.
I mean, after how last game went, I'm not surprised Spicy Fish are going to be backing off of Slappers here. Sure, they don't know it's the team, but I don't really see Spicy Fish taking those kind of ego early game plays to a certain extent, because it feels like, look, they managed to work it in the last round. Now, however, we got some invited teams, we got some seriously strong squads. You don't want to be taking unnecessary fights, and I think Spicy Fish, they need to start treating this as what it is, which is a competitive game, not so much in the way that they played last round, where they kind of got away with a lot. They were going for some plays that shouldn't have worked out and just relying on their raw mechanics. But when you get into a lobby at this kind of level, there's gonna be players that are just as good with you, you know, just as good as you when it comes to mechanics. So it's going to be a rough one for them if they do decide to carry on like this, and I think they've realized that, so they are quickly adjusting their playstyle.
Playing it nice and tentatively, playing it slowly on that northern side of the zone. We've got a couple more teams looking to try and make their way into Al Azahar. This circle rises solo. Was up, he has made it in there. At the minute, it's just Ascendants and Lethal Association, but Roth is sort of lurking here on the northern side as well. We have got Gravity down in and around this sort of large warehouse, the pretty big plateau to the north of it that they currently aren't controlling. Looks like Inquisition are the ones that are looking to try and push over the top and maybe formulate some sort of vision, formulate a plan to try and push their way forward here. You can see these guys have got the scopes fudged with the suppressor on the SLR as well. Going to be causing a little bit of distraction here if he's taking some shots at range, and Gravity as well. They are a little bit split. JR is in the long building further to the west, and the rest, at least, of the team up on this warehouse on the west and eastern side of the circle. Looks like, though, could very well just be a disengage entirely, as 300 are starting to kick off against Cozy.
Big 2K comes out there from Voxic over on towards Vahio and Delta. The nade's coming over to try and get the flushes later, working around the side. Will confirm it on towards Vahio. 2 players left up here for Cozy Crew. It's Tetra and Zuki is there, just kind of chilling in the building right now. And in just 15 seconds, the next zone is going to pop. So it's going to be a rough one here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see 300 maybe slow down for the time being and wait for the zone to pop before committing on towards this fight.
Yeah, they got themselves 2 quick kills in the center of the circle, and honestly, that's a very good sort of start for them. Not overextending to give themselves up too many kills either, like not giving anything back. Cozy do get the hard shift on the circle right here, and now 300 could very well look to try and siege upon this, recognizing that they've taken 2 down before. It's going to be Latta who leads the charge, pushes on into the long building. Waits for his team as the pre-nades are starting to come out as well, and you don't want to push this as a solo with the rest of your squad. It's an entirely different story, and now they're looking to try and push on forward. But Vox actually gets third-partied. Hoshi manages to find that one, and now it's going to be a 3v2 push into this long building.
Clearing through very, very cautiously. They know that Tetsu's going to be chilling here. Zuki over on the side angle. Going to be prepared if these players do decide to try and hop up top, but not to be the case right now. Head kick lands the Molotov as Tetra is going to be caught with it. Now's the opportunity that 300 needs 8 to make the push, but the doorway, I should say, is going to be Molotoved off. The second smoke comes through. Zuki tried his best to cause a bit of a distraction. It doesn't work out for the time being, so the med kit will be popping. 300, they want to move through a little bit more, and there it is. Nefahor with the push takes down Tetra. Now, Zuki, the final player left up for Cozy Crew, is doing what he can to make a final stand. Will prep himself a molly, but honestly, 300 are just absolutely posted up on towards this now. They could push it through. Is Headkick going to be keeping the vehicle safe? We saw the zone shift, and now all of these Eastern teams have a very, very rough rotation ahead of them.
Yeah, and it even looks like 300 might be going for the res here. It could cost them more than it gains them, but if they can get 4 people back up on their feet, they're going to be more than happy with that one. They are taking a lot of shots from Lost Reality, so it's a pretty risky one to try and attempt. But Zuki here, looking to try and clap back right now. Remember, with those split resources, looking for both a res and a fight. 2 versus 1 rather. Could very well be a fight that Zuki might just be able to take. For all of our Eastern teams, all of our Northern teams, rotations into the circle have begun to commence, and for the most part, everybody's made it in. It's Ad Astra on the south and Inquisition on the east, as well as Wazuki, that single solo left, that haven't managed to completely find their way into this circle. And right now, 300, they do get 4 people back up on their feet. Question becomes, can they keep that way for much longer? And if they make it into the compound, they are going to be absolutely toasted and ready for success this game.
I got a big question right here. Gravity over on the eastern side. They're going to rough rotate ahead of them. We saw Zofran take a lot of damage as JR Head goes for the seat swap, peeks out the window, does some damage. It's not going to be enough as Badilor going to be getting knocked and eliminated. Gravity, they pulled up. They're over on KW key as the damage has already come out. Maybe the nades will be able to finish the job. They're certainly close. Nitrogen already low HP. That might be enough to finish the job. There it is. Fries goes down. Ret, the final player left up, but not for long. There it is. KW key is out in 14th. The Zuki boy doing his best to make a final stand. The smokes are up. He's going to be flashed. Molotov comes on through. Zuki down for Cozy Crew. Out they go in 12th position. 300, 4 kills, staying 4 strong.
Very good siege, very good hold at least as well. They were able to clear out that compound without too many difficulties there, with even able to pick up a res. And we actually see Spicy Fish taking some casualties here. This is Lost Reality. They've pushed off of their hillside where they were battering 300 from, now just to take this fight with the current top of our lobby. Sharp Shot falls as well. Spicy Fish down to just Uncivil and Keenan. And now we're looking at this fight here. This is Gravity who managed to make their stand and actually managed to make it work right here. With JR and D-Rich, the only 2 remaining members, they've got to hold out 2 teams from the south and then constantly try and keep short and make sure that their north isn't getting pushed in as well. But look at this east side here. Alazahar out of the circle, Chunks.
Yep, and you really start to see it as all of these teams going to be moving in. It's going to make things very rough for a lot of these squads. Inquisition still posted up on the top of the ridge as Ascendants start to get involved. Socio going to be able to go down right here. As T-Sock picks up a point. 2 players left up here for Lethal Association. They are not in an ideal position, but honestly, neither is Wazupi, as he's just doing what he can to sneak around behind Slappers. He's going to go for the kill on towards Nick. Picking himself up. At least 1 kill point on the way out, but I mean, Shuru gonna be looking over in this direction. Knows where Wazupi's gonna be. He just has to try and survive, but the zone's on his back. Teams all around. Maybe he can land an aid? Not quite. Dip's gonna prevent it. Slappers, they've got themselves to relative safety, and I say relative because that's only until S1 peek over the top.
And this could actually be a nice way for Wazupi to make it in here. He has obviously got to actually deal with Ascendants as well, but playing that dip might be able to make something happen. Inquisition over the top of the hillside as well. They've been able to move their way in on the east, and it's actually Caden able to pick up Wazupi there in the end and trying to hold in Ascendants as well right now. A lot of teams currently in their fire, and if they're the last team in on that eastern side, they can try and peek over the top. They could very well take down both Elusive and Slappers. They've still got to deal, of course, with Ascendants, 4-man strong pushing out right here. Nade in hand from Super rolls it down the hill. It's going to be just a bit too cooked, unfortunately. Didn't quite manage to have the legs on it, but Caden with the AK does manage to find Margie there. That's 1 knock and flush taken out. A little bit too low, and unfortunately not going to be able to do the job. Soup on one side finds another. The AK is good enough for a second, and Draven, he's actually able to find another response. Soup is also knocked, so it's actually down to Tomil and Fudge right here to try and make something happen. Tomil with a quick tag over, unable to quite find anything, and Elusive also in a position to try and third party. They're peeking over the top, and it's going to be a nice takedown from Fizzle. Hambino taken down, and Slappers now removed.
This is just a horrible circle for so many of these teams as Fudge starts to move in on towards this fight. Fizzle decides not to peek over the top. That might have just been a bit of a misplay. He could have picked himself up 2 relatively easy points there, but with Tomil providing some support, they're not going to be too easy, which Ascendants are just about to find out. Zray still standing here, does get caught with the mini. That blood splatter is going to be the cue for Fudge to start making the push. The comms will come through as the heal's out. It's not going to be enough. Headshot lands through. Inquisition. They're coming alive just as we asked for. 9 kills so far, but a team that may be underperforming for what we would have expected from them. Spicy Fish, they go down in 7th. I'm sure they're going to redeem themselves, but it just feels like the past couple games just not been too great for Spicy Fish here.
Yeah, Miramar definitely not their best take just yet today, as we do see Inquisition continuing to try and take some shots. That's up against teams on the far south side of the circle. The Quick Turtles here with a very good post up on the south side should be able to at least try and make something happen off of these hills, as Ad Astra here with that 1 single kill for this game so far are also trying to push into the Turtles. They've got themselves a position in this circle themselves, to be honest, and I don't anticipate the fight to come through just yet, given that they don't need to move right away. Inquisition, though, S1, they both have to try and make their way into the circle here. They both have to take a fight, and then even after they take this one, 300 are going to be sat waiting eagerly in the compound. Both of these teams pushing over toward one another. This 3v3 very much on the cards.
Fudge playing point as Tomil going to be the first player to get caught out. Fudge traded out quickly, however. As Soup able to find it, it's down to a 1 versus 1. Soup, however, for the time being, he wants to prioritize the kills. 11 of them so far for Inquisition. As Fudge is giving that info here. He is knocked, but he's not out of the fight just yet. He's calling it out. It will work out. Headshot lands through. Soup down to 19 HP, but he manages to survive. But look at this. The zone's closed in. He's low on health, and Lost Reality are going to be down to the south, looking like they could try and find an angle on towards this. But they need to be cautious, because look, Ad Astra, they've spotted out Mitchie now. Sarta's going to be opening up with the Mini 14, but the headshot does get returned. As down goes Sartus. Mitchie playing as a solo for his team, and hey, it worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, you can't prone like that in the open at Astra. Unfortunately, a mini of any sort of caliber there will be able to just peek up over and take you down. Recognize that your position isn't all that great, but it's just not possible, not doable to try and sit there and take the prone. We are seeing as well Quick Turtles, they take down Rahel. It's just Akra remaining, and That push on through shouldn't really be all that difficult. Soup on the north side, though, speaking of difficult pushes, he's got a couple of smokes left to use, 2 more left in hand. He doesn't want to stack these on top of one another, doesn't want to be wasting them. But equally, you can't really see when you're in all of these smokes, and with the blue pressuring him too, that could be a very difficult fight to take. Soup does go down. It's Hoshi able to pick that one up, and now the siege on this rock as well. Acro, not long left for the world as we see the quick turtles here with 2 people only trying to push them way across. Michi holding south side as well, and worth noting, Pankill causing havoc for 300.
That Molotov was just so close. Acro gonna be playing this rock as best as possible. I'm not sure whether Quick Turtles realize where he is, because that Molotov, it was so close. It felt like, for them at least, he should have been able to get the kill. So now being extra cautious as, I mean, the zone will continue to close. It's pulled down to the southwest. Lost Reality do have some good zone control, but they are aware of these players down on the southeast. Pankill, still as a solo for the time being, has been able to spot out Voxic from 300. Getting ready to go for the peak, but not wanting to overcommit just yet. Voxic will be able to return the fire as flashes now start to come out from 300. They're going to be sweeping through. Head kick going to be playing point on towards this one. Doesn't know where the player's going to be, though, as he's relying on just the audio, as Pankill going to be able to take down. Head kick now. Later manages to get the trade, but he's quickly getting fire returned on towards him by Ice Tech. There's 2 players left up for Quick Turtles, and they are not giving up. 8 kills so far for them, and this is a fragging squad. You can tell that they want to pick up some more. Ripper playing with the M249 down to the south. Careful of the player from Ad Astra, but a Crow gonna be going down now in 4th place. Ripper, he preps the flashes. Michi going to be up over the top as Lost Reality want to start moving in more and more on towards this position, but for the time being, not going to be able to make it happen. Molotov will come over the top, but not being found. Ice Tech from range does provide some decent cover. Takes down Michi. Now, however, Ripper has to make a final stand. He's got the M249. He could theoretically take down both players without having to reload once, but I mean, both these players setting up a bit of a pinch right now. Hoshi going to be moving around the side as Ripper goes for a peek. There it is. Takes down Tio Reeks. Voxic from range, however, going to be able to find the trade on towards it. Hoshi, the last player from Lost Reality, but not for long. There it is. Down he goes. 300 up as a 4-man. They are just ready to absolutely clean up this fight now.
Yeah, and this game pretty much handed to 300 with all the teams fighting on the south side here. Should be a very simple question of removing the final remaining member here of Quick Turtles. It's Ice Tech just holding on this little rock face that he's got for himself. 300 sweeping the eastern side. As soon as they recognize he's not there, most likely going to opt into the western side themselves. If your eyes right here, you want to be trying to run around on the northern side. Obviously, hindsight is 2020, and he doesn't know what 300 are quite up to just yet. But if he was able to make his way over there, at least to give them some sort of, some sort of prejudice, and maybe make his way out and potentially into a different spot. We are definitely expecting this to be a 300 win here, and you see the priority that they put on keeping 4 people alive. Vox was knocked in the open to the east of that long building compound when they went for that crash. They took the fight, crashed it, managed to pick up a kill, and then went back out to pick up Vox in that situation. Ice, though, does take down 1, but the immediate spray back from all 3 members comes on through. Latters there with the Grozer, and that is going to be 300 picking themselves up that chicken dinner.
Beautifully done there from 300, but you got to say Inquisition, after last game's win, they weren't able to pick up too many kills, but definitely showing that, hey, we're still fraggers, they're able to put in work. Later, the final player there able to clean up that last remaining player from Quick Turtles. So very well played from 300 there. And I gotta say, big plays all around right there, as, all of the teams in the top able to pick up some serious kills. 300, first place with 8 kills. Quick Turtles, second place with 10. Lost Reality, third place with 6. Ad Astra, fourth place with 1. They kind of break the cycle. Inquisition, 5th place with 11 kills. Elusive, 6th place with 6. And then it kind of starts to drop off. But I gotta say, all of the teams on the top of the leaderboard are going to be looking really strong, because not only do they get the placement, they also get some serious kills. Now, my question is, King, Span, Is that going to be enough for these teams to start securing themselves, or do they need these consistent placements as well as just being able to pick up a couple big games?
You know what, Chunks? We were talking about it a little bit, and we're seeing a little bit of a leaderboard flop start to develop slowly with 300 and Quick Turtles getting the top of the lobby. Quick Turtles were already in the top 4, picking up 10 kills and getting second place. They're going to further move up. Tech W going to start to move down a little bit further. But Span, you and I were talking about the positioning of Quick Turtles. We thought they had it in the bag. What went wrong for them there?
Well, right when Circle 7 popped and it pulled off a 300, right? And right when it pulled off a 300, I was like, okay, that means 300 needs to come up on top of the hill. And Lost Reality over on the western side, their really own real rotation based off the terrain is to the south towards Quick Turtles. So I instantly was like, Quick Turtles is gonna get pinched. And that kind of happened there. So I mean, Quick Turtles did end up kind of delaying 300 for a little bit, getting a knock onto one, but they instantly went back, got the res, and really it just continued. Quick Turtles were so spread out, 2 of them kind of focusing on Ad Astra on the southern side, 1 person staying near 300 that ended up getting taken out alone, so then there's only 2 members of Quick Turtle left. And then what happened is they got pinched. Lost Reality ended up making that rotation to the south where they needed to be going, starting to sweep the edge. 300, when they're hearing the fighting, instantly started pushing over. The thing I didn't expect was for Lost Reality to be going out first before Quick Turtles. But then that was it. Because of that fight, there was only 1 member of Quick Turtles left when 300 got there.
You know what? Yeah, and when you said in our voice chat while that was happening, like, oh man, they're getting pinched, I thought for sure that Lost Reality were going to be able to take advantage of that at the end there, but no, it was going to be, it's Ripper who takes down 2 members, but then gets traded out by 300, and Ice Tech, last player alive, ends up going down. We actually saw kind of a similar situation with a crash that happened earlier in the game. Gravity and Keck W in the south side of the circle. Keck W were holding down a shack position, and they were doing a great job of doing that, but Gravity were full sending it in their direction. We both thought it was going to be an easy drive-by kill for Keck W, but they turned it on their head.
Yeah, Keck W, they were the ones that was holding the shack, but then when Gravity went on ahead and sent it straight on over, they tossed 2 nades. 2 of them got a beautiful nades that ended up taking out 2 of the Keck W Kier members, and then that was it for them. Keck W Kiers were cleaned up from those 2 nades, really. So Gravity were able to take their position, and then I believe it was Quick Turtles that ended up coming from behind and taking them out.
Yeah, and if I'm Keck W Kiers and I see my team slowly falling down the leaderboards, going out earlier than I want to, I personally would say, hey guys, like, what's going wrong here? Are we not rotating to the right spots? Are we not making the right calls? You know, I think they're going to start second guessing themselves, and I'm curious to see how that affects this last game of the day, going into game 6. We're gonna have to wait and see how that ends up. But I also want to point out another play, or we could probably say misplay, at the very beginning of the game in an early rotation between SDR and Mixed Results. I almost said Mixed Reality again. That's just their nickname at this point.
No.
and Quick Turtles were there to just wipe them up. What's up with that?
Yeah, watching it from the overview, I was like, wow, these guys are about to run straight into each other on this road, and Quick Turtles are in front of them. They're definitely going to turn around, and that's exactly what happened. So Mixed Results and SDR ended up making a rotation in the same exact area on a huge road right below Impala. They both ran straight into each other, got into a huge fight, and then, yep, Quick Turtles, they turned, they stopped, pulled out their guns, third-partied it, picked up 3 of the kills, and Mixed Results and SDR both were taken out in the 16th and 15th position. So that was it for them. Gotta be really careful on those rotations not to just smack into another team, I guess, is the lesson there.
That's got to be so frustrating, you know, if you're Mixed Results or San Diego Rarity, because they aren't exactly doing their absolute best. San Diego Rarity are in 7th, and Mixed Results are in 15th right now. You know, if you're them, probably don't stop on that rotation and take that fight. Maybe you just keep going instead of risking it for the Biscuit to pick up a few more extra kills on the rotation, because then you just open yourself up to Quick Turtles, who ends up stomping on them and taking them out. Was there anything in that game that really stood out to you, Span?
I think something that stood out to me definitely was Cozy versus 300. So right when Circle 3 popped, it was a hard shift to the western side, and both 300 and Cozy were centered. It was Cozy that had the compound, and 300 were up on the hills directly beside them on the eastern side. 300 just crashed them. They're just like, we're both centered, but I want that compound. They just crashed them. So, and 300 won. So 300 were able to go and sweep out Cozy there. And that was it. And as we know, 300 were just able to go on ahead and push up that mountain from then on to then win the game. So I think that was the pivotal moment. If it was the opposite, I wonder if we would have seen a Cozy win.
Yeah, who knows really. But let's quickly, before we get on into the sixth and final game of the day, let's take a look at the scores. And it looks like Quick Turtles have found themselves in the top spot following game number 5, as Spicy Fish didn't necessarily have their best game last game. Quick Turtles are in first with 57 total points, are now leading the lobby in kills with 36. Quite a lot, if you ask me. Spicy Fish now have dropped down to second place with 51 points total. Ascendance Esports are in third with 38. Keck W Kiers find themselves in fourth from tiebreaker points with the same amount, 38 points as well, slowly falling down the leaderboards. And then we have a three-way tie here. Inquisition from tiebreaker points are in 5th place with 38 points as well. 306 with 28. San Diego Rarity in 7th with 27. Elusive in 8th with 26. Cozy Crew in 9th with 25. And Lost Reality in 10th with 20. Just a quick reminder as well, these teams are fighting to be in the top 10 to move on to the group stages, where they will play against invited teams to then move on to the ESL PUBG Masters Finals. One last thing I want to talk about before we move on in to the game was a solo player that I was watching for pretty much the entire game after an early crash. It was Rise's Wasapi. We saw them get crashed by Inquisition after an early knock span, and Wasapi immediately darted away. Some say he's still running to this day, but it kind of felt like he was singing "Staying Alive" that whole time. Didn't you hear it coming out of his ears?
Potentially, I don't know. He rotated so far away to the eastern side, I mean, like in a place that nobody was going to make a rotation to. So, I mean, that's definitely the smart play as a solo. As a solo, your only aim is to stay alive until you absolutely have to shoot your gun or be some sort of an influence in the game. And I mean, he took it that far. He ended up crashing straight center Azahar when he needed to as well. It's unfortunate that it just kept shifting away from Azahar, and so many teams are around him, and so many teams were holding all the teams out from Azahar. He was just gonna die on that, and that's exactly what happened. So he got a point.
He got a point. He got one for Rise. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head on into the sixth and final game of the day. Chunks and Rude, take it away, guys.
Well, what a way to wrap up. It's gonna be a good one, I can tell. We're reaching the halfway point, Rude. The question is now, who are going to be the teams that really start to shine? Quick Turtles out in first, Spicy Fish in second. I feel like everyone was kind of expecting Spicy Fish to be, you know, out in first by quite a lead at the end of tonight.
And I mean, I was certainly in that camp as well here, Chunks. They've unfortunately not had the greatest Miramar games coming on through, where Quick Turtle have just continued to step it up. They've been pretty much prolific in terms of picking up damage, kills, and whatever they so desire here. They're currently matching, you know, the most kills in the lobby so far with 7 over Spicy Fish, who we obviously know are renowned for their fragging power here. Though, very early on, we are seeing potential for a very big fight to come on out. Once again, Gravity and Cozy, this time in Puerto Paraiso.
D-Rich already eliminated. You gotta chill with the hot drops, guys. It feels like that's 2 games in a row now where Gravity have been taking the hot drops, D-Rich getting punished because of it. But, I mean, I'm not sure whether you remember, the very beginning of the evening, I was asking, we gonna see the VSS coming out? Finally,
Yep.
my prayers have been answered.
And Gravity as well here. They sort of took this. Oh my word, Chunks, the circle.
Oh wow.
It's coming. It's coming. I believe in the
Please.
island circle.
Please.
I mean, I saw it on I can't remember whose Twitter it was, but there was I believe
Paper
in Korea
scrims.
scrims.
It was paper thin scrims.
Yep.
That was an interesting one to watch. Paper scrims. I mean, you know what? If there's ever, you know, a stream that just guarantees you some wacky circles, it's going to be paper thins. But okay, I got a question now, Rude. Is it happening? Just hold out hope for me and tell me it's happening, because
Yes.
it will make my day if it does.
It's one of those 100% Rudude confirmed every single time the circle goes to the island stats. I 100% of the time this one goes over to those islands. So guys, settle up. We're ready for it.
I'm so ready. I have never got to cast an island circle, so hey, just fingers crossed. That's all I'm saying. And you know what? I mean, as much of a rough position Gravity and Cozy Crew are in right now, if it does end up being an island circle, look, they're only just outside zone. Cozy are even inside zone. It won't be a terrible circle for them, providing that they can, you know, get this fight under control and wrap it up without losing too many players.
No, obviously, right, in Puerto, you're expecting some boat spawns, and just before we get into it, I can tell, right, we're obviously lurking here. King Big Dip is absolutely losing it, the fact that we've got a chance at just an island circle right here. I can feel the energy coming through, that if this one happens, regardless of how this analyst desk goes, it's going to be King Big Dip just absolutely dominating with these island stats that, you know, just coming on through. Very much a lot of excitement from everybody here on broadcast tonight for this one. And as you mentioned here, if they can wrap up this fight quickly down in Puerto, they should be able to find themselves some boats at the very least, and maybe some form of rotation to go through into this circle, right? Now, realistically, we're looking at this, and vehicles are obviously going to be a necessity. And looking at the circle here, if it does go over to the west, which is somewhat, I'll say, a very small chance.
No, it's going hard to the east. That's it.
Yeah,
only to the
that's
east.
what I'm saying. But I'm just, you know, I'm covering all the bases here. You know, the small chance it goes to the west. There are obviously going to need to be a few vehicles in play here coming out of Puerto, and for the most part, a lot of these teams have already started their rotations at the very least. You can see a couple of teams on the very far west haven't really bothered with it, but Inquisition already in position, Rise in position as well, and 300 making their way across too. And we finally started to see a couple of shots come through from this Puerto Paraiso fighters. Delta takes himself a little bit of a tag, but we're not anticipating that knock comes to too much, even if they can get it, because Gravity have very much disengaged this situation. Zovrin has gone far off to the west, and Baddy and JR are both on the south side. Very easily should be able to disengage. The question becomes, though, if any teams try to rotate through here, who's going to be able to pick up those kills?
And you got to bear in mind, Rude, look, this is, you know, one of those circles that it's not ideal for any squad just because of how crushed together they're going to be. But teams like Rise, mixed results, these are going to be looking really strong right now, especially if Rise are going to be able to get this hill. It is just so strong to be able to play off of, even if it does go to the island circle or if it moves over to the west. They're both really strong positions to be working with. But you know what? Badilol, he is going to drop the VSS. We are on, you know, esports server right now, which means that we haven't got that VSS buff, unfortunately, but yeah, oh well, you know, I'm sure Gravity are going to do what they can to try and pick up a couple frags out of it. As, you know what, Circle 1's popped, and the southern side is looking like we could have some serious issues right here.
Yeah, Ad Astra looking to make their rotate through. Acro going to be the first one to drive along this road here. Is on that bike and goes through unscathed to begin with. A second member about to come on through. That's going to be a very close drive. It's just ran over. Shooter. He gets knocked in response, and the steal away from the kill as well. It's Cozy. He steals away both of them. It's just gone all wrong, and Cozy they're just laughing.
Yeah, that's rough. The vehicle kill coming out there. JR, he's got to do what he can to try and pick up some kills on towards this. He has to try and salvage it, but the nade is just going to be a little bit far away, as the underhand nades will be coming out. He tries to find one. Delta with the micro Uzi. Yeah, just typical. It's game 6. What do you expect, Maroon?
That's a very true fact right there. A very nice little close-up Uzi spray comes on out, and Zovrin here with that early adaptation to leave about as fast as possible. He is going to be the only remaining member left for Gravity. Making his way off to the north and probably on footing the majority of this circle here to try and recover some semblance of points here for the team, if at all possible. Going to be a very difficult task ahead of him, but we've seen it done before. We've seen Snakes take games time and time again, so there is a chance here. Obviously not the highest one, but got to give everybody a chance in Battle Royale, and never really say never, as we are broaching that 7-minute marker, and everybody who isn't already on rotation definitely needs to start their movements here. KW Key is about finishing up their loot in Chumacera as we speak. Spicy Fish, Lethal Association, and the Slappers still yet to make their way all the way into this circle, as Inquisition have also got themselves a fairly nice location here. Going to be located just to the northwest of Impala, sitting around this little top side of rocks, where Forge has got himself a lot of vision to the north, not all that much to the south, and that's really what he's relying on Caden for out here.
Yeah, and Caden, it looked for a second like he might be able to catch some of those Lost Reality players over on the rotate, but unfortunately they will hang a little bit too far to the south. But you got to worry right now. Lost Reality, they've drawn the attention of Mixed Results, and they already have Darth in a super aggressive position. He manages to take down Stone Storm, but he is eliminated in the trade. As Rise all the way up the hill, going to be looking to try and find an angle here. It doesn't quite connect, but I mean, Moratorium is going to try and spot one. Takes Tio down by 10 HP, but it's not going to be enough, as Patron also get involved now. Mixed Results, they are not backing off of this. It felt like they were going to slow it down, but not going to be the case. Crazy going to be able to open up on towards one, as Lister gets the flush on towards it. Patron now getting flushed out by Tio Reeks, as Lost Reality, one player left up. It's going to be Tio, but oh no, he's sticking the rest. He's not got a single bullet in his gun.
And this is the consequence of such short land terrain right here. Lister trying to push on forward. T-Rex has to find that reload, manages to get it off right here. Lost Reality up against Mixed Results here. Not really gonna come to blows at the very end right now. 2 versus 2, neither one of them wanting to be the first team to be eliminated here. So they're playing it just a little bit safe, a little bit reserved, and Mixed Results actually do end up backing away right there, going back toward that scaffolding area. Lister and Crazy going to be the 2 remaining members here, and now safety restored for both of these squads, and now just going to resort back to probably more DMR-oriented fighting.
All right, Rude, we're hitting the 10-minute mark. It's almost time for Phase 2. I wish we had Yazzie in here right now, because if we had Yazzie out here right now, he would guarantee us an island circle.
That is true here. The Yazzie circles are the NA equivalent, as best we can hope for, of the paper circles as well. But unfortunately, Chunks, it's just us two here tonight, and Yazzie, of course, watching on from the side lanes, hopefully just willing on, spurring this circle to the islands for us. It's Crazy here, still looking for those shots into Lost Reality, but at this sort of distance, with only the 3x scope, it's not going to be all that easy, and even if you are to find a couple of tags, the knocks even harder, the flushes even harder still, and the majority, at least, of the shots so far tantamount to nothing.
Yeah, but you know what? They've already picked up 2 points out of it, and Rude. I'm holding out hope. Look, Phase 3, there's the potential of a hard shift, but this is sad right now, Rude.
It is indeed a little bit depresso espresso as that Astra looking to find a couple of shots on rotation toward Cozy, who have finally decided to leave Puerto. One of the ops into the drink right there. Zuki going to be going for a little bit of a swim, and Rahel here with the nade in hand, going to be trying to catch one of the rotators out and off guard. Instead, just hops into a vehicle of his own and does make his way somewhere else, as there's a quick response from the Mini. That's actually Tetra finding Sartus. Rahel, the only remaining member left alive, and is it going to be Zuki who made it just to make his way up the kill side in time? Looks like it's going to be just a little too slow. Opts into the 8x Mini. Shots coming on out. That's a quick tag right there. Not unfortunately right amount of damage coming on out to find the knock. And Cozy Crew so far, 5 kills in, setting themselves up for a very good game.
Yeah, and you know what? Who else is setting themselves up for a very good game? I gotta say, it's 300 right now. They are absolutely farming out the shots from this position, but they just haven't been able to find any just yet. As Spicy Fish start to grab the high ground, Sociopath's gonna be playing inside the dips. Raven still up top here, trying to find an angle. He's not being spotted out just yet here. Roth going to be taking a little bit of damage as Ray now taken down by Later all the way down the ridge. Zealot moving into position to try and get the revive off, but yeah, this ain't ideal right here. Zealot does go for the spray. He does some big damage, but he can't quite find the kill. Ascendants, they should be able to get the revive off, provided that Spicy Fish don't make the push on towards it. And honestly, they should be pretty happy for the time being. They've managed to pick themselves up a push, but now they have to focus on 300. Or do they, is the third party going to kind of slow these guys down for the time being?
Yeah, 300 getting battered back a little bit here. They're going to opt back into their compound, play it safe, play it together here. They are 2-2ing between these two compounds, which does open them up to a little bit of danger there. Should a team try and crash on down, as we see it's going to be WK is looking to open up onto Cozy, trying to ruin their great opening right now. Vohio does go down. Winnie there to flush that one out. Immediately down to a 3 versus 4 here, but with Retaliative a little bit further afield. You have to imagine that this 3v3 could still very well come on through here.
Look at Corsac, though. Remember earlier, Rude, when you said, oh, 4x mini, it's rough? This man is hitting like 500-meter shots with that thing. Just no problem. He's managed to get the knock and the flush on towards one. He's looking to try and maybe make it one more, as Magi going to be going in for the revive. Corsac doing what he can, but I'm not sure how promising that's going to be looking with the smoke up. Let's not forget, though, Slappers, they're making a send. I was about to say it could work out, but T-Sock just laying in wait. Absolutely tears Shuru and Nick apart. Ascendants, they're going to get the revive off, and the question is, what are Slappers going to do out of this as a two-man as we wait 20 seconds left until the circle pops, Rude? Are we maybe going to see that hard Eastern shift?
Yep, this is one I told you, Chunks. It's going east. It's going to the islands here. Rudude confirmed. You get those 100% chances with me, as we do see Spicy Fish absolutely destroying Ascendants in the kill feed. We have got Inquisition still looking to try and take some shots away down toward the western side of our circle right here. As well, Chunks, I'm gonna level with you here as we take a look at that zone. The Rudude 100% confirmed guarantee.
It's still in.
Maybe not entirely accurate.
It's still in, Rude. I've got faith in you, man. It's still inside. Let's hope for the best. As, I mean, you know what? Yeah, I mean, it's looking less and less likely, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of people go for this kind of hill on the east of Impala right now, because it is a strong position to play out of. We've seen, you know, teams have huge wins out of it, and it wouldn't surprise me to see Quick Turtles in particular post up on towards that. But they need to be careful right now, because there's the potential they could get some hard tunnel vision down to the south. As Head Kick going to be accidentally running over Neff Hall right here, just a bit of vehicle trouble for 300, and that might absolutely punish them, because look, Inquisition going to be moving in around from the west. They are instead opting to send it in towards Impala, so they should be all right for the time being. But the same might not be said for Lethal Association, as everyone's going to be scrambling for cover, and I'm not sure how many players are going to really feel confident sending it in towards Impala, as more and more teams tend to do that.
So long as you go in as 4, the odds of 4 people being stacked ready to respond are relatively low. So you do have to go in hard, but you have to go in as a unit, go in together. You can see Lost Reality here on the northern side. They're only a 2-man strong, so they could very easily be crashed and taken down pretty quickly, as it's Rise that are the ones that are able to find a couple of shots here. Wazupi does get one knock, does go down in response. It's Tetra able to find that one from afar there with the Mini, and Fizzle able to take down Vox as well. We see in the kill feed now Rise getting a little bit aggressed upon right here. Lethal Association inside the building, going to be a trade of reses for the time being here. And now looking at it, Chaudhry looking there with the SLR, and Chiller here going to be able to stick the res onto Wazupi here. 3 people's quite so close. I'm not sure that Rise are quite aware of the full extent of this danger.
Definitely not, as Tetra going to be able to land in not only a nade, but a beautiful little angle on towards Wazupi. Takes him down. Rise now to only 2 players less strong. It's Moratorium and Chaudhry. Chaudhry going to be opening up with the SLR. I'm not sure how strong that's going to be looking, and I want to apologize in advance right here, because this is going to be a horrible circle to observe. We're going to miss a lot of fights, but we'll try and bring you all the action, as Nitrogen is going to be going down. Fries now as the solo in this position for Keck W and the solo player left up. Quick Turtles are going to be moving through as Fries, relying on the smokes, not wanting to give anything away, but with Pankill, Morrow, and Ripper all working through, you got to think that his hopes are very, very slim. But he takes down Pankill, will be able to get the kill out of it. There's the flush likely going to follow, but it's Ice Tech from range all the way up top with that kind of god spot up on the top of the hill. Mini 14 comes out, down he goes, and no surprises here. The circle grabs as much land as it can, centering up over towards Impala. Spicy Fish and Elusive up on the northern side. Now this is going to be a formidable fight.
Yeah, we've got two very top tier teams trying to battle it out against one another for this northern side supremacy. There is the opportunity here for Spicy Fish to go west, for Elusive to play east, and for the teams to sort of live symbiotically for the time being, and it looks as though that is the option that we're going to be getting, but with obviously mixed results and lost reality within a position to try and hold that fort and try and stop that from happening. They could definitely prevent that one in that case. Looks like Quick Turtles were able to get the res, and they're still 4 members strong, continuing what is a very strong performance from them, not only in this game, but in this lobby as well. 7 kills so far, going to be topping the leaderboards in that respect for this game already. It's actually Neferhor that's able to find a knock and flush onto Uncivil there, so the third party that Spicy Fish will not have wanted is going to come from their round 2 foes here in the 300 squad.
Yep, Rise Esports, they got the high ground. They're going to look to do a lot of damage out of it as Spicy Fish, we saw them lose Uncivil out on the rotate here. 300 were able to catch the kill on towards that. Head kick going to be looking to try and maybe find another one, but not looking like it could be enough. As 300, they got themselves a warehouse. Sure, they're not inside Impala. They know they're going to have a rough cross ahead of them soon enough, but hey, they're not giving up. They want to try and land some more shots, which they do. Not enough to get the kill. Sharp and Keenan have been able to make it in on the edge, and Elusive maybe unaware that they're going to be up there right now.
It's definitely a possibility that this sort of player does go a little bit under the radar, despite the insane position that they have acquired for themselves here. Spicy Fish do work their way into the sort of chain link scaffolding area that we'd highlighted as pretty much mixed results area, their domain for the time being. And also worth noting here that Slappers down on the southeastern side of the circle, just to the east of Quick Turtles here, are trying to play this one very quiet, trying to keep themselves alive, hold their edge. As you can sort of tell that there's so many teams in and around Impala. Currently, Chaudhry holds the most damage in this game, which is, you know, a nice little start for him to be racking up consistently from the top of this building. Looking at it with Inquisition inside, Rise inside, San Diego Rarity. We've got Ascendance as well. Cozy down south, Ad Astra as well. 6, 7 teams in and around this Impala area. That's probably only half of the teams that we've got alive, as well as there are a lot of teams just dotted around the outskirts.
Results here, they're going to be taking an engagement as they do hear Spicy Fish moving through. Crazy might have been able to spot one, but Lister wasn't able to. It's down to a team fight right now as things start to close up. Sharp Shot going to be moving upstairs. Crazy goes for the spray, lands some big damage, but it's Roth that gets the trade. Lister down to just 12 HP now. Has to try and go for the heal, but I mean, Spicy Fish, they have the info. Sharp Shot with the drop shot. Down go mixed results. And Rude, we're in phase 5. Still 13 teams alive. What the hell is going on here?
This is those urban environments where teams can just sustain themselves very happily at will. Circle does go north and now chunks out probably half of Impala here. So all of those teams that we'd highlighted previously have to try and find their way out. A couple of them are making their way around south. You can see that Rahel from Ad Astra trying to push into the Quick Turtles, but that's just exactly what they want. They want people to be moving into them, moving their way around south, as Pankill now trying to just rain down unholy fire onto anybody that dare leave their house in and around Impala. Worth noting that they do have to make a move themselves. You can see that Ice and Maro have already made their way across, but they did this towards Hambino. You can see he calls for Corsac, and now these two guys are going to be trying to take this fight together. Looks like, though, with Ice's positioning, they are well aware of this, and they could be looking to take the fight themselves.
Didn't Slappers realize right now that they are at kind of the worst position in this fight? They don't have the high ground, and also as a two-man, it's going to be a rough one. But you got to give them respect right here. They've been fragging out tonight. They've been winning fights that realistically they shouldn't have been. And you know what? Credit to them for it. Hambino, he opens up now. His position's going to be given away. Corsac is going to prep the nade over towards Ice Tech. Is it going to be enough? No, it isn't, but Hambino finds it anyway. Maro off round to the side as the flash going to be coming out from Ham. He knows there's a player up here somewhere, has the info given away, but decides to unpeak, knows that if he overextends here, those teammates from Quick Turtle could do a lot of damage. Corsac throws out yet another nade. The flush has come out on towards Ice already. Is Pankill going to be able to trade the damage with a frag? Molotov coming through from Corsac as Hambino now pretty much tried his best to make a final stand, but honestly, it's Quick Turtle that can hold their position. Let's not forget, Real here, all the way down to the south, might just be able to sneak in and third party this.
Yeah, this could be the thorn in the side that Quick Turtle do not need, and one that the Slappers will be more than grateful for should it come on through. Looking to try and take the fight though, Slappers are in fact the team that back off a little bit further down the hillside, seeing if there's a bit of an area that they can go in from the east, biding their time here, as they don't know that Rel is trying to push on up, but could very well be that little bit of support, that little bit of help that they do need here. And now he's even in the blue, trying and fighting about as long as possible. Corsac finds the opening. That's Maro going down, and that might just open up for Real as well to try and make something happen. All of these players here trying to play together to make something happen, and Real nade underhands it, but does he spot them outright here? Pankill surely going to be spotted outright there. The nade doesn't really do anything. Actually flushes out one, and Slappers go down, but it's to S1 that are picking it up. Elusive come out and take down the Slappers as saved by somehow. It's going to be the QT squad that now know Real is here. That nade, of course, being the flush mechanic to give rise to another player being alive, and he hops it back into the blue. Just sort of waiting, watching, unable to get it just yet, as he's going to hop round, give them the little ring around the rosy of this big rock.
Yeah, Real just going to be looting up here. He doesn't survive. Like, let's be real here. Like, sure, he's got 5 first aid kits to work with, but the fact is that zone is doing so much damage that in 20 seconds, he's not even really going to have time to pop off that first aid. So he's going to keep popping them for the time being. But yeah, I mean, now he just fumbled the button. He manages to make it in. He should be able to pop one off, but Pankill is just absolutely posted up on towards this now. He's aware of the position, and I don't think Real's going to have any real info on towards this. He can try and make it in, but it ain't looking too likely. We'll see, though. There is the possibility, and if Pankill goes down, then Quick Turtle's going to be down to solo. But no, it's Ripper from range. Pankill from close. Down go Ad Astra in 12th. As over in Impala, we saw the circle move, and what a shift as it pulled over to the west. Everyone in Impala, they should be able to live in harmony for the time being, but that ain't what Inquisition are on about. They take down Rise Tomil, eliminating Waratorium as 10 teams remaining. Cozy just kind of vibing right now.
Yeah, and Inquisition are still 4 people strong pushing out of Impala. In these urban fights, it's very important to keep as many people alive as possible, and also very impressive to keep 4 people strong throughout the entire push right here. We have obviously got Lethal Association, and that is going to be slapped, able to find Tetris, so Cozy going down themselves. They've got 3 people strong here for the LA squad. Now there's going to be a bit of a fight over the road, as we've also got a couple of solos knocking about. We've got T-Sock from Ascendance and San Diego Rarity as a 2-man band. Should be able to try and clump up and keep themselves, again, alive for a little bit longer. Center of the circle currently, not really anything to be played for, but Quick Turtles, they know that if they're able to find themselves another couple of kills onto Elusive, their way into the circle becomes a lot easier, as maybe not too sure, because Morns is up close and personal right now and could very well be the thorn in Ripper's side.
A whole lot easier. Pankill going to be opening up with the Mini 14. He can't quite find it, but that doesn't matter because Ripper playing aggressively in that position, going to be able to take down Morns. Now S1, they have to be a little bit concerned. There's a squad down on the south, and they also have a team up to their north in the form of Spicy Fish. Quick Turtles doing what they can to try and find an angle, but with Roth absolutely unleashing his wrath right now on towards Elusive. Both players going to be low HP, and Keenan also going to be looking to try and find this angle as he does refocus up to the north right now, knowing where 300 are. If only Keenan could maybe switch his position, they could have S1 absolutely pinned. As, I mean, Rude, the zone is pulled hard up to the north. We got 45 seconds. Can we just admit right now that the southern side is about to be an absolute bloodbath?
Oh yeah, for sure, right? We've got 4 teams trying to make their way in on just Impala side alone. Ripper able to find another one of Elusive right here. Now it's just going to be S1 really in a tough position entirely. San Diego Rarity, they've got to push their way forward as well. They've got a lot of strong members trying to push in towards them. It's Inquisition taking the initiative, taking the push right here, and trying to harbour this weakened squad as SDR inside the building. Deadeye finds Soup, but it is not without its response. Caden jumps on in, flushes out Deadeye, and Red should be able to come up for the rest of the team right here, obviously with plenty of members. Doesn't have to be the one who leads the charge that gets the res as well. Nade in hand, just doesn't quite make it through there. And also just going to keep Lucid Freak alive. 300, they've kept 4 people strong though as well. They're the ones pushing over. But it's T-Sock outside of just a small little building there. Manages to find a quick knock. Not yet able to find the flush, does get it right there. Vox goes down and 300 getting just a bit too aggressive, a bit too antsy for those kills. He does fall and 300 now down to that 3-man strong squad.
Yeah, this is gonna be a rough one here, but you gotta feel like 300 are looking strong inside this position. As Elusive will be going down, it's Quick Turtles and Keenan working together to be able to take them down. Head kick going for the Jiggle Peaks, not quite landing over on towards Keenan. This Inquisition right now going to be looking to try and find some angles, but they need to be cautious because T-Sock playing as a solo might just cause them some issues. Rocking the Iron Sights, interestingly enough. Elusive Freak has also taken a lot of attention here, as he'll also take a bullet to the head. Down go SDR in 8. We should point out there's still 7 teams alive. It's phase 7. This next phase, this next shift is going to be pretty much a final circle, as it will come down to the dot after that. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. And honestly, there's the potential here we just get a complete open road finish, and every team is forced to scramble for every bit of cover they can. Teoreek's going to be able to take down Ripper, but Pankill gets the trade. Ripper looking like he could just bleed out if one more bullet lands through. Not to be right now, as Pankill, he has to focus his attention over on towards Lethal Association. Ripper goes down. Sneaky Ninja and Dialif want to start making a push, but Spicy Fish aren't going to let that happen too easily. Mini and SLR shots coming in left, right, and center. Sneaky Ninja forced to back off, as is Dialift. So for the time being, Lethal Association, they're going to be pinned down, and that flashbang, it might do a decent amount of damage. We're in phase 8. It's going to center up over towards Inquisition. They have some hard cover to work with, but it's not right on the compound. They're still going to have to make a move soon.
Yeah, 300 have made the aggressive push over as well. They've taken the road by storm. Now pushing into T-Sock, who is, as we mentioned, this only remaining member of Ascendance, who's done a very good job so far of picking up not only kills, but placement points as well. 3 members left of 300. He already took down Vox a little bit earlier. Now looking to try and find maybe just another one here, as he's playing these smokes very carefully, very tentatively, trying to find somebody just overextending on the outside of them, playing for sound, playing for vision as best as possible. Circle 8 beginning to close, and honestly, every team is actually made a way in, so you could very well see a little bit of respite until that circle closes and until that star begins to close on in here, because Inquisition, they've got themselves a very good spot. T-Sock does find that head kick, but Neff able to get that quick response. That is finally going to be the Ascendant solo going on down.
So Ascendants, they're out in 6. 5 teams alive, as Inquisition doing everything they can to get control of the center here. Fudge spotted out by Neff, playing up on the crates. 300. They need to be cautious. Inquisition kind of trailed on towards this position right now, so you've got to be careful. Lethal Association down on the south, still opening up on towards Spicy Fish, but I don't think they're aware of the push that's going to be coming through here. Roth and Keenan doing what they can to get some high ground. Pankill playing as a solo might just be able to spot them out. He's hidden pretty well inside of the grass here. As we're going into phase 9, this is our final phase now. It's going to come down to the center of this circle. It's kind of anyone's game to play for right now. Obviously, you got to feel like Inquisition have the other hand, but they've also got to take fights on multiple fronts, because there's still 4 teams unaccounted for here for them. So right now, Roth, he opens up, headshot lands through over on towards Sneaky Ninja. Sharp shot finishes off one more, but as the smoke comes up, Roth gonna be made aware that there's still one more player unaccounted for. Looking out, throws out the flashes. Shots will be coming out from Keenan right here. Head kick able to return the fire over on towards Roth. Pankill decides to deny to zone. As Inquisition, they got the center, but they're also taking a lot of damage here. As 300 being in such a strong position, it means they didn't have to burn through much utility. Now they are just launching all of their frags, all of their mollies. It's going to be Head Kick looking to try and make the opening push.
And Spicy Fish as well are pushing it on the other side right here. Caden does find the opening. Latter falls right now. Inquisition doing a good job at holding their western side, if not too cognizant of what's happening on the east. That's going to be Head Kick falling as well. Just one remaining member for 300. It's going to be, I believe, Neff trying to make something happen, but Sharp Shot, he's pushed in on the north. Fudge goes down. It's a 3 versus 3 for Inquisition. And Spicy Fish have just taken control of this circle. Neff takes down Sharp Shot though. That 300 member has just done massive work. 2 players go down. Keenan manages to find Tomil. Inquisition, they almost fall. Spicy Fish go down in third. It's a 1 versus 1 right now with Caden and Neff trying to make this fight happen. Neff on the high ground, he might just win this for 300. This was looking so bad for so long, but Caden manages to find some safety, finds himself a med kit, gets himself that first aid going. No vest, no helmet. Neff pushing down, currently has the central area, has position on the star, waiting to see which one of them could come out on top. And Chunks, game number 6 here. Could we have asked for anything more? It comes to a 1v1.
It's all down, everything to play for right here as Inquisition going to be looking to get their second win. Caden pops up over the top, but it's Neferhor that picks up the kill. Beautiful peek coming out for him, and there it is. Neferhor cleaning it up, 300 with a 6-kill chicken dinner. What a way to end it. Absolutely huge. Inquisition, they had the zone, they fought for it, they got the center. 7 kills, but it's Spicy Fish who have got to be the MVPs there. Grabbing a good position, biting in towards the end. 10 kills. Quick Turtles as well, though, with 12. That leaderboard is so top heavy, and we spoke about starting to see a bit of a pecking order come out. I think that is demonstrated perfectly here, Rude.
Those top 4 teams are all in a perfect sort of lineup right there. The teams that have been pumping out damage left, right, and center, not only in this game, but tonight as a whole. We were expecting big things from Spicy Fish and 300. Inquisition and Quick Turtles have definitely stepped up to the plate as well. And honestly, as you mentioned, a top-heavy leaderboard just goes to show how tight that game was and how very entertaining it was to see.
Rude, that is it. That's the halfway point down. That's day 1 done. And what better way to finish it than Neferhor showing his individual prowess, popping up, single-handedly taking down 3 remaining players of Inquisition to secure the chicken dinner. It looked for a second like Caden might have been able to pop up and pick the kill, but he just wasn't able to land that opening headshot, which would have made all the difference. But I gotta say, either way, huge plays all around. 300, they got a chicken dinner. We said they were a team to watch. Span, King, wrap us up for tonight and tell me, are 300 going to be the team to watch tomorrow?
I don't know about you, Span, but I'm looking out for them 100% going into tomorrow's games. What do you think?
I mean, they're one of the teams that I always keep an eye on. I feel like they absolutely destroy it in every other tournament that I've watched them in, and even in scrims. So, yes, is the short answer.
Yeah, quickly walk me through the end of that game. We both thought one of these teams had it on the lockdown, and our top 4 going into the end of the game, we had Inquisition with 4 up, we had Spicy Fish with 3 up, 300 with 3 up, and Quick Turtles with 1 up as well. Quick Turtles ended up going down first of those 4, but it being a 4v3v3, how did you think that was going to play out?
I gasped and I was like, you know what? This is going to be 300 being pushed into zone straight into Inquisition's position. So Inquisition's probably going to pick them up, and then Spicy Fish is going to be there to third party it. And that is not what happened whatsoever. Instead, what happened is, I mean, a lot of it happened. So, I mean, a lot of the members from 300 as they were being pushed in did get taken down by Inquisition, but Neferhor was like the only one that ended up making a rotation farther to the southern side that got a not gonna kill onto some Inquisition members. And then Spicy Fish was actually the first team that was taken out, because I think they spread out a little bit too much. I think they ended up taking a lot of 1v1s versus Inquisition, and even some members of 300 got one of the kills as well. So I think that might have been a hard play for Spicy Fish there. So they were taken out in third, and then Neferhor got on that roof, and that was it.
Made it happen. We saw one of the other teams, I believe it was 300 actually, who pushed across the street. There was a solo player that they pushed into, played Ring Around the Rosie with. That was the story of Corey T-Sock. What was his story that game?
So he and his teammates, Ascendants, they were playing on the northern side of of the circle for a while there, right around where Slappers were actually when they were pushing it on the northern side. And T-Sock, he actually ended up taking on 2 of them. So he already had 2 kills from the beginning. And then as a solo, you kind of just want to send it immediately into zone. Like, usually on a city ending, if you don't have a spot inside zone to really go to, and especially when you're solo, you may just want to send it straight into the city. Because you can play there. You can play right next to another enemy. So he just sent it straight into the center, and he was able to play there for a long time. And he picked up 2 more kills. So
yeah, T-Sock really showcasing his solo play in Game 6. I kept watching him and going, "Oh my God, he's still alive! Oh my God, look, Span, he's still alive! It's Zone 7, and he's still alive." I don't know how he was able to do that, but he did. Yeah, he picked up 4 for his team as well. So well played by T-Sock. But ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we do have the scoreboard ready following game number 6 on your screen now. It is Quick Turtles going into day number 2 in the lead with 73 total points and 48 kills. That tells me that they have not been playing very well positionally, but they have been picking up a massive amount of kills. They are goodness, I can't do math. What is that? 9 kills ahead of Spicy Fish. That is crazy, because Spicy Fish, we were talking about, are insane fraggers, and Quick Turtles have really showcased their ability to play in this lobby and to take down these enemy players. Spicy Fish find themselves in second end of the day with 66 total points. Inquisition in third with 51. Inquisition did not have a good set of Erangel games. They had 24 points going into game 4, and they have absolutely turned it on in these final 3 games in the day. Found themselves in third place to end it out with 51 total points on the day, 29 kills. Ascendance Esports have been trudging along all day as well. Found themselves in 4th place with 44 points, 305th, tied with 44 as well. And KEKW Kiers in 6th with 39. KEKW Kiers, one of those teams that started out the day on the top and have slowly slid their way down. Unfortunately, big fans of theirs, but they just have not been playing that great on Miramar specifically. You hate to see it as well. Cozy Crew gonna find themselves in 7th with 32 points. Elusive in 8th with 28. San Diego Rarity in 9th with 28, and Lost Reality in 10th with 25. Span, are there any teams here that are surprising to you to end out today?
yes, I definitely thought Slappers were going to be higher up on the leaderboard, and mixed results, I believe. So, and actually Gravity is an invited team as well that's currently sitting in 13th place. So Slappers, Gravity, mixed results, gotta get above 10th place,
Yeah, you heard it, guys. Sovereign Batty, JR Head, or Jay Reed, I heard is actually your name.
Jay Reed.
And D Rich. You heard it here first. You gotta work on your game going into tomorrow. Before we end out the stream, Span, is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Based on these teams, honestly, I think we got a really good set of games so far today, and I'm really excited for the 6 games tomorrow. And I really absolutely love seeing all the support inside the chat for these teams, and got to bring it even harder tomorrow for the last 6 games qualifiers.
Yeah, and so that is going to be it here at the analyst desk, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you guys coming by. I'm going to throw it back over to Chunks and Rudu to finish us out. Thanks.
I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting them to come back to us, but yeah, that is it for the evening. Kings, man, thank you. I was vibing right there. I was watching the last game back over on the stream. We got that delay, but yeah, very well played from all the teams taking part. King, Span, thank you so much for joining us, guys. It was a pleasure having you, and you guys are going to be casting tomorrow over at twitch.tv/KingBigDip with a P. I'm not saying what you think I am. Exclamation point casters in chat to go and check that one out. Drop everyone a follow, because Rude has been killing it tonight, as have King and Span over on the desk. So Make sure to drop us a follow on Twitter, and you will see tomorrow when we go live, 4 p.m. Pacific, for day 2 of round number 3 to decide which 10 teams are going to be making it through. So best of luck. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
We're ready for the first game. Wherever we go,
Anthony is coming in.
it's gonna bring chaos and havoc for sure.
Complete final party roulette, and there we
For him, has to back off and continues. Good God, have they prepared for this?
Oh my lord, that just might seal the
Great
We
play.
do have one guy down.
Job done.
Couple marking your face. You gotta get to the fight the first tank. Find the second.
Don't miss the stream starting April 10th. Follow ESL PUBG on social media for updates.
Welcome to the America's Roadmap for Competitive PUBG 2021. Here's just a taste of what you can expect this year. Americas Unite. Starting this year, teams from both Americas will be competing together in the PCS and other major PUBG events. Things kick off in April with our first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event. The NA and LATAM subregions will each have their own open qualifiers, which lead into a 24-team group stage in each region. Then it's on to the grand final, where the top 8 teams from North America and the top 8 teams from Latin America will battle it out to determine who is the best of the Americas and claim a piece of the $50,000 prize pool. After the first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, we drop back into the action-packed PUBG Continental Series with PCS 4. As with the Masters Americas event, there are 2 open qualifiers, one for North America and one for Latin America, which lead into the 24-team group stages for each region. The top 6 teams from NA and LATAM move directly on to the PCS 4 Grand Final. The bottom 10 from each region are eliminated, and the 8 teams in the middle go to the last chance qualifier to frag it out for the 4 remaining spots in the Grand Final, and a chance to compete for the title and a piece of the $200,000 in prize money. After PCS 4, we'll have a second ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, followed up by PCS 5. This year, teams will be gunning for more than just prize money. Squads will also be fighting to earn PGC qualification points based on their placement in both ESL PUBG Masters Americas events and both PCS Grand Finals. And what do these points get them? Well, as long as the Blue Zone keeps slowly and steadily sanitizing the world, they'll get an opportunity to compete in person for the World Championship title in November's PUBG Global Championship. We'll also be debuting more of that fresh PUBG esports content in 2021 that you crave, so make sure you don't miss a minute of PUBG esports on YouTube. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year of PUBG esports in the Americas.